This is an audiobook of the complete Murders at Karlov Manor story, produced by Graham Trudeau for the Symphoneers gaming YouTube channel. If you would like an audio-only version of this audiobook, you can support the Symphoneers Patreon at $3 a month or more to gain access to this and past audiobooks I've produced as either just the audio files or an RSS feed. Thanks for your consideration. Viewer support makes these possible. Now, let's begin. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 1, Ghosts of Our Past, by Shannon Maguire. The sky over Karlov Manor danced with a dizzying array of colors, brought to life by shimmering cascades of magic. The Orzhov had purchased every Izzet pyrowork in the 10th district, creating a profligate display of power and plenty. See, it said, even to those not fortunate or favored enough to have obtained an invitation. See, we have so many resources at our command that we can spend them on frivolities. Ravnica is safe now. We do not need to worry and conserve for wartime. It was a calculated expenditure, and every burst of color or illusionary blossoms falling from the sky reminded the people living in the shadow of the Orzhov Syndicate who their saviors were. The gates stood open, admitting those guests who had chosen fashionable lateness over polite promptness, while lower-ranking guild members checked invitations and identification, making sure no one snuck inside. A few servers in toned-down versions of the more elaborate uniforms worn by those working the interior walked back and forth with trays of equally less elaborate starters, sharing the rare largesse of the guild with the less fortunate. Teysa, newest head of the syndicate, stood on the manor's highest balcony, watching the gathering throng and sipping from a glass of strong coffee laced with bumbat. Soundless as ever, Kaya stepped up next to her, stopping when she reached the rail. Her glance downward was more calculating than Teysa's proprietary appraisal. Where Teysa looked like she was measuring the value of the people below them, Kaya looked like she was assessing how long it would take them all to escape should things go wrong. Also, unlike Teysa, her hands were empty. Teysa slanted her a sidelong glance, eyes raking along the length of the barely presentable planeswalker's form. Kaya had swapped her adventuring clothes for proper Ravnican attire, black and white with golden accents, the symbol of the guild a pale splash across the right side of her chest. If not for the tension in her stance and the way her gaze darted from place to place as she assessed the plaza, she might almost have looked as if she belonged. "You should have a drink," said Teysa. "You make me look like a miserly host when you walk with empty hands." "But you are a miserly host," Kaya protested without rancor. "Or at least a calculated one. Every zib you spend on this gala will come back to you a golden Xeno, or you're not the person who outmaneuvered me and seized the reins while my back was turned." Teysa smiled. "I missed you. You've always seen me so clearly." "Clarity gets easier with distance." "Yes, and you were distant when the invasion came to Ravnica." Teysa's smile sharpened like the knife it was. "You owe me this night, Kaya. No matter how far you've traveled, you're Orzhov enough to pay your debts. When Ravnica needed you, you weren't here." "If I'd been here instead of defending the multiverse, neither of us would be here now," snapped Kaya. "Don't you dare act like I stopped caring about Ravnica because I couldn't be here. I was—" Her voice faltered, turning thick in her throat, and she glanced down at her feet. "I was doing my best." "Yes, and tonight you do your best for me," said Teysa. "The agency has helped us to control and contain the chaos that followed the unpleasantness. Without them, we'd have far more than 2 useless guilds on our hands. All 10 might have been gutted by the invaders, and then what would have become of our plane? So tonight, you smile when I say smile, and you bow when I say bow, and you remember your debt to the Orzhov, if you don't want to remember your debts to me." This time, Kaya's answering look was akin to a snarl, teeth clenched in an expression that seemed like it might actually hurt. But she nodded her acquiescence, and when Teysa touched her wrist, she didn't flinch away. "Come, old friend," said Teysa. "I would be a poor host if I didn't attend to my other guests, and I haven't seen you eat a thing all evening." "I'm not hungry," said Kaya. "Being here unsettles my stomach." "If you faint because you're too stubborn to eat, your debts remain unpaid," said Teysa. "And even if you're too stubborn to enjoy the evening, I oversaw the menu, and I refuse to miss the strudel." She walked past Kaya to the door, leaning heavily on her walking cane. Clearly expecting obedience, she didn't look back. "I pay my debts," Kaya said in a low tone, and walked after her. The balcony door led to a well-appointed library, the walls lined with a ransom of rare books and gilded manuscripts. 2 lower-ranking guild members flanked the doors, keeping the party guests from just happening to wander into a space they had been asked to avoid. Teysa nodded to them as she passed, a small, cool smile on her lips, and they stood at straighter attention, honored by the attention of their syndicate's leader. Neither of them gave Kaya a second glance, even as she dropped her symbolic coin into the plate held by the one on the left. She matched her pace to Teysa's, looking back at them. "How quickly they forget, huh?" she asked. "The world moves even when you're not in it," said Teysa, beginning to descend the wide, gently curving stairs towards the ground floor. Revelers dotted the lower steps, goblets and small plates in their hands, jockeying for the sliver of advantage granted by a higher physical position. Teysa nodded to each as she passed, her small, cool smile never wavering. Kaya knew that smile. Teysa called it, "Number 24, you are honored by my attentions." She had a moment to admire Teysa's unflappability, and then they were at the floor, cutting across the hall to a narrow side door, which opened onto the packed courtyard. The blast of sound and color from the outside wiped the moment away, replacing it with a dazzling array of Ravnica's elite. None were so gauche as to yell or otherwise express delight at Teysa's arrival. Nods, smiles, and small lifts of people's glasses were all that she received as she led Kaya out into the cool night air, setting one hand on the taller woman's shoulder in a proprietary fashion. Too quietly for anyone else to hear, she murmured, "Don't embarrass me tonight. Remember why you're here." Together, they moved into the crowd. The people in the courtyard had arranged themselves in almost concentric circles, with each circle made up of people considered slightly less important than those on the next circle in. The outer circle, nearest the doors, consisted of low-ranking guild members, most sticking to the groups they'd come in with, uneasy with the idea of trying to craft alliances in such a public place. No such barriers existed on the next circle in, where the mid-ranked guild members swirled, moving from conversation to conversation with the grace of the socially adept. Not every guild prized social acumen the way the Orzhov or Simic did, but even the Izzet and Gruul had their public speakers, and those had been the members chosen to represent them at what was clearly being treated as the social event of the season. Kaya was abstractly surprised not to see Ral Zarek, who she would have expected to find representing his guild. Perhaps it was considered unfashionable to invite a planeswalker unless you had them properly leashed. No awkwardness or bad manners here, only the dazzling whirl of Ravnican society, their very presence a reminder of everything that made Ravnica worth preserving. "See," they seemed to say, "we are still here, and we are still glorious, and we deserved salvation." Through it all, Teysa guided Kaya, pulling her effortlessly through the tiers of society until she reached the innermost ring. It had formed around the great forum of Ezrim, the massive Archon having occupied the center of the courtyard, where he was apparently deep in conversation with Lavinia, current head of the Azorius Senate. The highest-ranking attendees among the guilds stood at a respectful distance in their own circle, chatting among themselves while they watched with predatory interest to see whether Lavinia was about to escalate their discussion to the level of verbal conflict.
Ezrim has never belonged to any guild, but as an Archon with several known associates among the Azorius, Lavinia always assumed he would one day see sense and join the Senate proper,
murmured Teysa, her words intended for Kaya's ears alone.
Imagine her displeasure when, after the invitation, he took on leadership. Insult to injury, most of the associates followed him. A stroke of luck for the city as a whole, if you ask me. He's a brilliant analytical mind, above reproach, and not bound by guild affiliation.
Kaya frowned. If he can't be affiliated with the Senate, why is Lavinia pestering him?
Who knows? Maybe she's trying to win him back. Oh, Tolsimir!
Teysa turned, suddenly all smiles, her hand slipping from Kaya's shoulder. Kaya seized the opportunity to duck away, moving toward a server with a small tray of bacon-wrapped asparagus spears and neatly plucking one from the assortment. The server, who wore Orzhov colors, looked at her with awe and a small measure of fear. "You're her," he said, "our former leader, the Planeswalker."
"I am,"
said Kaya. She took a breath, steadying herself. "Teysa asked me to attend the gala."
"I didn't ask you to attend, dear. You're the next best thing to a guest of honor,"
Teysa said, looming behind her and whisking her away before the server could swallow his awe enough to say anything else.
"There aren't many people here for you to meet. You know them all, of course, from when you actually spent your time at home with us. But there are many people you need to see."
Kaya didn't resist as Teysa pulled her towards Tolsimir and Aurelia, who were apparently deep in conversation about the absent Dimir. Judith stood nearby, shamelessly eavesdropping as she sipped from a flute of something pale and sparkling, a cruelly amused spark in her eyes. She was dressed in black and red, as always, standing out sharply against the more elegantly attired crowd. As Teysa approached, Tolsimir was saying sharply to Aurelia, "It's naive to think Lazov is dead. That man will outlive us all. I don't know what he's planning, but he's planning something. Teysa, tell her Lazov isn't dead."
"As a fellow guild leader, I would be overstepping to attempt to summon his spirit without better cause than my own curiosity,"
Teysa said smoothly.
"I can, however, confirm that I haven't seen him among the departed, although it's been very busy with all the spirits of the recently dead trying to settle their affairs. So few of them can afford the service."
"Is there no way to extend them credit?" asked Tolsimir.
"We've extended enough credit toward the resolution of this crisis,"
said Teysa.
"Would you have us bankrupt ourselves for the masses?"
A vast topiary panther lumbered by, its leafy tail swishing over their heads as it continued on its vegetable way. Judith laughed. "Yes, the risk of bankruptcy is plainly very near indeed." She flicked a hand in a dismissive gesture, brushing the topic aside as she inserted herself into the discussion. "But I see you've brought your trophy of the evening. Hello, Kaya, how have you been? Started any invasions recently? Were you aware that whenever you're in the city, all the guilds activate our crises management divisions?" "We didn't start the invasion, we stopped it," said Kaya. "Ravnica is part of the multiverse. It has always been, even if it used to be possible to pretend that Ravnica stood alone. What impacts other planes will impact here. We fought as hard and as swiftly as we could." "Ravnicans died," Judith said, levity gone. "So did Planeswalkers," said Kaya. "I lost friends in that fight, same as you did. Not only to death, either. Ravnica doesn't grieve alone." Judith opened her mouth to answer, and stopped as Kaya looked at her. There was a wall behind the Planeswalker's eyes that hadn't been there on their last meeting. An unbreachable barrier, keeping Kaya in and the rest of the world out. It was as if she had slammed shut at some point during the invasion and had yet to remember how to open. Unsettled, Judith looked away. At the center of their loose circle, Ezrim's mount rose, shaking its great wings to resettle the feathers, and prowled away. Ezram seated firmly on its back. Teysa returned her hand to Kaya's shoulder.
"You'll have to excuse us,"
she said.
"It's almost time for the keystone event of the evening, and it wouldn't do to risk our hero missing the moment."
Kaya glanced downward at her feet. "You do keep things ticking away by the numbers," said Tomek, appearing at Teysa's other elbow. Judith's smile returned, more assured now.
"Oh, look," she said. 3 leaders of the syndicate in a line. Which one do you suppose balances the books best? Or, I'm sorry, Tomek, is it now for you too?"
"My husband's guild is not my own," said Tomek stiffly. "Teysa, we're needed on the grand balcony."
"Duty calls,"
said Teysa, pulling Kaya with her as she turned away. "You owe me for that," murmured Tomek once they were far enough from the other guild leaders to not be overheard.
"I didn't need a rescue," said Teysa. "Even if I had a hero at hand. Kaya would have saved me."
Kaya said nothing, allowing herself to be pushed along. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched the people they passed reacting to her presence. Some shied away, as if her spark might turn contagious and whisk them off to other planes when they were needed here. Others watched with disdain, or with avarice. None were emotions she was used to seeing on these particular faces, and she found it best not to react, not to let them know she saw. Teysa's hand was an almost comforting constant, guiding her through the crowd, even if she did insist on introducing Kaya as
Orzhov's own hero of the multiverse
every time the opportunity presented itself. Tomek, at least, seemed to understand Kaya's discomfort. How could he not, when Ral was one of those who grieved the losses Ravnica would never know, the lives lost, the sparks extinguished, all to feed Phyrexia's endless hunger? He walked in silence, not joining Teysa's self-serving introductions, but not stopping her either. After a journey that felt at least 5 times longer than it was, they reached the shallow set of steps leading up the grand balcony. Ezram was already there, and Kaya felt a pang of envy for how effortlessly he'd passed through the crowd. No one had wanted to interrupt an Archon on a mission. A guild leader and a so-called hero, however, they felt perfectly comfortable stepping in front of. Teysa began to climb the stairs, leaning more heavily on her cane. Tomek stepped back, unable to assist his superior without looking like a comment on her fitness, even as her hand on Kaya's shoulder gripped tighter, using the other woman for stability as much as anything else. Kaya glanced at her. "Is it hurting you?"
"No," said Teysa. "Stairs just grow more challenging as I get older. Nothing worth fretting about. Here."
As they reached the top of the stairs, Teysa stepped away from Kaya, gesturing toward a spot in the line of Orzhov lawmages and actuaries who had come to observe. Tomek moved to the line as well, settling to Kaya's left and giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. She shot him a brief smile and thus missed the moment when Teysa stepped up to the balcony rail, casting an unobtrusive enchantment that amplified every word she spoke until it filled the entire courtyard.
"Citizens of Ravnica, welcome to Karlov Manor,"
she said. The crowd applauded, some politely, others with more enthusiasm, although none showed more enthusiasm than the goblin in gaudy finery who had stationed himself near the dessert table, forcing anyone who wanted something sweet to subject themselves to his attempts at networking. Teysa's expression hardened for an instant when she saw him, before snapping back to perfect, unblemished serenity.
"I know I asked a great deal of you all when I requested you step away from your own guilds and duties for an evening of Orzhov hospitality, and I hope we have lived up to your high expectations. Tonight's purpose is twofold. Tonight we celebrate Orzhov's own former leader, Kaya, for her role in the salvation of Ravnica and the multiverse during the Phyrexian invasion, during which she fought with us."
A more restrained wave of applause met this statement. Recognizing her cue, Kaya took a half step forward and waved, biting the inside of her cheek the whole time. As if that fight were something to be celebrated. Survival, yes. The battle, no. The applause died down. Kaya stepped back. Teysa smiled at the courtyard once more.
But perhaps even more importantly, tonight we honor the members of the Ravnican Agency of Magicological Investigations.
This time, the applause was raucous and rolled on, seemingly without end. Teysa stepped aside, ceding her place to Ezrim, who moved into position with a gravitas that was only tangentially connected to his imposing size. Half mantling his wings, he looked at the crowd and rumbled.
We are privileged to serve the city of Ravnica in whatever means are open to us. By helping to bring order to the chaos the Phyrexians left in their wake, we have done no less than should be expected of any citizen. But as we have served the city has also served us, and we have been honored by your support. And yes, your funding.
Laughter rippled through the crowd. Teysa, who had acquired a flute of Casarda from a passing server, offered him a smirking salute, taking the ribbing with good spirits. Kaya couldn't help but think Ezrim would pay for that later, behind closed doors. Teysa would absolutely tear strips out of an Archon looking for restitution if she thought she had cause. That was why she was so well suited to lead the syndicate. Better suited than Kaya had ever been. Ezrim was still speaking, but the names he recited meant nothing to Kaya. The first 6 or so were clearly people not in attendance, as none appeared to accept their honors. The next 3 stepped out of the crowd and up to his side, standing proudly as he set a heavy hand on their shoulder and thanked them ceremonially for the part they'd played in the investigation. They looked pleased by the praise, and even more pleased by the small purses handed to them by Teysa, who didn't flinch at the act of giving money away. The guild clearly stood to profit even more from this show of unity than Kaya had been assuming if cash rewards were part of the proceedings. Ezrim cleared his throat. The sound rolled across the courtyard like the beginning of a storm.
Many of you were present last month when a Gruul god broke loose of guild control and wreaked havoc across the 9th district. Ansrag could have continued his rampage for days had we been reliant on the guilds for immediate support. But the quick thinking and actions of Investigator Kellen and his team brought the rampage to a halt, and the god has been properly contained within an evidence capsule. Kellen, please approach.
The crowd applauded again as a slim, dark-haired man in a blue tunic and coat stepped up to Ezrim, clearly uncomfortable with the eyes of the crowd upon him. Kaya could sympathize.
The agency thanks you, Ravnica thanks you, and I thank you,
said Ezrim, placing a hand on Kellen's shoulder. Kellen managed a nervous smile before Ezrim took his hand away, and Teysa handed him the purse. Then, with a speed barely shy of impolite, Kellen fled to the balcony for the stairs, brushing past Tomek and Kaya. "Wish I could do that," muttered Kaya. Tomek laughed, quick and unamused. "Teysa has you on a tight leash tonight." "I'm her hero for the evening," Kaya sighed. "I don't want to be reminded of the invasion at every turn, but she says I owe the guild for not being here when it happened, and honestly, she's not wrong. Ral wasn't on New Phyrexia. Ral didn't see how bad it was going to be. Jace," she shuddered, shaking her head. "For weeks I saw him every time I closed my eyes. He fought as hard as he could, but he lost, and because of that, we all lost. It was an impossible fight. Maybe." Teysa was still distracted, talking to Ezrim, having dispelled the enchantment amplifying their voices. Kaya eyed them. "I think this is where I make my escape, at least for a little bit. When Teysa asks where I am, tell her I went to raid the buffet, will you?" "I will," Tomek said. "Thank you." She turned on her heel and slipped into the natural gaps the crowd formed as it eddied. Halfway down the stairs, she passed Kellen, now smiling uncertainly at Zagana and Vanifar as they fixed him with two sharp eyes, taking his measure. They looked ruffled and unhappy, as if he had interrupted something by coming too close to them. Kaya knew the pair had been on poor terms since Vanifar unseated her predecessor. Seeing them here together was odd.
Are you sure you're not the detective prof everyone's been talking about?
Zagana asked.
I'm sorry, said Kellen. I'm not precisely sure who that is.
His eyes darting wildly from side to side, fixed on Kaya.
But I've been meaning to speak with the hero of the hour, if you would excuse me.
He ducked between the pair, not waiting for their reply, and rushed to Kaya's side. Kaya looked at him, bemused.
What did you need to talk to me about?
Getting out of here, he said. Forgive me, but I look for clues for a living, and your expression tells me you're as uncomfortable right now as I am.
Kaya blinked, startled into laughter. No wonder they honored you. I was heading for the buffet. Escort me? Kellen took her arm with visible relief, and the pair descended to ground level, where, somehow impossibly, Teysa was waiting next to the buffet, her attention fixed on the gaudily dressed goblin as intently as a cat might fixate on a bird.
Payment,
she was saying as the pair approached. The goblin looked nervous.
I acquired my invitation through legitimate means. I didn't say you hadn't, said Teysa. Only that there might be better uses of your resources than worming your way into a celebration unrelated to yourself. Think, Krenko, you owe the Karlovs.
Not the Orzhov, the Karlovs specifically. Interesting. Kaya focused on Krenko, eavesdropping without shame.
You'll get your money, Karlov,
said Krenko, nervousness fading.
In full and with the agreed-upon interest. For tonight, I'm an invited guest, and this reflects poorly on your hospitality.
I think what you need is focus, said Teysa. A lack of distractions, perhaps.
She would have said more, but a ruckus broke out above them, catching everyone's attention. On the balcony, Ezram watched impassively as 3 members of Teysa's security dragged away a shouting centaur, dressed in colors of the Gruul clans. The centaur was clearly enraged, struggling to break free.
No right, he howled. Andrang is our responsibility, our god, and he must be returned to us. He acted only according to his nature.
Kaya turned away from the scene, focusing on a distressed Kellen. Nothing ever really changes, does it? She asked. It puts on a new coat and calls itself remade, but it's all the same under the surface.
I don't quite understand. I'm sorry,
said Kellen. She shook her head with a small, bitter laugh. It's fine, just realizing that all that really changes is the faces you don't see anymore. The people who leave you.
You mean Yaris? He's been trying to get us to release his god since we detained him. We've tried explaining that we'll release Andrang to the Azorius once our investigation is complete, and he should talk to them, but he doesn't seem to care.
On the balcony, Yaris's shouting had been replaced by silence. Kaya turned to see him dragged towards the gates, still fighting his captors but no longer howling. Instead, he glared murder at Ezram, never taking his eyes off the massive Archon. Aurelia walked up to the buffet, wings half-mantled, and Kaya had time for one bitter thought about how all the people she most wanted to avoid seemed to be following her, before Aurelia was heading for Teysa, saying in a cutting tone,
This investigation should be in the hands of the Boros. We know how to maintain peace without causing unrest within the guilds.
Kellen made a sound that could have been interpreted as a scoff. Aurelia wheeled towards him, wings spreading wider, and as Teysa moved to intervene, Kaya saw her chance. She ducked around to the buffet and through the door on the other side, passing the servers with fresh trays of canapes as she made her escape toward a set of stairs half concealed behind a marble column. It wasn't until she reached the top of the stairs without anyone stopping her that she paused, took her first unrestrained breath since the party began, and asked herself where she was going. Back to the balcony where she'd been with Teysa, high above all the chaos and the noise, where she could think. Moving faster, she retraced her earlier steps, pausing only to bribe the guards at the door, and stepped back out into the evening air. The sky was beautiful, although the ongoing fireworks blocked the stars. She would have liked to see the stars. She'd always liked the Ravnican stars. She leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. She could leave. It would be so easy. Unlike some of the people she cared about, her spark still burned as bright as it ever had and would reach across the blind eternities to carry her wherever she wanted to go. She could return to Kaldheim, see how Tyvar was adjusting to his new limitations, or head for Dominaria, or Innistrad, or Alara. There were no limits. She didn't have to stay here. She felt herself beginning to reach, desire becoming reality, and stopped, opening her eyes and digging her heels into the balcony. Teysa might make her point in the worst possible ways, but she was also right. When Ravnica needed her most, Kaya had allowed her own sense of what mattered to take her away. If she'd stayed, she might have been able to shape the Orzhov into more of a force for good. If she'd refused her position on the strike team so someone else could hold it, maybe they would have been successful. There was no way of knowing, but if she'd stayed here, she might have changed everything. Kaya moved to the edge of the balcony, resting her hands on the rail and looking down. The conversation by the buffet had escalated to arm and wing waving and raised voices, but Teysa wasn't there. Neither was Judith. No matter how she scanned the crowd, the woman's eye-catching red and black eluded her. Her breathing leveled out as she watched the people move below, safely distant, unable to reach her. She had just started to feel like she might be able to go back downstairs when a footstep from behind her caught her attention, and she turned to see Teysa approaching. The other woman wasn't smirking for once. Teysa wore an expression of uncharacteristic seriousness.
"Kaya, there you are,"
she said. "I just needed a moment to breathe," said Kaya.
"I understand. This is a lot to deal with, even for me. And I know the invasion hurt you just as much as it hurt us, but I'm glad I found you."
Teysa took a deep, oddly unsteady breath.
"There's something I need to tell you, something important, and I needed to catch you alone."
"We were alone before."
"Not really."
Teysa waved a hand.
"Before the gala began, there were people lurking to make sure I didn't need anything. We needed to be alone."
"All right, what is it?" Teysa started to reply as a scream rang out from inside the manor, drowning out her words and shattering the moment. Kaya didn't pause to think before running toward the sound. This time, if Ravnica needed her, she wouldn't let them down. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 2, Monsters We Became, by Shannon Maguire. Kaya ran through the manor as swiftly as her legs could carry her. Teysa still caught up quickly, moving with a speed that Kaya knew would cost her later. For Teysa to be running alongside the much younger, fitter planeswalker, she had to be drawing deep on her magical reserves. That sort of thing always came with a price. The pair came to a stop at a tall, ornate door, still closed despite the ring of servers and household servants standing outside it. They looked uniformly relieved when they saw Teysa and Kaya charging down the hall.
"Well,"
Teysa demanded,
"why are you all just standing around?"
"The door's locked, ma'am," said one of the servers. "Loris has gone looking for the key."
"How do you not know where the key is?"
Seeing that Teysa's temper was hanging on by a thread, Kaya set a hand on her arm. "Easy," she said. "I don't need keys, not even in Karlov Manor." She caught a flicker of something in Teysa's eyes and paused. "Unless this door is warded against ghosts?"
"Much of the manor is as a precaution,"
said Teysa.
"You might be able to come up through the floor, but even that would be a questionable approach."
"Great. So someone's in trouble, and we're just going to stand around." Kaya's displeasure was radiant, and for once, Teysa had no answer to it. No one spoke. The seconds stretched into minutes, becoming intolerable. Teysa cast an uneasy glance at the door. The scream that had drawn them had been loud and piercing, the sound of someone in genuine danger. And for all that, the locked room was silent now, without even a hint that someone was moving around inside. They were still standing there, waiting for Larissa to return, when Ezrim came galloping down the hall, the massive Archon easily filling all available space. His mount's long primary feathers swept household items and bric-a-brac off tables as he passed.
"We heard the screams on the balcony," he said. "It took me a moment to find a door that could accommodate me. What has happened here?"
My apologies, Ezrim, for the disruption,
said Teysa.
We are waiting for one of my servers to return with the key.
"If someone is hurt or a crime was committed here, waiting is not in our best interests,"
said Ezrim. He raised a foreleg, looking meaningfully from the door to Teysa as he waited for her acquiescence. Teysa didn't hesitate. She could always bill him later.
Break it,
she said. 2 heavy blows and the door snapped off its hinges, breaking clean in 2 as it fell inward. Kaya rushed forward, faster than Teysa now that the other woman wasn't using magic to speed her steps. The servants hung back, waiting for the all-clear, while Ezrim, who would dearly love to have accompanied her if not for his size, paced in the hall outside. All of them heard Kaya's quickly cut-off gasp, followed by frozen silence. Teysa couldn't allow the moment to linger.
Kaya, she called. Kaya, are you all right?
Kaya appeared in the doorway, face grayish with pallor. I'm fine, she said. Teysa, send someone to find Vanifar. Under other circumstances, Teysa might have reminded Kaya that she was no longer in charge. Allowing a former guild leader to give her orders could undermine her authority in a dangerous way. The look on Kaya's face stopped her cold.
All of you, go, she said, looking around at the servants. Find me Vanifar of the Simic Combine and inform her that her presence is required. If she asks why, say only that I need to speak with her immediately.
Kaya appeared satisfied with this. She turned, vanishing back into the room. Teysa sighed before nodding politely to Ezrim.
My apologies, Ezrim, but I don't think the room is large enough for you to join us.
I understand,
Ezrim said, and looked to the remaining servants. Find me one of my detectives. The agency should be represented here. I will wait here and watch for signs of trouble. With that, he sank to the floor, assuming a guard position. There could be no better security than an Archon. Teysa turned, taking a deep breath, and followed Kaya's path into the room. It was one of the many small sitting rooms scattered around Karlov Manor, intended for entertaining guests or conducting business negotiations. With the celebration making such gatherings impractical and unlikely, this one had been pressed into use as a cloakroom of sorts, filled with the coats and cloaks of the attendees. Kaya had stopped just inside, eyes locked on the pile of coats at the center of the floor. No, not the coats. What was arrayed atop the coats? Teysa had stepped up next to her and froze, hand tightening on the handle of her cane until it looked like her fingers were going to break. Zagana of the Simic Combine was artfully arranged at the center of the pile. While there were signs of a struggle around the edges, there were none around her body. She was posed as prettily as a doll, her left hand raised to the level of her face, which was turned slightly to the side. If not for the fact she so clearly wasn't breathing, it would have looked like she was posing for a portrait of herself in repose, fins and hair arranged to their best possible advantage. She's dead, said Teysa needlessly, and Kaya nodded in silent agreement. There were no visible wounds or signs of foul play, but they were of the Orzhov. They knew death when it was presented to them. The coats around Zagana's body were a seeming mismatch, expensive fabrics and cheap linens overlapping with a carelessness that looked almost strange, given the precision of Zagana's posing. Kaya took a step back, not averting her eyes. Zagana had died alone, with only time for a single scream. She deserved to be witnessed now. From her new angle, Kaya saw the edges of a flower petal protruding from between Zagana's fingers. Frowning, Kaya stepped closer again, bending to see.
What is it?
Asked Teysa, voice sharp with worry. A flower, said Kaya, bending farther down. A black iris. Did you use black irises in any of the floral arrangements downstairs? If Zagana had grabbed hold of a bouquet as she was falling, maybe that could tell them where she'd been killed. But no, the scream had come from this room, this small, unremarkable, locked room. There hadn't been any time for Zagana to be killed elsewhere in the manor, and then moved, especially not with the way she'd been arranged. Kaya realized how foolish her question was, even before she saw Teysa shaking her head.
I tried to avoid arrangements that would strike people outside the guild as funereal or remind them of the Golgari in any way,
said Teysa.
It meant I lost one of our signature colors, but it was worth it for the reactions to the decor. No lilies, no black irises, no mourner's stars.
Well, Zagana found one somewhere. Kaya straightened and was preparing to say more when a commotion from the hall caught her attention. That will be Vanifar, she said, and turned, leaving Teysa alone with the corpse as she walked away. Kaya stepped into the hall, where she found not Vanifar, but a cluster of agency detectives and Ezram. The Archon was standing, wings half-mantled, as he glared at Aurelia. Aurelia saw Kaya and turned away from him, waving one hand in a dismissive gesture. There you are, she said. Vanifar is coming, and Ezram's people are locking down the building. They say Teysa has forbidden anyone to leave the manor grounds. Something has happened. Yes, said Kaya. There was no point in lying. It was inappropriate not to summon the ranking legionnaire immediately. Teysa stepped up beside Kaya, lifted an eyebrow. Kaya glanced at her. The expected explosion, however, did not materialize.
I've been encouraging the house staff to show initiative, said Teysa. I'll have to find out who looked at the situation and correctly intuited a lockdown as my next order. They deserve a bonus for their excellent predictive skills and a scolding for their arrogance.
So there is a reason to lock down the building, asked Aurelia. My people are helping with the lockdown, but they, she waved a dismissive hand at Ezram and the detectives, have no business being involved. They need to let the professionals handle whatever's happening. What is happening, Teysa?
I would prefer to wait for Vanifar before saying anything. You know as well as I do that the walls have ears.
Teysa folded both hands over the top of her cane, and Kaya realized the other woman had positioned herself such that between the two of them, they completely blocked off access to the room behind them. Clever and easily done. Footsteps approached down the hall, accompanied by the soft swishing sounds of protoplasm brushing against the floor. Everyone assembled turned, watching the approach of Vanifar of the Simic. 3 lower-ranked members of the Combine accompanied their leader, who was frowning, looking distinctly unamused. Teysa, what is the meaning of this? She asked. Why did you summon me like a common criminal? Why are the Azorius and the Boros telling my people that we're not allowed to leave?
I was hoping to do this in a less open location, said Teysa. Would you be willing to step into the library?
No, you summoned me without an explanation, then you try to delay offering up the same? I'm sorry, but whatever you have to say, you say it here and now. Teysa frowned, hands tightening again atop her cane.
Then, Vanifar, it is with the deepest of regrets that I inform you that Zagana of the Simic Combine has been killed.
The effect on the gathering crowd, all of whom had known that something terrible had happened, was nothing short of electric. Vanifar swayed, expression one of pure shock. Ezram turned to start snapping orders at his agents as Aurelia snapped her wings fully open, preventing them from getting past her. There's a dangerous killer on the loose, Aurelia shouted. This is not a time for amateur detective work. The Legion will take over from here. The guilds will handle this, as we always have. The agency detectives immediately began to argue. Kaya exchanged a look with Teysa, who looked almost as disgusted as she did by the brewing dispute. If you'll excuse me, said Kaya, voice low and mild, when what she wanted to do was scream. Teysa nodded, staying where she was as Kaya turned and stalked away, vanishing down the hall, leaving the squabbling parties to their fight. The ballroom was largely deserted when Kaya arrived, save for a few servers still milling near the walls. It had never been intended as a center point of the gathering, more a retreat for those who wearied of the celebration and needed a moment away from the crowd. If she hadn't been escaping certain conversations by retreating to the private balcony, she would have been here when Zagana's body was discovered. The grand balcony where the guests of honor had been acknowledged ran all the way along one of the walls of the ballroom, tall glass doors standing open. The sky outside no longer lit up with colored fire, and the sounds drifting from below were very different from the unfettered celebration that had been going on when first she went inside. Walking to the edge, she looked down to see the partygoers standing in long, looping lines, each one ending at a member of the Senate and a glowing Verity circle. They had cast their spells with admirable speed, making Kaya wonder if they hadn't been preparing for something to go wrong tonight. Boros legionnaires stood near the casting mages, protecting them from interference. It would be just like the Azorius and the Boros to come to a party intended to honor the agency prepared to step in and prevent, as Aurelia put it, amateur detective work. She didn't believe the Senate would have started a problem if one hadn't presented itself, but now that they had the chance, they were eager to prove that they were still the law on Ravnica. Nothing ever really changed. The whole plane could have fallen, and the guilds were still desperate to hold on to their authority. And it didn't take a genius to look at the guest list for tonight's celebration and to see that trouble was all but guaranteed. With 8 of the 10 guilds represented, she hadn't seen anyone from House Demir, and the Golgari swarm was similarly absent. The chances of rough edges scraping against one another were incredibly high. She frowned, scanning the crowd again. 8 of 10, but she hadn't seen many Rakdos tonight, had she? Only Judith, glaringly visible in her black and red leathers. Judith, who had vanished before the killing. Troubled, Kaya turned away from the crowd, heading back toward the people she'd left behind in the hall. Whether the Azorius had orchestrated their role in this or not, their Verity circles would prove the guilt or innocence of the attendees in short order. Some of the Boros legionaries supporting the law mages had been holding sheets of paper she assumed were the official guest lists. They wouldn't miss anyone. When she reached the hall, only Ezram remained, his front talons folded in front of him and his narrowed eyes fixed on the coatroom door. He huffed frustrated amusement at Kaya's return. "Everyone in there?" she asked.
Teysa led Vannevar to a private room to take a glass of Cassard and compose herself, he said. One of my people accompanied them, to make sure they're never left alone. The other servants have gone to assist with securing the property and rounding the guests up for questioning. My people are investigating the scene.
"I'll let you know what's going on," Kaya said, and slipped into the room. Barrier wards had been deployed inside the scene, forming lines of protective magic impenetrable to anyone but an authorized investigator. The agency detectives who were already inside were clustered in one corner, all of them looking frustrated and annoyed. Kellen was virtually vibrating with the desire to help the various Azorius members as they tore the room apart, searching every crack and crevice for clues of what had happened here. Kaya winced. Teysa was going to kill them for what they'd done to her wallpaper. Only Zagana's corpse, still in orchestrated repose on her bed of coats, remained untouched, the black iris caged in her palm, her hair spread out around her head like a fanned-out fin. "Well, your willingness to help is appreciated. We don't need Orzhov assistance," said Aurelia, snapping Kaya out of her brief study of the corpse. "We'll find the killer." "I saw the Verity circles lighting up in the courtyard below," said Kaya. "With that sort of speed and efficacy, it seems like the Azorius were planning for trouble." "A party at Karlov Manor, with all the guilds invited to celebrate the agency and a planeswalker?" Aurelia's lip curled. "The invitations might as well have said, 'Trouble guaranteed.' Guilds, Azorius, and Boros both came ready for something to need our attentions." A woman with the Azorius crest on her sleeve pushed past Kaya to Aurelia, bowing her head as she waited for acknowledgement from her superior.
What is it?
War leader, with the exception of the people in this room, Guildmasters Teysa and Vanifar, and the Chief Ezram, everyone has been questioned, said the Azorius anxiously. Even Grand Arbiter Lavinia has allowed herself to be interrogated. She sent me to ask you to agree to do the same. We must all be above reproach.
Can you cast a Verity Circle? Asked Aurelia. Swallowing hard, the young Azorius nodded. Good, then question us and leave us to our investigation. The woman stepped back, almost stumbling, and lifted her hands, murmuring the incantation to call her circle into existence. It snapped up around both Kaya and Aurelia, something for which Kaya was obscurely grateful. With a guildmaster inside the circle, hopefully the questions would be restricted to ones that were relevant to the situation. It would have been all too easy for a law mage who had suffered personal losses in the invasion to ask a few more personal questions before allowing the circle to dispel. The Verity Circle couldn't compel speech, but someone who was caught off guard might say more than they intended. The young guild mage seemed determined to demonstrate the even-handed fairness that was the hallmark of the Senate. Her questions were quick, precise, and calm. Had either of them done harm to Zagana, either directly or indirectly? No. Had either of them killed her? No. Did either of them know who had? No. Did either of them have suspicion of who might have done so? Kaya managed to swallow Judith's name, telling herself that her curiosity didn't rise to the level of suspicion. The Azorius dropped the circle. With your permission, Legionnaire, I'll speak to the investigators. Yes, yes, said Aurelia, waving her off to begin casting her Verity Circles on the other occupants of the room. Kaya, meanwhile, was staring at Aurelia. All that noise about letting the professionals handle things. And you don't have any suspicions? Aurelia turned away. Azorius is handling the investigation, not Boros. I'm just here to keep order, at Lavinia's request, since she can't be in two places at once, and would much rather be searching for answers than supervising someone else. Your guilds did plan this, said Kaya, suspicions confirmed by Aurelia's easy acceptance of her role here. Were you away from Ravnica for so long that you forgot how things work? Asked Aurelia, looking back to her with one eyebrow raised. There have been changes, yes, but the core of the city remains as it always has been. As it always will be. The Azorius keep the law, the Boros enforce it. A group of amateurs playing at protection will never displace us. Kaya glared. The guilds aren't everything. Did you feel that way when you led the Orzhov? If you did, it's no wonder they replaced you at the first opportunity. The guilds are Ravnica. Well then, Ravnica, do you have any idea what happened here, or are you as clueless as the rest of us? Before Aurelia could answer, someone behind the pair cleared their throat. Both women turned. A human man stood in the doorway, skin a few shades lighter than Kaya's, hair dark on top but graying at the temples, dressed in a long azure coat. A few of the Azorius who had already been released from the Verity Circles shot him sour looks. He paid them no mind, attention fixed on Kaya and Aurelia.
I believe I may have some idea of what happened here, he said calmly, as if he were requesting a cup of tea. And you would be... Ah, yes, I see how that might sound.
He stepped into the room, studying Zagana's remains.
Fear not, I've already allowed myself to be interviewed via Verity Circle. I'm not your killer. I may, however, be your savior.
He didn't have an invitation, said the Azorius mage who had been casting the Verity Circles, her tone tight and unhappy. I would have noticed his name on the list. And what name is that? Asked Kaya. She was getting frustrated. This was no time for games.
I'm sorry, did I not say? I'm Alquist Proft. Some people call me the Great Detective Proft, and I have some skill in this arena.
He moved closer to Zagana's body and crouched low to the floor, his eyes flicking rapidly from one aspect of the scene to the next. For all their apparent discomfort, none of the Azorius members in the room objected, while the agency detectives who had been waiting for the opportunity to assist visibly relaxed, clearly trusting the man. Kaya looked at him with new interest.
Has anyone touched the body or its surroundings?
He asked. No, said Aurelia.
In that case, including the flower in her hand, which we can interpret as being representative of the Simic in this specific instance, she has been arranged such that the sign of each guild is visible on the coats beneath her, and a pattern has been formed.
What do you mean? Asked Kaya.
Come here,
he said, beckoning her closer without rising from his position. Kaya obliged, too intrigued to object to his high-handed summons. Once she had stopped beside him, Proft straightened, indicating the body and its surroundings with a sweep of one hand.
Look closely. What do you see?
Zagana and coats, said Kaya dutifully, searching for the pattern Proft had mentioned. Then she blinked, shifting to the side to get a different angle. No matter how she stood, the Dimir logo failed to appear. I don't see Dimir, she said, but there aren't any Dimir in attendance, so that makes sense.
The design incorporates all 10 guild seals, said Proft,
indicating a panel pattern which occurred in various degrees of folded over on several of the coats.
The Golgari are likewise absent from the invite list, but their seal is clearly visible several times. See the way these buckles form the mandibles? I would wager that, if you move her hand, a folded pattern greatly resembling the Dimir seal will have been covered by the position of her arm.
Kaya shook her head. That's a lot of trouble to go through. I can't believe I didn't see that, she said.
You've also failed to spot the one member of House Dimir in attendance.
Kaya startled, ready to object, only to find Proft already looking at her with an earnest lack of judgment. He wasn't criticizing, he was describing the situation as he saw it. Who? She asked. Proft smiled. Convincing Aurelia to stay behind hadn't been difficult, especially not once Ezrim rose and reminded her that she had been the one who wanted to take ownership of the scene. At least now she was allowing the other agency detectives to do their jobs. Proft's revelation having shamed her into accepting their usefulness, however grudgingly. Teysa and Vannifar had yet to put in a return appearance, and while all the guests knew that something was happening by this point, there was no reason for them to suspect murder. Although Proft had somehow suspected and followed his suspicions back to their source, Kaya eyed him speculatively as they descended the stairs to the main floor. He didn't seem to notice. She wasn't fooled. Only a few minutes with him had been enough to illustrate that he noticed everything, however small or inconsequential it might seem.
The Verity Circles were cast and checked according to the guest list, said Proft abruptly. If someone failed to appear on the list and evaded the circles with care, they could easily escape questioning. If it were someone who had a good reason not to want to be questioned under conditions of absolute truth, say a Dimir spy and known assassin, it would be simple to exploit the gaps in our investigation until the gates are unlocked. Honestly, the only thing I don't understand is why the individual in question lingered long enough to be caught by the lockdown. She's far too skilled for that.
Where is she? Asked Kaya. I didn't see anyone wearing Dimir colors.
Did you really think a Dimir agent would make their presence so apparent? I might not have seen her had she not been taking such exquisite care to avoid interaction with the members of the Selesnya Conclave. Given that she was wearing the colors of their guild, they should have been her closest companions, not a reason to step aside.
Oh, said Kaya, scanning the crowd with new eyes. She had fallen so quickly back into the Ravnican way of thinking, where no one would wear the colors of guild they weren't affiliated with unless they were looking for trouble. Members of the Conclave were scattered through the crowd, milling as purposelessly as the other guests who had been questioned but not released. At the base of the stairs, Proft looked around, nodded to himself, and struck out across the party, heading for the fringes, where the lowest-ranking guild members had naturally assembled. Kaya followed closely, watching the crowd as she tried to see whatever it was that he saw, whatever intangible trail he was so intent on following. As they reached the edge of the crowd, Proft motioned for Kaya to step back, then continued onward on his own, moving until a dark-skinned woman in Selesnya green and white was standing almost exactly between them. Her gown was perfectly tailored, fitting precisely to her form, and a beautiful exemplar of the season's fashions. There was no reason for her to have caught anyone's eye apart from admiration or envy. No reason, save for the lack of any guild logo visible on her person. It was a jarring omission, given the precision of the rest of her attire. Makes sense, Kaya thought. There were no laws against wearing another guild's colors. Wearing their shield, on the other hand, could come with consequences.
Miss Etrata, said Proft, taking a step towards the woman. I'm afraid we need to speak with you. Please come with me now.
The woman whipped around, lips drawing back in a hiss, which revealed her impressive vampiric incisors. Her entire demeanor changed in that instant, going from bored socialite to cornered predator. Casting a glance at Kaya, she clearly marked the planeswalker as the greater threat. Charging straight for Proft, she knocked the investigator to the ground and began to cut a straight line through the crowd, heading for the hedge maze. "If she gets in there, we'll never find her," shouted Kaya, already turning to give chase.
Try not to lose sight of her. I'll do what I can to help from here, said Proft,
pushing himself into a sitting position without rising from the ground. Kaya was fast. Etrata, however, was faster, and that, in addition to her head start, put her more than halfway to the hedge maze when Kaya began gaining ground, largely by dint of turning herself intangible to avoid dodging around partygoers. Charging straight through them was more efficient. Still, Etrata was going to beat her to the maze, no question. At least until the world abruptly inverted itself around her, grey cobblestone and gathered revelers being replaced by columns of towering blue light. They were no longer racing toward the hedge maze. Instead, Etrata was running down an alleyway that Kaya knew all too well, deep in the heart of Orzhov territory. The magic, wherever it was coming from, didn't feel malicious or like an elaborate attempt to trick her. In fact, based on the way Etrata was slowing and looking frantically around, scanning the surrounding buildings for a way out, this was helping Kaya more than anything else. She put on another burst of speed, pushing herself to her physical limits. In the sudden silence, her footsteps echoed like rocks dropped into still water. Etrata glanced backward over her shoulder before making an abrupt left turn into what Kaya knew was a dead-end alley. She was within 10 feet of the vampire when the white landscape collapsed around them and Etrata plowed directly into Kellen. The young agency investigator looked surprised, even with clasped arms around the runaway Demir. She struggled and snarled, but he shook his head, not letting go. He was still holding her when Kaya ran up to the pair of them. "What was that?" she asked.
"That was me,"
said a winded voice from behind her. She turned. Proft, clearly exhausted but back up on his feet, was staggering through the semi-dispersed crowd to join them. A further look told her he wasn't injured, just exhausted. "What kind of magic is that?"
"I make what's out here become out there, and I can recreate anything I've ever seen,"
he said, tapping his temple as he looked past her to where Etrata struggled to escape from Kellen.
"Everything all right, young man?"
"Absolutely, sir," said Kellen. "Thank you for helping us apprehend this miscreant." Members of the Azorius Guild were already beginning to converge on their position, with Lavinia at the lead of the largest cluster. Kellen tightened his grip, jaw jutting out briefly in stubborn determination. Proft stepped forward, setting a hand gently on his arm.
"This is no time to stand our ground," he said. "They found nothing, we found a possible culprit. They didn't assist in the chase, you captured her. The agency doesn't need the glory if we can have the satisfaction of knowing that without us, none of this would have been possible."
Kellen nodded grudgingly. Lavinia drew close enough to speak.
"Remand the suspect to Azorius custody at once,"
she said, voice ringing over the courtyard. Kellen released Etrata, standing next to Kaya and Proft as she was swiftly apprehended again by the waiting Azorius. The three of them remained where they were, watching as Etrata was hauled away. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 3, Shadows of Regret, by Shannon McGuire. The party was pretty much over after that. Etrata's removal from the grounds of Karlov Manor took almost no time at all in the grand scheme of things. Long enough for everyone to see what was happening, long enough for several members of the Selesnya conclave to approach Teysa, nearly frantic with the need to make it clear that Etrata wasn't with them. They hadn't smuggled her into the party, this was not their doing, they had been betrayed as much as anyone else. Not perhaps as much as Zagana, who would never be betrayed by anyone ever again, but as much as Teysa, as much as the agency, as much as anyone else who was innocent of all wrongdoing. Tasa's wards should have kept anyone from leaving. Karlov Manor wasn't the seat of Orzhov power, but it was the seat of her power, and here, her word was absolute law. But when Azorius mages who had grabbed Etrata marched her to the gate and pulled her out, nothing stopped them. No other members of House Demir appeared to demand the release of one of their own. As during the run for the coat room, Kaya would have sworn Teysa was nowhere nearby. The tap of the other woman's walking stick against the stones of the courtyard was the only warning she had that she was wrong, and if she hadn't been so attuned to the sound, she would have missed it under the rising hubbub of voices. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Everyone wanted to know why a Demir assassin had led Teysa's pet planeswalker on a merry chase through what was supposed to be a celebration, dressed as a member of the Selesnya Conclave no less, and into that ridiculous magic of Profts. Only a few members of the agency had seen it in action before, and while they were quietly smug about how elegantly he'd applied it to the task at hand, the remaining Azorius looked more annoyed than anything else. Kaya supposed that wasn't much of a surprise. Proft had been their asset before he chose to go off and ply his talents with the agency, and if there was one thing she knew about guilds, it was that they didn't like losing resources, especially these days, with everyone running close to the bone as it was. Kaya resisted the urge to glance at Teysa as she stepped up on Kaya's right, leaning heavily on her stick. The evening had taken a lot out of her.
"You let them leave," said Kaya. "Following our colleagues at the agency into the investigative arts?"
asked Teysa.
"It seemed impolitic to imprison the members of another guild while they were apprehending a killer. They're my wards, I can open them for anyone I like. I would have opened them for you if you'd tried to follow."
"You can't hold me here without my consent."
"No, I suppose I never could I? Out of all of us, you remain the one who can just walk away any time you want to."
Teysa's expression sobered. Kaya managed not to flinch. Somehow, without coming anywhere close to mentioning them by name, Teysa had managed to invoke the shades of Jace and Vraska, the other two people who'd walked away from Ravnica, the two who hadn't come back, the two who never would. What was she doing? She didn't belong here anymore. She might have said as much, but Teysa looked directly at her, heartbreaking shadows in her eyes, and said,
"I'm grateful that you stayed."
"I said I would," said Kaya, looking away. "How is Vannifar?"
"Shaken but recovering," said Teysa. "She's moving past grief and into outrage. I wouldn't want to be the person who did this. They're likely to find the entire weight of the Simic crashing down upon them, and there's no one in a position to leaven Vannifar's wrath. She and Zagana fought over the future of the Simic Combine, but they were sisters in their way. There were deep bonds of loyalty and affection there. Vannifar won't allow this to go unanswered."
"No, I can't imagine that she would. What did you want to talk to me about before?" Teysa hesitated, glancing at the party-goers milling around them. Even as they clumped back into groups and began drifting towards the exits, some were heading for the manor, others for the gates, depending on whether they'd left anything inside, and Kaya found herself wondering, somewhat uselessly, what the agency intended to do about the coats that had been left under Zagana's body. Proft, who had been standing nearby and observing this entire interaction with dismayingly keen eyes, apparently had the same thought. He straightened and hurried back towards the manor, leaving Teysa and Kaya alone in the thinning crowd.
"The news will be everywhere by morning," said
Teysa bitterly.
"Come celebrate what a great job the guilds did of protecting us all, by watching them fail to protect one of their own."
"I'm sure people will understand that this wasn't your fault," said Kaya. Teysa shot her a sharp look.
"You know better."
She did. She still had hope. Hope that the wounds of war were healing. Hope that the old wounds of Ravnica might be healing at the same time. Torn scar tissue could sometimes heal into something cleaner than the initial injury if conditions were right. Maybe the conditions were right. "Before, on the balcony, there was something you wanted to say to me," said Kaya. "Or tell me. Can you tell me now?" Teysa sighed.
Stay long enough for the news to break and to see that the ripples don't wash us all away, and I'll call for you," she said. "I do want to tell you, it's just, this isn't the time."
Kaya looked at her carefully. She seemed sincere. Teysa was a born politician, but even politicians can have their moments of vulnerability. 3 days, she said, finally. Then, if you haven't called me, I come looking.
Deal,
said Teysa. 3 days slipped steadily by. Kaya returned to her rented room, refusing Teysa's offer of a guest chamber at the manor, and Teysa, perhaps understanding that pressing the matter would be a good way to make Kaya leave the plane, hadn't pushed the issue. During the day she wandered the streets, enjoying the familiar tastes of Ravnican street food and strong coffee, laced with cream and lavender honey, and listened to the people who didn't know her well enough to bite their tongues. Rumors swirled in the streets, bitter, writhing things with teeth that snap and bite. There had been a theft at the Orzhov party, they said. Some guild member had lost a precious heirloom and was going to be furious until it could be reclaimed. There had been a betrayal. An affair had been uncovered. All manner of crimes had apparently happened on the grounds of Karlov Manor, and because both the agency and the Azorius had been present, both groups were being spoken of with uncommon disdain. Anyone known to have been in attendance moved at the center of a hurricane of flattery and sweet-tongue requests for more information. Most people, lacking true gossip to share, invented more and more outlandish stories, knowing that there was no one who could contradict them. Kaya listened to them all, frowned to herself, and said nothing. The less attention she attracted now, the better. Because they didn't just talk about the party, although that was the most recent glorious scandal, and somewhat less raw than the wounds of war. They talked about the Phyrexian invasion, and how the Planeswalkers had failed them all. After spending years safe in the knowledge that the average person didn't know what a Planeswalker was, and thus couldn't have opinions on them, Kaya was now faced with a reality where everyone knew, and almost everyone disapproved. It was uncomfortable enough that she was almost relieved when, on the morning of the third day, a messenger from the agency came looking for her. She was positioned in a tiny coffee shop, listening to the morning news. The word murder was finally starting to circulate. That, combined with the unusual scarcity of Simic Combine members, was attracting attention, and pulling the gossips away from their ongoing discussions of the war. "Ma'am," said the messenger, stopping a few feet away, virtually vibrating as he waited to be acknowledged. Kaya took one last lingering sip of her coffee before turning to face him, blinking when she saw his face. "Agent Kellen? Why did they send you?" "Were you expecting the agency to send someone?" asked Kellen, blinking earnestly. "I thought they might, so I've been staying where I'd be easy to find," said Kaya. She rose, regretfully leaving her half-finished coffee behind. "I assume Detective Proft would like to speak with me about what happened." She knew all too well how many ears would be perking up and turning in her direction, their owners attracted by mention of the agency, hoping to catch some juicy scrap of information. "No, actually," said Kellen. "He isn't much on sharing his thoughts with other people when he doesn't have to. No, it's the chief who would like to speak to you." Kaya caught herself before blurting out, "Ezrim?" Let the gossips wonder a little longer. Instead, she nodded and beckoned for Kellen to follow her out of the shop. Once they were on the street, and a little less obvious of a target for busybodies, she asked, "Why did you come yourself? They just honored you for your service. You should rank above playing message boy." "Oh," said Kellen, "I asked them to send me." "What? Why?" "I wanted to speak with you." Kaya blinked, not sure how she was supposed to respond to that. Kellen started walking towards the agency headquarters, and she automatically followed, still trying to process her thoughts. "Why?" she asked finally. "I've read your file. You're not from here." He waved a hand, indicating the city around them. "Ravnica, I mean. You're from someplace much farther away." "You're allowed to say Planeswalker, you know. It's not a bad word," said Kaya. Kellen looked briefly abashed. "Sorry, yes, you're a Planeswalker. So is my father. I hoped you might... I wonder if you might know where he is." Kaya stopped walking. Kellen continued for several more steps before he noticed and turned to face her. "What?" he asked. "Your father is... Who is your father?" "Please don't let him say a name I know," she added silently. "Please, if there's any mercy left in the blind eternities, he won't name one of the dead." "His name is Oko," he said. "He's one of the Fae." "A stranger, then." "Sorry, I don't know him." She could see the disappointment in his eyes, even as the relief flowed through her. "You're the second planeswalker I've talked to who said that. I thought, well, the agency has all sorts of information. I thought they might know something, if he's ever passed through here." "And no luck?" Kellen only shook his head. "The filing system is... complicated. Just keep looking, okay, kid? And if I ever run into him, I'll tell him that you're trying to find him," said Kaya. Kellen gave her a fragile, sidelong smile. "Thank you," he said. "That would mean a lot." The floating, angular shape of the agency headquarters loomed in front of them. Streams of water cascaded from the base, falling into channels that had been designed to catch them before they could flood the streets. Agency mounts stood at the ready, ferrying agents up and down. Kellen led Kaya through the queue, up to the door, and past the security check, escorting her down the hall to Ezram's office before he said, "I'll see you when you're done with the boss," and left her alone. Kaya hesitated, looking at the closed door. Waiting wouldn't make this happen any faster, so, gingerly, she raised her hand and knocked.
"Enter!"
boomed Ezram from inside. Kaya took a deep breath and stepped through the door, not bothering to open it first. Ezram's office had been designed with his ever-present companion in mind. In addition to a massive desk and several traditional chairs for visitors, the back third or so of the space had been turned into something close to a stable, with straw on the floor under a heap of pillows that formed a sort of lounging chair. Not that Ezram was currently lounging. The Great Archon was sitting on the back of his steed, twisted to face the desk, sorting a pile of papers. Kaya realized with a small start that she didn't know whether Ravnican Archons were a single conjoined being or a pair of individuals who simply chose to never be apart for any reason. She had never seen Ezram dismounted, nor any other Archon of Ravnica knocked from their partners in combat. If they were one creature, this office was a symbol of practical necessity, not one of consideration. "You called for me, sir?" she asked, folding her hands behind her back and standing at attention.
"I did,"
said Ezram before falling silent. Kaya recognized the ensuing silence as a prompt for her to say something, and so she stood a little straighter and said nothing at all. She was happy to come when called for, but that didn't mean she worked for Ezram. She didn't technically owe him anything. If he wanted her to talk, he could ask her a question. After enough time had passed for the silence to become uncomfortable, Ezram cleared his throat and said,
"You're not a member of the agency."
"No, sir."
"But you're a well-known problem solver. The Orzhov have always spoken highly of your problem-solving abilities."
Somehow she doubted the always in that sentence. Kaya smiled thinly and said, "Thank you, sir."
"Because of your position as a former guild leader, the guilds will view you as largely neutral in this situation. You had no known grudges against either the Simic Combine or House Demir."
"No, sir. I get on reasonably well with both guilds."
"Taysa called us both to that party to try to lend us what legitimacy she had to offer. I as the head of the agency, and you as a former guildmaster. And a planeswalker. You're aware that your kind are not presently well regarded in Ravnica. I believe even Guildmaster Zarek has encountered issues of late."
"I'm aware, sir," said Kaya.
"I would like you to assume leadership of this investigation. You would have access to any resources you need, including my staff, and I believe you would need some sort of lever to remove Detective Proft from the case. He doesn't let go of a puzzle once his interest has been aroused. While the assassin Atrata has been detained, we still don't know who ordered the killing or why, and she continues to insist that she has no memory of the deed.
Caius said nothing. For once, Ezram didn't allow the pause to stretch out.
Your involvement could only help to redeem public opinion of the Planeswalkers who couldn't save us when we needed them most.
No.
I'm sorry, what?
No. It's a complete sentence and you know what it means. No, I won't help you with this. I've done more than enough already. Thank you for your concern about my reputation. She turned on her heel and stalked out of the office, once more without opening the door. Ezram didn't call her back. Kellen was gone, probably elsewhere in the building doing his actual job, but it felt like every other eye at the agency was fixed on her as she lifted her chin and walked back down the hall to the door, leaving their silences and unwanted requests behind. The sooner she was out of Ravnica, the better. The agency had been established to investigate crimes without the bias of guild affiliation tainting their discoveries. Criminals, whether proven or strongly suspected, were remanded to Azorius custody to be held in appropriate conditions. As Proft stood waiting for the Azorius law mage guarding the door to finish checking his papers and let him through, he couldn't help regretting the years he'd spent doing precisely the same thing.
Everything seems to be in order, said the law mage finally.
3 layers of security had looked over Proft's paperwork, none of them finding any issues. At least this one was too new to the guild to have overlapped his tenure. People who remembered him, dressed in their own colors, tended to be even more insufferable when confronted with what they saw as him begging them for access. You can go in. The door unlocked at the law mage's words, and Proft nodded, reclaiming his papers.
Excellent performance of duty,
he said, trying to restrain his tone as he stepped into the final hall between him and his destination. Atrata's cell was the only one occupied in this block, leaving her entirely isolated save for her guards, none of whom were likely to indulge her in conversation. She looked up at Proft's approach, abandoning what looked like the rapt contemplation of a spider that was making its way across the wall.
Consumed by fellow feeling? He asked.
We're nothing alike, the spider and I, she said. It can leave whenever it desires. No one punishes it for following its nature. No one imprisons it. It does as it likes, and always shall.
Until someone smashes it flat.
I suppose. Come to gloat, have you? The victor reveling in his conquest?
I want to, he admitted. It has brought me pleasure in the past, the gloating. Gloating is the glass of bombat the soul consumes when it succeeds. But this time, there are too many things I still can't explain. Too many little inconsistencies. Too many unanswered questions. I know your reputation.
Atrata stared at him, apparently bewildered by his sudden change of directions. Many people do. Your point?
My point would be, the people who know about you speak very highly of your skills. You're supposedly one of the best that House Demir has to offer, the cream of their crop, as it were. Please, for the sake of my unsettled thoughts, will you tell me why you chose to kill such a prominent target in such a public way? Not to mention the theatrics surrounding the body. You had plenty of time to commit the murder and make your escape, but you remained on the grounds even before the wards were raised to prevent your exit. That isn't the work of a professional. Why commit such a grievous crime in such a manner and not make your escape while you could?
Atrata looked at him, unblinking. That's not what you really want to know, is it? Her tone was mild, her words acid-tipped and unforgiving. Ask the real question, detective. Somehow, she turned his title into an insult. Proft was unfazed.
How were you able to trick the Verity Circles during your interview? If they've been defeated, the guilds need to know.
Worried about losing one of your tools against the criminal underworld? Atrata mimed, wiping away a tear. However would Ravnica survive without your little parlor tricks?
Please.
Etrata paused, briefly taken aback by the sincerity in his tone. He went on. You've been caught. I'm not asking you to give away the secrets of your house. I'll have nothing to do with your trial or sentencing. But the city is already splintered enough. There's no trust lost between the individual guilds, or between the guilds and the citizens. We need to know that the Verity circles, that something in this city, can be trusted.
Etrata looked away. Kaya walked back to her rented room with her head down and her shoulders tight, hating the feeling of eyes on her skin, hating the feeling of isolation from a city that should have been hers, that had been hers for so long. Gods and monsters, she was ready to go. This place wasn't her home anymore. Maybe it had never been her home in the first place. A courier in Orzhov colors stood outside the rental house, young enough to have only the faintest blush of stubble painting his cheeks, glancing anxiously around as he waited. When he saw Kaya, he brightened and hurried toward her, quick and awkward, almost stumbling over his own feet. "Master Planeswalker!" he said, once he was close enough to address her without shouting. Even as she inwardly winced at the address, Kaya supposed it made sense. She wasn't a guild master anymore, and the normal honorifics for a former Orzhov guild leader didn't apply to her since she wasn't dead either. Addressing her without respect could have been taken as a grave insult, and in the absence of any other role on Ravnica, he had defaulted to the one he knew. It was the safest choice. She didn't have to like it. "Yes?" she asked. "Guildmaster Karlov requests your presence at the manor." "Guess I'm just popular today." The courier blinked at her, clearly confused. "Pardon?" "Nothing, never mind. Just let me get something from my room. Did she give you any additional messages for me?" "This," he said, producing a sealed note from inside his pocket and offering it to her with a small, satisfied nod. He had done his job, and as soon as she took the letter, he could go. Kaya took the note, not breaking the seal as she tucked it into her shirt. "Will you be escorting me?" "She said you would know the way." She was right about that. Another method of avoiding insulting her. She was so tired of Ravnican manners. When she was done here, maybe she could go to Kaldheim for a while, where no one was worried about insulting anyone else, unless it was with a fist to the face. Or Innistrad, far less etiquette and propriety involved. "Well, thank you for finding me so quickly." She produced a coin from her pocket and passed it to the courier, who surreptitiously checked the value before he made it disappear. "Thank you kindly," he said, and emulated the gesture of the coin as he vanished into a nearby alley. Kaya shook her head in reluctant fondness before making her way inside. She needed to change her shirt before she went to the manor. Manners again, but propriety must be observed. Well in the privacy of her room, she broke the seal on Tace's note and opened it. "It's time for the discussion that we couldn't have during the gala. I'm so sorry it's taken this long. It's not safe for me to write anything down. Please come at once. Come alone. Thank you for staying. I know you did it for my sake more than Ravnica's, and I appreciate it more than you can know. Your friend after everything, Teysa."
Tace's signature was a nasty scrawl. Kaya frowned as she concealed the note beneath her pillow, quickly changed her clothes, and left. Time to head for the manor. Time to finish this. No one stopped her as she hurried through the streets to Karlov Manor, and she found the gates already unlocked for her, the wards having been adjusted to allow her passage. The walk up the driveway seemed like the most intolerable part of her journey, needlessly long, designed only to impress and intimidate. As if the manor weren't impressive enough entirely on its own merits. The topiary alone would send most thieves running, and the building seemed to loom, watching every step she took. Kaya continued onward into the house, which had been left unlocked for her arrival. She looked around, half expecting Teysa to be waiting for her, but saw no signs of the other woman or of her staff. The manor was eerily quiet, with no one in attendance or rushing to announce her. Feeling a strange tightness in her stomach, Kaya started up the stairs. Teysa wouldn't want to have this meeting in one of the public areas of the house, or on the balcony. Anything too important to be written down would be left to her private quarters, the rooms she reserved for herself alone. She had a parlor there, small and elegant, outfitted for meetings of precisely this type. Kaya knew her well enough to be certain she would find her there. The strange silence and stillness persisted as she made her way along the hall. Teysa must have sent the staff away before this meeting. Whatever she had to discuss, she wanted absolutely no risk that they'd be overheard. The door to Teysa's private parlor stood slightly ajar. Kaya moved toward it, hesitating for an instant when she caught the scent of blood in the air. That hesitation was more than balanced by the speed with which she threw herself at the door and into the room beyond, where she stopped, clapping a hand over her mouth to contain the scream she could feel building in her chest, and simply stared. Teysa was there, sprawled on the floor next to the desk where she received visitors. She had been waiting for Kaya, that much was clear. Her eyes were still open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and the shattered shaft of her walking stick protruded from her chest, slick with blood. More of that same blood stained her hands, where she had tried to pull the makeshift spear out before she bled to death. Teysa was gone. Knees threatening to buckle and drop her to the floor, Kaya staggered into the room, heading for the body of her friend. Death wasn't the end, not for the Orzhov, but Teysa, for all her entanglements with the dead, had always been one of the most vitally alive people Kaya knew. And all that was over now, another friend gone, another body to bury. Something crunched under Kaya's foot, stopping her. She looked down. One of the elegant maiden statues Teysa kept on display in the parlor had been knocked over in whatever altercation happened here, and lay in pieces. That felt like a desecration of Teysa's space to accompany the desecration of her body, and looking at it seemed easier than looking at her friend's body. Kaya knelt, beginning to collect the ceramic shards. A piece of paper was buried among the mess. Kaya frowned, setting what she'd gathered aside as she picked it up carefully, then froze again, her chest tightening as the world narrowed to a single point. She could hear her heart hammering in her ears, the rushing of her blood like the sound of a distant sea, and if it hadn't been for Teysa's wards, she would have dropped straight through the floor, losing control of her phasing in the face of her panic. The writing was clearly Teysa's. Kaya knew the little smear at the bottom of each line. The script, however, the script was Phyrexian. Kaya breathed harder and harder, hand closing convulsively around the note and wrinkling it. She couldn't leave. Teysa was dead. Teysa might have been working with Phyrexia, and she couldn't leave. She had to go back to Ezram. She had to tell him she was in this after all. She always had been. "I didn't," said Etrata.
Proft frowned. "But when you were questioned within the Verity Circle, you said you didn't kill her."
"Because I didn't." Etrata tilted her head back until it hit the wall. "I snuck into the party because House Demir needed someone to be our eyes, and it seemed like an amusing evening. I had no targets. I had no assignments. I had a plate of those meat-filled pastries with the cheese on top. They were lovely." Proft made a frustrated sound. "Didn't you try them? I'm sorry." Etrata seemed to decide to stop toying with him then. She sighed and said, "If I killed her, I don't remember it. I didn't come there to kill anyone. And I don't assassinate for free."
"You didn't?"
Proft paused, mind whirling. Ravnican law was very clear. If mind control or magic had been used to force Etrata's action, she was no more culpable than a knife. She might be the weapon, but she wasn't the killer. The case remained open. The puzzle remained unsolved.
"Will you help me clear your name?"
Etrata looked at him. "The guilds need their pound of flesh. There is no clearing my name."
Swear you'll help me,
said Proft insistently.
You can't fix this.
I am Alquist Proft, and I will risk my name to clear yours. Now swear.
Etrata blinked, then frowned.
As much as I can, you have my word.
Then come, we have work to do.
He made a few simple motions, twisting his fingers through the air, and the lock on her cell sprang open with a click.
Poof, only a quadro-anarchic theory lock? They're getting sloppy.
He straightened his cufflinks.
You're a trained assassin. You can get out of here without being seen.
Slowly, her frown became a smile.
And where am I going?
My home, he said, and gave her the address. I'll see you there.
Etrata nodded before stepping out of the cell and melting into the shadows. Proft turned to go, fixing a look of irritation on his face.
I was promised a prisoner, he said, loudly striding towards the door. Not an empty cell.
The chaos that followed would allow them both to make their exits. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 4, Justice Before Mercy, by Shannon Maguire. Taysa's body had yet to cool. When Kaya found the strength to move, when her frozen legs began responding to her commands, although her feet refused to quite solidify, bits of broken statue on the floor passed through them as she approached the desk. She crossed the office to her fallen friend, brushing her fingertips across Taysa's cheek. She was no stranger to death, hadn't been even before her time in Ravnica, and she knew what had to happen now. She also knew these might be the only moments she had to study the scene undisturbed before the rest of the household came rushing in. Kaya circled the desk to Taysa's side, not letting herself touch the body again. Her claims of innocence would be easier to believe if she didn't have blood on her hands. Taysa's expression was pained, which was to be expected, but oddly peaceful, as if she had seen this coming on some level, and had been prepared to face it.
Is this what you wanted to talk about? Kaya asked. Gods and monsters, Taysa. You could have called me sooner. You could have, we could have, whatever happened, it didn't have to. Whatever you did, we could have...
She stopped. Debating with the dead was only productive when the dead could answer back. Most people who were going to return as ghosts didn't do so immediately upon their deaths. Loss of the physical body caused disorientation, and adapting to an insubstantial, spectral existence caused even more. Still, the more powerful the magic and will of the deceased, the more quickly they were likely to adapt. Grappling with the idea of a Ravnica that didn't contain Taysa troubled Kaya. She wasn't a spirit medium, not really. Her magic followed other channels. But she had been an Orzhov oligarch, and their dead recognized her authority, at least to the degree of being willing to speak with her. She straightened, reluctantly pulling herself away from the shell of her friend.
Taysa Karlov, I would like to speak with you,
she said, forcing her voice not to tremble. Taysa's ghost did not do her the courtesy of appearing. Instead, a thinly sketched female figure drifted through one of the walls, dressed in the simple attire of an Orzhov servant, clearly having been permitted passage by the house wards. She moved toward Kaya, hands folded demurely in front of herself.
Master Taysa is not entertaining guests at this time,
she said, voice as much sigh as sound. Kaya bit the inside of her cheek for a moment before saying,
I was invited. Is she going to be that rude?
The ghost woman glanced up, briefly alarmed.
Master Taysa is not entertaining guests at this time,
she repeated.
But you know where she is.
The woman did not reply. Kaya scowled.
You do know where she is.
If Taysa had been killed by a sufficiently powerful rival, her spirit could be imprisoned somewhere, ready to be exploited by her enemies. The ghost woman looked down again.
Master Taysa is not entertaining guests at this time.
This was getting old fast. Kaya sighed.
Where is everyone, anyway? No one came to greet me or shake me down for bribes when I came in.
and that's not right.
Master Teysa gave the living servants the day off in anticipation of your arrival.
So you can say other things. That's good. Did you see what happened?
No,
said the ghost.
You are the first living person I've seen since the staff was dismissed.
That didn't mean as much as it could have, but it was something. Kaya looked at Teysa's body again, refusing to allow herself the luxury of denial.
Who leads the Orzhov now?
She asked.
Master Teysa remains our guildmaster,
said the ghost.
Our charter makes no distinction between her current state and any other.
I didn't kill her.
We are aware.
As the ghost spoke, more figures appeared around the edges of the room, half-sketched and unclear.
We will tell the law mages and investigators who are bound to come that this was not a power struggle between past and present leaders. Your innocence proves itself.
Kaya scoffed, stuffing the crumpled Phyrexian note into her pocket. Stealing evidence was wrong, but allowing anyone else to see it before she knew what was really going on was somehow even worse. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, maybe Teysa had been innocent of this at least, if she'd never been innocent of anything else in her life.
Not everyone's going to think that, she said. Teysa stole the guild out from under me while I was off plane.
Some people are going to assume I came to get my own back.
Orzhov's dead, no you didn't, and she is still our master. We are all that matters here.
Tell that to the law. Kaya knew a Verity Circle would clear her in an instant, but she didn't want to be questioned in the first place. She didn't want to be standing here next to the body of her friend with a note in Phyrexian script in her pocket. She wanted to run. That was the problem. And that was why she couldn't run. Even if she didn't owe her presence to Ravnica, she owed it to Teysa. She owed it to herself.
When they come here, we will,
the ghost who had come to her call averred. Kaya sighed. Then I'd best go tell them they need to be on their way. I know I don't give the orders, but please don't let anyone in here unless it's the agency or a representative from the Senate. Teysa deserves to be left with a little dignity. The ghost hesitated before she replied.
We can do that.
Thank you, said Kaya, and walked past the ghosts, leaving the room, leaving Teysa behind. As before, her feet phased with every step, passing cleanly through the ceramic shards littering the rug. When she reached the door, she paused, but didn't look back. In the end, Kaya just kept walking. The agency headquarters were in chaos when Kaya arrived, having taken a hired carriage to get her there more quickly. She frowned at the scene, investigators swarming like hornets whose nest had just been kicked. They formed clumps, trading news and angry words, then split apart and came together again, in new formations. It didn't look like much work was getting done. Whatever had them so upset seemed to take priority over everything else. Kaya tipped her driver before heading for the waiting mounts intended to take guests up to the building, careful to avoid the densest clusters of agitated agents. None of the investigators she knew were in the crowd, and this wasn't the place to announce Teysa's murder. A few people glanced at her with varying degrees of curiosity and suspicion. She kept moving, riding her borrowed steed to the entrance and heading inside. The security desk was currently unoccupied, and the halls buzzed with the same furious energy as the street. Kaya frowned again. Maybe something had happened while she was at Karlov Manor, something more than the death of a guild leader. If the agency knew about Teysa, she never would have been able to make it up the stairs without someone at least asking her what she needed. As there was no one to question her presence, she continued onward to Ezrim's office. The door was ajar, and raised voices came from inside, all talking over one another, until nothing distinct could be understood.
"Quiet!"
snapped Ezrim, booming voice cutting across the commotion.
"Yes, we have good reason to be angry, and yes, we were demeaned by the people who have proven themselves as unprofessional as they accused us of being. But this serves nothing. Etrata is still missing. The Azorius seized our investigation right out from under us, locking us out of the investigative process as much as possible, only to lose our only suspect. Yelling at each other changes neither of these things.
So what does change them? Asked a voice Kaya didn't recognize.
Doing our jobs.
Ezram spoke each word as if it were unbreakable law. Commotion broke out again, louder than before, and Kaya began to turn away. She couldn't burst in and demand the position she'd previously declined. She needed to follow the rules. Flouting them in front of an Archon was a good way to get ejected from the building, and she needed to be here. Still silent, she made her way back the way she had come. The clusters of fiercely arguing investigators had rearranged themselves into entirely new formations. Kaya scanned them as she walked, pausing when she caught a glimpse of a familiar head of dark hair. Kellen, the agent who had helped catch Etrata during the party. He was holding his own in an argument against 3 other investigators, clearly unhappy, but not yet moved to anger. He was perfect. "Apologies," said Kaya, inserting herself into their group and taking Kellen's arm. "I need him." Kellen looked confused but didn't resist her pulling him away. The other investigators promptly closed the gap made by his absence, continuing their argument without missing a beat. "Thank you for the save," he said once they were far enough down the hall that the others wouldn't hear. "People are mad, and they're starting to say things they don't mean." "What happened?" "Detective Proft went to speak with a prisoner in Azorius custody. When he got there, she was gone. They can't tell us where she went. A few of them have even gone so far as to imply that Proft may have had something to do with her disappearance." Kellen sounded personally offended by this challenge to his colleague's honor. Then he paused, frowning. "Did you need something?" "Yes," said Kaya. "I need you to get me in to see Ezram. He's a bit busy right now." "Please, it's important." Kellen blinked. "All right," he said. "He'll probably welcome the interruption." When they reached the partially open door, Kellen knocked, a quick rap of his knuckles that silenced the ongoing argument.
"Can I help you?"
called Ezram. "Planeswalker Kaya is here, and she says she needs to speak with you," said Kellen.
"Clear the room,"
barked Ezram. Several disgruntled agency investigators trickled out of the office, some directing glares at Kaya and Kellen. More quietly, Ezram called,
"You may come in now."
Beckoning Kellen to follow, Kaya stepped into the office. Ezram was settled behind his desk, rather than astride his mount, which answered a few questions about Archons, even as it raised several more, which was lounging on the pillows, watching the scene with sharp eyes. The office was otherwise in reasonable condition, with only a few out-of-place papers to indicate anything had happened.
"Close the door,"
said Ezram. Kellen did as asked, while Kaya stepped forward to face Ezram. "I changed my mind," she said. "I would like to take point on this investigation." Silence stretched between them. Finally, Ezram said,
"You realize the situation has changed?"
"I do. The investigator made me aware."
"Then you understand this will be substantially more difficult than it would have been when I first asked you?"
"Yes."
"There is a chance the Azorius—"
"Teysa Karlov has been murdered." Ezram stopped, shocked into silence. Kaya took a step forward. "I found her body. I'm willing to submit to questioning within a Verity Circle to confirm I was not responsible. I'd gone to meet her. She had something she wanted to talk about." The note felt like it was burning a hole in her pocket, but handing it over to someone else, even Ezram, would have felt like admitting Teysa had conspired against the city, and she couldn't do that. At least this way, someone attached to the investigation would know about it, even if she wasn't admitting it to anyone until she absolutely must. On the other side of the office, Kellen made a small, confused sound. Kaya and Ezram turned toward him. Kellen's cheeks reddened as he looked away from their combined gazes.
"You had something to add, investigator,"
rumbled Ezram. No, yes, I mean, it's just that Teysa Karlov was head of the Orzhov." "Yes," said Kaya. "Believe me, I knew that better than anyone else you could ask." "So, if she's dead, she's a ghost now," said Kellen, with an almost painful earnestness. "Shouldn't you be able to, summon her and ask who killed her?" "There are a few problems with that," said Kaya. First off, I'm not a necromancer. I can interact with ghosts, and can sort of become a ghost without dying, which is a useful trick. I can talk to ghosts, but I can't summon them just because. I can ask politely when I'm dealing with Orzhov ghosts, and I already tried calling Teysa. In the study, Teysa's skin still warm, her blood still red. Kaya shook off the memory. I know she warded her own soul. It's standard practice for high-ranking Orzhov. It keeps their rivals from calling them back and binding them after they die. I'm not a medium. I can't break through her wards. Teysa will appear when she wants to. Until then, she's out of the picture. Kellen frowned. Why wouldn't she want us to know who killed her? Quite a few reasons. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe it was one of her own. The Orzhov aren't always great at involving the other guilds in intra-guild affairs. If she was careless enough for someone to get the drop on her, this is how their leadership has changed before. Kaya fixed her attention back on Ezram. An answer, please.
I asked you to lead the investigation, not give me orders.
That's why I said, please. Ezram sighed.
You know I'll have to tell the Azorius about the death of Guildmaster Karlov.
I know.
This can't stay a private Orzhov matter, not with 2 high-ranking guild officials dead in less than a week.
I know that too.
If their investigation finds something you don't like, or determines Guildmaster Karlov took her own life as part of some Orzhov power play.
She didn't, said Kaya with absolute conviction. If the Azorius find something I don't like, I'll accept it, and we'll go from there. I've had a lot of experience accepting things I don't like. But Teysa did not orchestrate her own murder.
Very well, said Ezram. You returned before I could locate someone else to head the investigation. The position's yours. Your first task is to speak with the only other member of guild leadership known to have been at the party who has yet to check in with us. Judith of the Rakdos.
Given the unique nature of her position, she may have interpreted your calls as not applying to her, said Kaya delicately. Ezram snorted.
She's happy to serve as a speaker for her guild in all other circumstances. She knew we wanted to talk to her. You begin with her. Inspector Kellen, you'll accompany her. Make sure everything proceeds according to protocol. We will solve this, and the Azorius will regret defaming us.
Kaya exchanged a look with Kellen. An investigation beginning in Rakdos territory was an investigation of interest, if nothing else. Yes, sir, she said. I guess we're partners now, said Kellen as he walked Kaya back toward the door, sounding entirely too happy about the idea. She frowned at him. He shrugged. This is big, and it's interesting, and I joined the agency because I like interesting things. I thought it was because you wanted to learn more about your father. He's an interesting thing, Kellen smiled lopsidedly. When you and Detective Proft caught that assassin, it was the most interesting thing I'd seen in weeks. Murder isn't interesting, it's tragic and sad. But a foot chase through a crowded party, that's fascinating. I'm just glad I could help. Kaya gave him a sidelong look, fighting the urge to answer his smile with one of her own. There was something about him that lifted her spirits, something untroubled and untainted by the terrible events of the last year. It was easy to take him at face value. That was something she didn't encounter nearly often enough. It was soothing. The commotion in the halls was still going, and Kellen skirted a new path around the edges of the building to avoid the worst of it, taking them past a large room with shimmering sheets of static force instead of walls. The space inside the static was filled with shelves, each loaded with its own assortment of containment capsules. Kellen saw her looking. That's where we put evidence relating to ongoing investigations, he said. If the case is solved, the evidence gets processed, neutralized when necessary, and removed from our care. Until that happens, we keep it here, where it can't hurt anyone. Kaya blinked. What keeps people from just walking in and taking it? Anyone breaching the walls will trigger an alarm, and the walls will turn solid to trap them inside, said Kellen. No one who tried it would be able to get out of the vault. Even someone with your abilities would find themselves stuck with an entire building full of angry agents between them and the exit. You mean phasing, yes? Of course! Because I doubt that thing will stop a planeswalker from leaving Ravnica entirely. Kellen shrugged. If we start thinking in terms of needing to stop planeswalkers, there's no security left on the plane, he said. Ravnica learned that when the invasion came. Kaya winced at his tone. I'm sure it's not a real concern. I was just curious. I'm sorry. It's nothing, he said, shaking off his momentary unhappiness as if it never happened. He indicated to one of the containment capsules. That's the main reason I'd worry right now. That's where we're containing the Gruul god we've detained until we finished wrapping up the case, and can prove to the Boros that it's not going to go rampage again. If that broke open inside the building, well, he whistled long and low. It wouldn't be pretty. No, I wouldn't think so, said Kaya. Then she paused, a frown crossing her face. Kellen looked at her, curiously. What is it? A ghost just entered the building. Kellen's eyes widened. Is it Guildmaster Karlov? No, I don't think so. Teysa might come here, but I think she'd come to me directly. Whoever it is, they're this way. She sped up, walking faster for the door, and Kellen followed, matching her step for step. In the entrance chamber stood a very familiar, very dead man, darker skinned than Kaya or Kellen, with gray short-cropped hair and decorative drapes in Boros colors attached to his semi-transparent armor. All of him was semi-transparent, really, making it easy to guess why the last of the gossiping agents had cleared out of the room to let him have it. Kaya inclined her head respectfully towards him. Master Koss, she said, to what do we owe this honor?
I didn't realize you'd joined the agency, said the ghostly figure. Planning to start a cross-planar franchise?
I'm helping with the investigation into Zagana's murder, said Kaya. I'm neutral enough in the eyes of the guild that it seemed like a good use of available resources. The ghost snorted, looking unimpressed. This is Investigator Kellen of the agency, said Kaya, indicating the man beside her. Kellen, this is Agris Koss. He was one of the Boros' best investigators when he was alive, and death didn't change that. Master Koss, we were just on our way to follow up with a potential person of interest. Can we help you with something?
The Boros Legion has asked me to work alongside the agency, doing whatever they feel is necessary to catch the party or parties responsible, he grimaced. Because one thing every dead man likes is being sent to get in the way of someone else's investigation. Didn't like it when I was in charge, don't like it now that Aurelia's running the show. Can't even do the polite thing and offer to get the coffee.
You'll want to speak to Ezram, said Kaya sympathetically. I get it, this isn't easy for any of us, but we're going to find the answers. And while that won't bring back the dead, it will hopefully settle the guilds.
Nothing brings back the dead, said Agris.
Doesn't mean we don't want answers. If you'll excuse us, we're going to go find them, said Kaya. I'm sure we'll see you when we get back.
Looks like I'm haunting your house for now, said Agris.
Kaya and Kellen continued on and out the door. Do you know where we're going? Asked Kellen as they descended the stairs. Kaya glanced around to make sure no one not wearing the agency shield was in earshot, then said, very quietly, If we're going to speak with Judith, we need to head for Hellbender. Apparently that's where all the cool people are spending their evenings right now. Judith has never been anywhere but the center of celebration, if she had any choice in the matter. How are we going to get there? Carriage. Kaya stepped up to the street and raised her hand, flagging the first unoccupied hackney with dromads to come trotting down the way. Kellen looked nervously as he followed her into the vehicle. She smiled at him, trying not to feel like she was betraying Teysa by going to a nightclub when her friend was yet unburied. Come on, kid, she said. Let's crack this case. The carriage let them out in front of a grandiose structure in Plaza West, too big for its neighbors and crowding them through presence alone. A lanky teen in red and black lounged on the rail beside the scalloped marble steps. A toothpick bounced between his lips as he chewed on the end. He pulled it free at their approach, twirling it between his fingers before flicking it towards the street. Sneering, he focused on Kaya.
Pretty Orzhov lady, you've no business here,
he said. Ah, you think I'm pretty? She half simpered. Kellen, who hadn't known her long, but had known her long enough to realize how out of character this was, shot her an alarmed look. His alarm only grew when she took 2 long steps closer to the Rakdos boy, producing a knife from inside her tunic. Its edges spat purple light as she grabbed the back of the boy's shirt and yanked him toward her. Kaya's look of delight faded into one of cold efficiency. "That's not going to work," she said. "Calling you pretty doesn't work?" asked Kellen. "That's not what I meant," she nodded towards her hip. Kellen looked lower. The Rakdos boy had a knife of his own, one that was currently buried in Kaya's faintly purple-tinted stomach. "Can't stab what's not solid," she said. "I, however, can stab you as much as I want. Judith would probably offer me an honorary guild membership if I made sure the splatter was artistic enough. She in?" The boy's eyes widened. "She is," he said. Kaya let him go, stepping back. Her knife disappeared back into her clothing, her middle turning solid again. The boy tucked his own knife away, looking at her with a wary unhappiness that seemed to mask a degree of surprised amazement. "You didn't have to threaten me," he said. "I'd have let you in if you just paid the cover charge." "Yes, but like you said, I'm a pretty Orzhov lady. I don't pay anyone outside of the guild if I don't have to," said Kaya. It was too early for a crowd to have gathered inside Hellbender. A glance was enough to tell them that the place, well run down enough to come across as seedy, was dazzling at night. Its high ceiling strewn with hanging glass spheres that would refract and split light once the candles were set aflame. Most of them were clear, others were red, or a purple so dark it would have been almost like they were throwing black light across the gathered crowd. The dance floor, now splintered in the daylight, coming through narrow windows, was wide and level enough that it was doubtless very popular with the kind of people who just wanted to cram themselves in until they could barely move, drink, and dance before the sunrise stopped them. Kaya had never been one of those people, even when she was younger and less jaded by the multiverse. Sometimes she envied them a little. What must it be like to be able to forget the world outside of your immediate needs, to have no responsibilities or obligations? The Rakdos traded in violence and in joy, and maybe they had the right idea. A vast bar took up one entire wall. There was no one there, but the bottles gleamed dimly through the shadows, inviting their approach. Kellen, who was sticking close to Kaya, swallowed hard. "I don't think there's anyone here," he said. "Oh, she's here," said Kaya, crossing her arms. "This is Judith. She's just waiting to make an entrance." There was a small, curved stage at the far end of the room, and warm, deeply amused laughter echoed from the shadows behind the half-drawn curtain. Kaya walked toward it, Kellen beside her, and stopped about 6 feet away, waiting patiently for the laughter to stop. It finally tapered off, and Judith herself stepped around the curtain to center stage. As always, she was dressed in red, skin-tight leather and flowing velvet draperies, making her as striking as a moving piece of scenery. Teysa had enjoyed investing in her home and in little luxuries, like the moving topiaries. Judith had never felt the need to invest in anything other than herself. "We're not open yet," she said, crossing her own arms in obvious mockery of Kaya, a smirk on her perfectly shaped, perfectly red lips. "How did you get in here?" "Hello, Judith," said Kaya. "We didn't get much of a chance to talk at the party. I was surprised to see that Teysa sent you an invitation. I would have expected her to show more discretion in her guest list." "Well, you know Teysa," Judith waved her hand carelessly. "Always aware of the angles. A little spectacle is, oh, what's the word your people like to use so proudly? Profitable. Yes, a little spectacle is a lot of money, as long as it's on your side. Upset the people who call the scene changes and..." She made a small tisk sound. "You can find yourself literally as well as creatively bankrupt." "Not everything's about money." Judith let her hands fall theatrically to her sides and stared at Kaya. "Now I know a former Orzhov guildmaster didn't say that. Just like I know you didn't come here because we failed to catch up properly at Teysa's little attempt at a party. Why are you here? Ezram sent us, blurted Kellen. Kaya shot him a sharp look. He ducked his head. Sorry, he mumbled. I didn't know what else to say. Kaya swallowed a sigh. According to Kellen, Oko was Fae, making Kellen half fairy. Lies would be difficult for him, if they were possible at all. Or maybe it was just his relentless do-gooder thing. That made working for the agency a fascinating career choice for him. He must have known how to talk his way around an answer, when not put on the spot by someone as artfully intimidating as Judith, who had honed the power of her presence to a razored edge. Ah, said Judith. This is about my little disagreement with Teysa, then. Yes, said Kaya, before Kellen could say anything. Disagreement? This was the first she was hearing of it. I hardly think an argument over interest rates gives me cause to murder a Simic guildmaster, said Judith. Besides, don't you have your killer? Neither of them answered. Judith studied Kellen's face before bursting into laughter. The high and mighty Azorius lost her, she said, utterly delighted. Oh, this is too good. But no, I didn't kill anyone. I submitted to their little verity game before I left the party. For once in my life, I can honestly say that I didn't do anything wrong. No one said you did, said Kaya. But you're here, which means someone thinks I did. You're missing pieces. There's more to the story than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Judith's lips stretched in a long, thin smile. She waited to reply, clearly savoring the suspense. You may have your killer in Atrata. That doesn't mean you're done. Go to Vitu-Ghazi. You need to read the Guild Pact in its original form, and the tree shelters it. That will clarify things, I think. Why, began Kaya. Judith raised a hand. No, that's quite enough. You can go now. I've seen you. Recognizing a dismissal, Kaya turned away, Kellen following as she made for the door. She paused before exiting, looking back over her shoulder. Judith was still at center stage, watching them go. For some reason, she looked smug, like everything was following her script once again. Kaya and Kellen slipped out into the fading light of day. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 5. Chains of Expectation, by Shannon McGuire. The afternoon air was bright and crisp as the detective and the escaped fugitive made their way along the shadow-swamped street, flanked on either side by looming buildings that somehow managed to look more sinister than architecture could explain. Etrata moved with quick economy, her feet making no sound on the cracked cobblestones. Proft's tread was heavier. For all that they walked side by side, there was a distance between them, like the Dimir vampire was unsure about the company she kept. She kept slanting glances at Proft, a frown tugging at the corners of her mouth as she chewed on the questions she wasn't ready to ask quite yet.
You say this is the last place you remember being before you woke up at the party,
said Proft, his tone mild, almost disinterested. Etrata hadn't known him long, but she could tell that tone for the trick it was. People would be eager to explain, to help him understand why he was wrong to dismiss them so easily. It was simply one of the more visible tools in a deep, deep toolbox. And even knowing it for what it was, she found the urge to explain rising in her chest. Not quite, she said. We're almost there.
I must admit, I'm not as familiar with the Dimir-controlled parts of the city as I ought to be,
said Proft.
The Azorius are rarely welcome here, and now that I'm with the agency, we get surprisingly few calls to investigate in Dimir territory. We don't enforce the law, we just help people answer the questions they can't answer on their own. Do those who fall under Dimir's protection not ask questions?
Not if they know what's good for them, said Etrata, stopping next to an apparently blank stretch of wall. She looked meaningfully at Proft. This is where a gentleman averts his eyes.
I am nothing if not a gentleman, said
Proft, turning his back ostentatiously. It was a gesture of good faith so vast it nearly took Etrata's breath away. Freeing her had been a surprise, insisting on accompanying her to retrace what she remembered of her steps before the party had been more in line with her expectations. Of course, he wasn't just going to let her go, not with a dead guild leader and a mystery to be solved. She raised her hands and let them dance across the seemingly ordinary brick wall, tapping the mortar here, pressing against the stone there. It was a complex pattern, years of practice allowing her to complete it in seconds. With a wary, grinding sound, a section of the wall slightly smaller than an ordinary door shifted and slid inward, creating a crack large enough for her to wedge her hand inside. She didn't stop tapping as she slid her fingers into the gap, completing the part of the pattern that would keep the door from slamming shut on her hand. With a second groan, the door swung fully open, revealing a narrow wooden hall with splintery floorboards, light shining through a single cobweb-encrusted skylight. "You can look now," she said. Proft turned, clearly unsurprised by the appearance of a secret entrance.
"I appreciate your cooperation with my investigation," he said.
"Of course I'm cooperating." She took a few steps into the hall and stopped, beckoning for him to follow, even though she had barely gone far enough to leave sufficient room. Proft raised his eyebrows and stepped through. Etrata took a step back, and the door slammed shut with a resonant, crunching sound. Proft jumped, turning to look behind himself.
"Is it work?"
he asked. "Originally, although the builders are long dead, no one knows about this entrance but me. If someone manages to follow me here and slip through the door before it closes, as soon as I step off the pressure plate in the floor, they'll learn why that was a bad decision," she said, tone mild.
"Fair enough."
Proft moved to follow as she started walking again, heading for a less aggressive-looking door at the far end of the wall.
"What do you mean, of course you're cooperating? Many wouldn't, innocent or not."
"I don't remember going to that party, much less getting ready for it," said Etrata. "Where did I get the clothes I was wearing when they arrested me? There may be a dead member of the Selesnya Conclave stuffed in a box somewhere, waiting to be found, and if that's so, I don't remember killing them either."
"Do you remember everyone you've killed?"
"Yes," she snapped. "I'm a professional. I don't kill for free, and I don't forget the dead. I won't pretend to have some high-minded reason for doing the work I do. I'm good at it. I enjoy it well enough. I like getting paid. But I'm an assassin, not a murderer. The guild doesn't look kindly on unsanctioned hits, which means I'm not just in trouble with the Azorius, I'm in the bad books of the house as well. What I still don't understand is why you're helping me."
"Ah," said Proft, "that's a simple matter. Right now you represent the most interesting puzzle set before me since the invasion. Most of the questions put to the agency have easy answers. They come quickly, we turn over a few rocks, and there the solution is, ready to be unveiled. You, however, a trained Demir assassin kills a guild leader."
"Allegedly," said Etrata.
"Allegedly kills a guild leader in a manner out of keeping with her profession and known kills, then flees the scene in a frankly clumsy way without sufficiently covering her trail? That's enough to make no sense all on its own. Couple that with you lacking any memory of the event or the party itself, it becomes genuinely fascinating."
Proft watched as she unlocked the door.
"I have a bit of a reputation for continuing to dig long past the point where it would have been polite or politic to stop. It's gotten me into trouble before."
"It's going to get you into trouble this time, too, if the Azorius find out what you've done," said Etrata, pushing the door open to reveal a surprisingly spacious room. She began to step inside and stopped as Proft held up a hand, palm out. "Yes?" she asked.
"Are there any more little surprises for people who come here without your consent?"
No one's ever made it this far, and I prefer not to need to be on my guard when I'm heading for bed."
"Then, if you would allow me, I would prefer to see the scene in its current, undisturbed condition."
Etrata raised an eyebrow. "Be my guest."
"Thank you."
Proft smiled as he moved past her.
"Cheer up, Etrata. We have a mystery to solve."
Etrata didn't look nearly as pleased by the idea as he did. The room itself seemed to be a combination of workshop and bedroom, with half the space dedicated to the tools of her trade, weapons, vials of toxins, racks of disguises, and half containing her bed, everyday wardrobe, and a small table where she presumably took her meals. Everything was impeccably clean, everything except for the surface of the bedside table. Proft stopped there, frowning.
Do you customarily apply cosmetics in bed?
What? No? Do people do that?
Do you take any medicines in the form of a yellowy gray dust, perhaps something to help you sleep?
No. In my profession, a drugged sleep is the last one you'll ever have.
Then please come over here, carefully, and disturb nothing, unless you have a small jar prepared for poison that can be repurposed for collecting evidence. I'm afraid I was unable to request a proper investigator's kit while orchestrating your escape.
Etrata crossed from the door to the workbench, grabbing a jar before moving to join Proft by the bed. Once there, she paused, following his gaze to the bedside table. There, dusted across the wood and onto the nearby pillowcase, was a fine yellowish-gray powder. I've never seen that before, she said.
I suspected as much. Do you have a knife?
Etrata managed not to roll her eyes as she handed him both the jar and a knife he was sure she hadn't been carrying when he released her from custody. Ah, well, if an assassin couldn't acquire a knife without being seen, they presumably wouldn't be an assassin for very long. Carefully avoiding any direct contact with the powder, he scraped as much of it as he could into the open jar before sealing it firmly. He held the knife out to Etrata, gripping one side of the hilt.
I would clean this thoroughly before using it for any purpose, even murder, and do the same for this table and all the bedding. I don't know what this substance is, but I know it isn't anything I've seen before. Given the situation as it currently exists, I would theorize it has something to do with your missing time and the actions taken therein.
But how did it get here? Asked Etrata. She took the knife by the other side of the hilt, whipping it across the room to embed it in the wall.
That is an excellent question, he said, holding the jar up to study its contents through the glass. Shall we move on to answering it?
After the invasion, the citizens of Ravnica had learned to take the threat of contamination seriously. Etrata left without any of her belongings, saying she could get a change of clothes in another bolt hole, one that didn't come with the risk of mysterious powder worked into the seams. She took the lead as they walked back down the hall, and Proft followed, careful to put his feet where hers had been. They were almost to the door when Etrata heard a thump and a strangled squeak from behind her. That was all the indication she needed of an attack in progress. For a moment, she considered continuing on her way. Few people knew about this particular hidey hole, and any one of them could have had their own grudge against Proft, and if the detective were to mysteriously perish, there would be no one left who knew how she had escaped Azorius custody. She could walk out that door and disappear without a trace. Disappear into a city that thought she was a murderer, and that would stop at nothing to see her apprehended, all because she'd allowed the only person who believed her innocence to die. With a frustrated sigh, Etrata turned, pulling 2 more knives from inside her shirt, and leapt for the fight behind her. It wasn't a fight so much as an assault. Proft was on the ground, a figure dressed in red and black crouching over him, a knife in either hand. He had his arms up to protect his face and throat, and he was already bleeding from several shallow cuts by the time Etrata barreled into the figure and knocked them away, sending them several feet down the dimly lit hall. The attacker recovered quickly, refocusing on Etrata. Etrata matched them move for move, careful to keep herself between the figure and the fallen Proft. Finally, in a puzzled tone, the figure said, "Etrata?" Etrata stopped, straightening. She knew that voice. "Massacre Girl? Nobody told me you were gonna be here. This is my place. Where else would I be? I don't know. Azorius custody?" "I'm out," said Etrata flatly, not mentioning Proft's role in making that happen. If her fellow assassins believed she could escape from an Azorius prison, well, she wasn't going to disabuse them. The two began to circle in the close confines of the hall. Proft now between them, saying nothing, but staring into the shadows with wide eyes. I'm sure you understand why that was unexpected. About as unexpected as you here, in my hideaway, attacking my guests. How did you get in here, anyway? Massacre Girl was good, but off her guard. She couldn't stop herself from glancing upward. Etrata swallowed a groan. The skylight? I just had the traps on that reinforced last season. Heavy storms. You should have checked your tripwires for signs of decay. That's a rookie mistake. Massacre Girl stopped circling. The painted red grin slashed across her pallid face, still luridly visible in the gloom. Like I said, I didn't think you'd be here. I wouldn't have taken the job if I'd known you were out. What's the job? They didn't pay for secrecy, so I was supposed to kill the man who caught you, leave his body as a warning to the agency to stay out of guild business, but if he's yours... Yeah, he's mine, said Etrata firmly. I'm helping him find out who really killed Zagana. Massacre Girl looked surprised. You mean it wasn't you? Have you ever known me to be that sloppy? Only when it comes to securing skylights, Massacre Girl said and cackled at her own joke. The knives in her hands vanished back into her clothing. Sorry about the confusion. They didn't pay me the friends and family rate. They never do, said Etrata, putting her own knives away. We good? We're good. Door unlocked? Yeah, let yourself out. See you when you clear your name, said Massacre Girl, before turning her attention to Proft. Sorry. About attempting to kill me? He asked, all wounded pride and confusion. No, about falling. It looks bad for the both of us. She grinned abruptly, a flash of white teeth through her painted red smile. There's always next time. She turned then, walking down the hall and vanishing out the door to the street. Etrata offered Proft her hand, levering him up off the floor. You okay? She didn't cut deeply, he said. I've had worse. You're lucky whoever sent her hired Rakdos, she said. Golgari and Demir assassins use a lot more poisons. When Proft looked alarmed, she laughed. Don't worry about it. If she poisoned her knives, it would have been with a blood thinner to make the arterial spray prettier, and you're already bleeding out. Was that a friend of yours? He asked, beginning to gather his dignity around himself once again. A colleague. She does good work, so buck up. Our association is already increasing your value. I'm sure that will be very gratifying when I'm dead, he said and sighed. Now, come along. We shouldn't lurk where there might be assassins waiting. Where are we going, anyway? To see an old friend of mine, not associated with the agency, and hence witheringly unlikely to turn us in, who might be able to shed some light on what we've found. Proft untensed his shoulders, returning to his normal position of easy self-confidence. Shall we away? Just don't get attacked again. I can't call in too many favors for you, said Etrata. When last Kaya had seen Vitu-Ghazi, the great living guild hall had been dormant, so deeply damaged by the god eternals that even the mighty city tree had been unable to sustain itself. She had known at the time that Vitu-Ghazi was not dead. If the guild hall had actually been destroyed in the battle, Selesny's mourning would have been enough to tear the plane apart. Still, she hadn't been there to see the city tree assume its new form, and as she and Kellen set off to follow Judith's parting instruction, she had to wonder what they would find. What they found was a road leading into one of the city's rare park systems, and a carriage driver who stopped when the road did, at the edge of a vast, rocky moor that seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. Sorry, sir and madam, said the driver, twisting around to address them through the small window behind him, but this is as far as we can go. You could have said as much when we told you where we were going, said Kaya, moving to get out of the carriage. I coulda, yeah, he agreed, smiling tightly as Kellen got out and dropped their fare into his hand. Looking at Kaya, the driver tapped the Orzhov seal on his taxi license. And you could have been here when the Phyrexians came. Seems we all could have done a little better, don't you think? He flicked the reins to turn his dromads and drive off, leaving Kaya and Kellen standing by the side of the road. Kaya glared after him. A dozen sharp replies gathered on her tongue, and she swallowed them all unspoken. He'd been rude, but he hadn't been wrong, and her penance wasn't finished yet. Fixing a smile on her face, she turned to Kellen. "Looks like we're walking from here," she said. "I don't know this park. Never been here before. Do you know the way to Vitu-Ghazi?" "I do," he said. "Listen, Kaya, I'm sorry about Guildmaster Karlov. I know you two were friends." "We weren't friends," Kaya said. Her relationship with Teysa seemed entirely too complicated to sum up like that. "Well, you were close. I just wanted to say I'm sorry." "Did you come here alone?" she asked. "To Ravnica, I mean." His eyes popped open in surprise. "How did you know?" "Come on, kid, give me some credit," she said. "So, did you come here alone?" "No," Kellen said after a moment. "A friend of my own came with me." "Where is she now?" Kaya braced herself for another sad story. The multiverse seemed so full of them these days. Instead, to her surprise, Kellen grinned. "Oh, she's in the Rebel Belt, I think. Something about an ancient ruin? She doesn't really sit around and wait for my adventures to happen." Kaya blinked. She knew that this walking ball of sunshine should be annoying her by now, but somehow she didn't mind it. Well, Ezram's going to expect us to check in sooner than later, so we need to keep moving. Come on." She gestured grandly for him to lead the way, and after another moment of frowning at her, he started walking, striking out across the moor in a straight line. Kaya followed close behind, stepping around rocks rather than phasing through them. For the moment, she wanted to exist on Ravnica, walking on Ravnican ground, solid and alive as Teysa would never be again. She couldn't think that way. She wrenched her thoughts back to the present, watching Kellen walk, staying close behind. The young agent hadn't complained about any of the strange things he'd been asked to do today. Visiting the Rakdos, now heading for Vitu-Ghazi, none of this could be ordinary for him. "What's Vitu-Ghazi doing all the way out here?" she asked. Kellen glanced back at her. "This park is part of the Conclave's holdings. After the invasion, the Guildhall was weak and needed to be semi-dormant for a little while to recover its strength," he said. "Matt Selesny has told Tristani that Vitu-Ghazi needed space to put down new root structures if it wanted to return to its former strength, and she moved the Guildhall here. It's going to take a long time, but this was deemed the best place for Vitu-Ghazi to reconnect with the plane and properly recover." Said Kaya. She had never put that much thought into the lengths a tree the size and power of Vitu-Ghazi would have to go to survive on a plane as urbanized as Ravnica, where every inch of dirt was deeded and exploited for the needs of the city. It made sense that the Selesnya would have tucked away a few oases of whatever had been here before the city came, using them as living batteries for situations like this one. As if there had ever been a situation like this one before. If not for the damage done by the God Eternals, even the Phyrexians might not have been able to harm Vitu-Ghazi enough to compel the tree to enter a period of dormancy. This was all uncharted territory. The moor was beautiful in its wild, improbably pastoral way. Rocks jutted out of the earth here and there, forming jagged obstacles in their path, and mixed brush in greens and yellows covered the ground, some topped with tiny flowers, others with bristling thorns. Kaya tried to concentrate on where she was putting her feet, rather than dwelling on the things she couldn't change. A howl split the air. Kellen stopped walking. Kaya did the same, moving so that the two of them were standing back to back. "What was that?" she asked. "I don't know," said Kellen. "Very encouraging," she said. "Like the energy." Kellen's reply was cut off by a second howl, this one from substantially closer. Kaya turned toward the sound, finally able to get a direction on it, and felt her entire body try to tense and relax at the same time. A massive white wolf was loping toward them, legs eating up the ground at an impossible pace. As it closed, mouth open to reveal a full set of jagged, vicious-looking teeth. "Wolf!" said Kellen, in a strangled tone. "Yep," said Kaya. "You sound way too calm about this." "I know that, Wolf," said Kaya. "Will that keep it from eating us?" Kaya paused. "Hard to say," she allowed after a moment's consideration. She drew her daggers from where they rested against her hips. "Don't attack first, but feel free to defend yourself." Kellen still looked dubious, even as he pulled what looked like 2 small baskets from his own belt. His hands fit neatly inside, and the woven latticework of the baskets lit up with elemental light before producing 2 short, curving swords. Kaya raised her eyebrows, looking impressed. "Nice," she said. "Now remember, defense only." The wolf continued running until it was 5 or 6 feet away, then skidded to a stop and began to circle them, snarling. It seemed more interested in keeping them where they were than in attacking. "How are you so calm?" hissed Kellen. "I told you, I know this wolf," said Kaya. "His name is Voja. He won't hurt us unless he decides we're a threat." "So why is he here?" "I'm guessing we'll know in a minute." A piercing whistle rang out across the moor. Voja stopped circling and raised his head, ears perked up as he turned towards the sound. He didn't move away from them, however, and quickly returned his attention to the cornered investigators. Kaya and Kellen remained where they were, still standing back to back when an elf in green and silver armor came loping across the moors to meet them. How he'd been able to get that close without being seen was anyone's guess. Magic, most likely, although not a kind Kaya herself knew. He stopped next to the wolf, setting a hand on Voja's shoulder. Kaya bowed her head respectfully. "Tolsimir?" she said. "We weren't expecting visitors today," he said. "Inspector Kellen and I are investigating the matter of Zagana's death," said Kaya. "It was suggested that we visit Vitu-Ghazi and refer to a passage in the original Guild Pact. We intend no disrespect. I was unaware that notice was required to visit the Guild Hall."
"Precautions have been put in place after what happened to Zagana," said Tolsimir. "I've heard rumor that she may not be the only guild leader to have been harmed. You might look within your own guild, Planeswalker Kaya."
News of Tace's death was spreading that fast? Kaya managed to suppress her surprise, barely and only nodded. "Not my guild anymore," she said. "May we continue our journey?"
"I'll see you to the doors," said
Tolsimir, hands still resting on Voja's shoulders. He began to walk. Kaya and Kellen sheathed their weapons and followed him. Quickly, Vitu-Ghazi appeared before them, having previously been concealed by the curvature of the land. Kaya stared. The towering guild hall had reconfigured itself as it came to rest in the open moor. Formerly a tall tree, cupping a grand city, it was now a tangle of roots, draped across what looked like a remote country manor. Modest in comparison to what it had been before, although still grand enough to rival Karlov Manor. Kaya knew the edifice couldn't be more than a year old, but it managed to carry the impression of having been there before. Wood weathered by the passage of time, windows drooping slightly at the corners, as if they could no longer hold themselves entirely open. A single trunk still stood, taking the form of a gnarled oak that stood higher than the house itself, shading the roof with its branches, and roots broke the soil all around the foundation, making it as uneven and rippled as the living sea. Tolsimir smirked as he looked at her, judging her reaction. Like Ravnica itself, Vitu-Ghazi may be transformed, but still the city tree stands. This way. Trostani will receive you. The doors swung open as the group approached, apparently responding to their presence, and they continued inside, through the vaulted entrance hall and past a guild checkpoint into a smaller, cozier receiving room. The walls were lined with bookshelves, clustered with volumes of Ravnican history, and at the center of the room, another oak tree grew. No, not another. The same oak. There was only one tree, after all, and it was the tree outside and the tree inside and the manor itself. Kaya, who had beheld the true world tree of Kaldheim and the twisted invasion tree of New Phyrexia, caught her breath, awed despite herself as the 3 largest branches of the oak began to twist and move. Seamlessly, they became 3 women, seemingly human from the waist up, sinuously bending branches from the waist down. 3 dryads, each one an individual, and collectively the singular entity through which the world soul of Ravnica was said to speak. Kaya inclined her head. "Trostani," she said, "we've come to consult the original Guild Pact, if you would allow it." "Of course," said one of the dryads that made up the being known as Trostani. This one was called Sess, the dryad of order and the rightmost body. Our roots tell us you seek to serve the investigation, that you will find the person responsible for targeting our fellows. We are honored to assist. It took Kaya a moment to realize that this was Sim, the Dryad of Harmony. She was the one on the left side of the thick branch from which they all grew. That was new. We are told your former guild's leader has left us as well. Tesa's death will be avenged, like all the deaths while you were gone, asked Oba, the Dryad of Life. Her sisters turned on her, the three normally united Dryads twining around one another as they returned to their usual accord. Oba was, Kaya noted, the central body now. Did that correspond to her influence on the tripart being? Life triumphant in the aftermath? She couldn't have said either way. Oba was still frowning when they returned their mutual attention to their guests. Tolsimir will show you the Guild Pact, said Sim. It has always been Selesnia's purpose to preserve the history of Ravnica. Here, in this new configuration, we are able to do so in a somewhat more accessible way. Anything you need to know, you should be able to find it here. That seemed to be their dismissal. Without another word, Tolsimir turned to leave the room, and Kaya and Kellen had little choice but to follow. Has Tristani seemed different to you lately? Kaya asked once they were outside of the room and halfway down the hall. She's still adjusting to the new shape of Vitugazi, said Tolsimir. The wind is different, so low to the ground. There's much to get used to. Do you only need the original Guild Pact? That was all we were told to look for, said Kaya. We may ask to see more if it sends us in a new direction. Very well, this way. He led them into a smaller room, an oak podium at the center. A bubble of magical force surrounded an open book. It faded when he waved his hand, leaving the book unprotected for them to read. I'll be with Tristani if you need me. Kaya and Kellen exchanged a look before she approached the podium, stepping up behind it and skimming her fingers down the page. It was open to the table of contents. Judith could have been more helpful about what specifically we're consulting, she said sourly. The Rakdos rarely seem inclined to assist with anything resembling an official investigation, even if it would help them, said Kellen. Whatever we're supposed to be looking for won't be about Judith, but it might be about her guild? That would make sense. Kaya checked the page again, then flipped deeper into the book, heading for the section on the establishment of the cult of Rakdos. Aloud, she read, The cult's purpose is twofold, to serve the people of Ravnica and to placate the demon Rakdos through blood and through fire. Grim, but not news. They shall satisfy their hungers as they see fit, and in so doing shall keep Rakdos satisfied. We hope, by binding the guild to him, that he will find a greater purpose than destruction. Then there's a bunch about specific duties ascribed to the guild, positions members are expected to willingly assume, how much chaos they're allowed to cause before the Senate gets involved. None of this is new. Why would Judith want us to see it? The book seems too large to be just the Guild Pact, said Kellen. Is there anything else in there? There's some history at the back of each section, explaining decisions that were made during the founding so that future keepers of the Guild Pact can understand them better. Kai flipped forward again, pausing a few pages later. It is the hope of the founders that, by binding the demon Rakdos to a people of his own, we can prevent his continuing to instill murderous rage in the citizens of Ravnica. This disruptive pastime has resulted in random slaughters and rampages, with even the meekest of people turning on their kin without warning or due cause. Slowly, Kaya looked up. Didn't Etrada say she didn't remember killing Zagana? She asked. Kellen nodded. Would Judith really implicate her own Puran? He asked, voice unsteady. To save her own skin? She might. Kaya stepped away from the book, mouth set in a grim line. We need to report this to Ezram as soon as possible. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 6, Explosions of Genius, by Shannon McGuire. Where are we going exactly?
All will be clear in short order.
Etrada tapped her chin and grabbed Proft's arm. Before he could react, she pulled him into a nearby alley, spun him around, and pressed his back against the wall. He blinked as she loomed over him. She wasn't taller than he was. Looming should have been impossible, and yet she was accomplishing it. "No," she said in a level, reasonable tone. "All will be clear right now, or we're not going any farther. I've had to prevent one attempt on your life. If it hadn't been someone who knows me, that would not have ended well for you. So you're going to tell me where we're going, or we're not going there." Proft raised an eyebrow. She didn't flinch. After a long, strained silence, he sighed and glanced towards the street, apparently checking to see if their little altercation had attracted any unwanted attention. Seeing that they were alone, he turned back to Etrata.
"I'll need you to release me first."
Grudgingly, she let go of his arm. Proft rubbed the spot she'd been gripping as he shook his head.
"Is such violence a common means of discussion among House Demir?"
he asked.
"It seems a bit blunt."
"Only when the person we're dealing with is immune to seeing sense," she said. "Where are we going?"
"The powder I found in your chamber is like nothing I've encountered before. We need to have it analyzed by someone we can trust, not to be working against us."
"You told me we were going to see a friend of yours," said Etrata. "Not that it would involve walking down the street in broad daylight. I'm a fugitive."
"Yes, and apparently I'm a marked man. Your point would be?"
Something in Etrata's expression must have told Proft he was on thin ice, because he continued,
"Kylox is a sensitive individual. After some issues with espionage and patent theft, he has become very attuned to anything that smacks of subterfuge or deceit. With him, you're more likely to be seen and intercepted if you attempt to come in via a back route or hidden passage than if you approach openly."
Etrata blinked. "That may be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard."
"He's brilliant, really, just paranoid. If it can even be called paranoia when virtually every one of his wild assertions has been eventually proven true. Regardless, any other route could do us material harm."
"And we're going to him, not someone else, because—"
"We can't go to the agency without revealing my involvement in your escape. We can't go to the guilds until we know who sent an assassin on my trail. This is someone I trust implicitly, who fears discovery enough to understand any requests we make for circumspection, who will ask few questions. There's no one better in this city, I assure you."
Etrata frowned. "I still don't like this open of an approach."
"We're nearly there."
"You need to start telling me things. You can't hold them back just because you want to look clever when you reveal them." Proft smiled very faintly.
"I'll take that under consideration."
They left the alley for the street. At the corner, Proft turned, then turned again, heading down a narrow lane between two shops. Etrata followed. When the lane branched, he turned again onto an even narrower sub-street, barely wide enough to allow the shops on either side to open their doors. The street ended at a blank wall. Proft touched the wall, almost in imitation of Etrata at her hideout, then backtracked 3 storefronts to a door with a small plaque identifying it as a bookkeeper's office. He rapped his knuckles against it and stepped back, waiting. After several seconds ticked by without anything changing, he frowned and knocked again. He waited longer this time. When he began to step forward again, Etrata held up a hand to stop him. "I'm sturdier than you are," she explained, moving to try the doorknob. "If this thing is set up to shock or poison me or something, I'll probably be fine. You wouldn't be."
"A valid reason, if not one I particularly care for." "Oh, hello!"
The doorknob twisted easily when she turned it, and when she let go, the door swung silently inward.
"That's unusual. He never leaves the door unlocked."
"Lovely," said Etrata. "So we're probably walking into a trap."
"I certainly hope not,"
said Proft. He pushed past her, stepping into the darkness beyond. Etrata sighed and followed. As soon as they were both inside, a series of linked tubes around the edges of the room lit up as the lightning elemental contained inside began darting back and forth, filling the air with a jittering, flickering light. There was a break in one of the containment units, which probably explained the flickering. Under ideal conditions, the elemental's light would have been steady enough to work by. The light was still enough to reveal a small workshop. the sort of place maintained by a single inventor for their private use, cozy and compact, and destroyed. It looked as if an entire gang of people had passed through, smashing everything they could get their hands on. Scraps of paper and bits of blueprint littered the floor. The active tubes were clearly a backup system. Larger tubes lower on the wall had been smashed, adding shards of glass to the debris. Proft moved to the center of the room, not saying a word. The crunch of glass under his feet and Atrata's quiet exclamation of general dismay were both swallowed by the silence. Proft stopped to take another look around before pressing his index fingers together, resting them against his chin and bowing his head in apparent concentration. Thin blue lines spread outward from his feet, racing across the room to crawl up the walls and across the ceiling. They met there, knotting together in an elaborate network of delicate tangles. The space between them lit up blue-white until the entire room was bathed in a magical glow, Proft at the center.
He said, lowering his hands. This isn't correct.
The light pulsed, and the workshop was no longer destroyed. It was perfect and pristine, cluttered as Izzet workshops almost always were, but with no sign that anything more dramatic than a late-night brainstorming session had ever happened here. The light steadied, flicker fading as the containment system was restored. Slowly, Proft began pacing around the outside of the room, occasionally ruffling through a stack of light-limbed papers or adjusting a pencil that Atrata knew for a fact wasn't actually there anymore. Finally, he paused in front of a patch of wall, squinting at it before looking at the floor.
Atrata, your assistance, if you would be so kind.
He snapped his fingers, and the light shattered around them, replaced by the wreckage of the workshop as it actually existed. Atrata hurried across the room to stand beside him. He was looking at the floor when she got there, or more specifically, at a capsized bookshelf covering a large section of the floor. "What do you need?" asked Atrata.
I need this moved.
"And do you think I can do it?"
I do.
It was a simple statement, made with such assurance that Atrata was bending to move the bookshelf aside almost before she realized she was going to agree. It was made of good, sturdy hardwood, and had clearly been designed to stand up to the rigors of the workshop. As she hoisted it off the floor, books and small boxes fell from the shelves, landing around her feet. Moving the bookshelf revealed a rumpled rug which had been almost entirely obscured. Proft nodded satisfaction and crouched down. "This is normally where you would say, 'Thank you,'" said Atrata. Proft ignored her, flipping back the edge of the rug and revealing absolutely nothing.
Your secret door was Izzet work,
he said, standing again as she set the bookshelf on its base.
Try the same patterns here, if you would be so kind.
Atrata looked at him suspiciously, but got down on her knees and began drumming her fingers against the floor. The first several taps sounded solid. The next sounded almost hollow. She looked up again.
No one builds a hidey hole like an Izzet inventor, but once they have a mechanism that works, they tend to keep it until someone else manages to come up with something better,
said Proft, taking a step back to give her room.
It's always amused me that Kylox was so angry about spies in his last shared lab. He's as big a thief as the rest of them.
A square portion of floor dropped several inches with a loud click. Atrata kept drumming, rolling her eyes at the same time. "Oh, and I suppose you like having people around who are smarter than you while you're trying to work."
"I wouldn't know," said
Proft as the floor dropped again, this time all the way, revealing a trapdoor. He stepped forward, offering Atrata a hand up.
"It's never happened. Shall we descend?"
The trapdoor led to a ladder. The ladder led down into the boiler pits, distant firelight illuminating the web of tangled pipes and exposed steam vents. The air was hot, heavy, and remarkably fragrant. Proft took a satisfied breath, then coughed.
"Breathe shallowly," he advised. "This isn't the sewer, but filth still stinks, regardless of the intent."
"I've been here before," said Atrata. "Which way?"
"Kylox never leaves Izzet-controlled territory if he can help it," said Proft. "This pipe runs in two directions. That way he leaves the district. This way he moves deeper in."
He began walking away from the district. Atrata followed without hesitation. They had gone about 10 feet when Etrata grabbed Proft by the shoulder. He stopped, looking back at her. She gestured downward. He glanced at the ground.
Yes, the tripwire. I saw it,
he said. It was too obvious. There's probably
a pressure plate on the other side. I anticipated that.
She threw up her hands. Why am I trying so hard to keep you alive? Clearly you don't need it.
No, but it's sweet of you.
Proft turned, scanning the pipes until he found a break in the pattern.
This way. I believe we'll find our host in short order.
They squeezed through the gap he'd spotted, following the series of bends on the other side until it opened into a larger chamber. There, hunched over a makeshift drafting desk and writing furiously, was a red Viashino, facial scales reflecting the pallid light of the lantern on the desk's edge.
Hello, Kylox, said Proft. You've looked better.
Kylox's head jerked up, eyes widening behind their magnifying glasses.
Alquist!
He exclaimed, dropping his pen. Seen more closely, he obviously hadn't escaped the destruction of his workshop unscathed. He was missing several scales, his clothing was torn and disarrayed, and the short spikes atop his head looked as if they'd been brushed backward, creating a prickly hedgehog effect.
How did you?
He asked, then stopped.
Why am I asking? You'll have some nonsensical answer that ends up with you here, whether I want you here or not. What do you want?
I found a substance I want you to analyze,
said Proft, as calm as if this were a perfectly normal place to have a conversation about science. Kylox didn't appear to agree. He gaped at Proft.
Get out,
he said.
What?
Get out. No matter how many favors I owe you, I'm not doing this right now.
He cast an anxious glance at the passage they'd come through.
Were you followed?
No, said Etrata with certainty.
How did you get here?
The door in your workshop, said Proft. Really, Kylox, if you would just...
How did you open that? Why, no, never mind.
Kylox rose, gathering an armful of papers from the desk, tail swaying as he moved toward a small shelf jammed below a row of pipes.
I don't have the equipment here to do what you need, Proft. Go, I'll send a message when it's safe.
If you can tell us what happened, perhaps we can help, said Proft.
You can't help,
said Kylox, glancing around as he stacked his papers. Everything about the inventor radiated anxiety. The way he stood, the way he moved, the tenor of his voice. I was working on something secret, something no one was meant to know.
What sort of something?
Asked Proft. Kylox whirled, exploding into motion. The spikes on his head rose in agitation.
No, not you. I can't tell you. I can tell Ezram. Only Ezram. Can you get me to him without being seen? Is that within your power? Oh, great detective.
The way he spoke the words, they weren't praise. He turned them into a cutting insult, and Etrata glanced to Proft to see how the man would react. His expression hadn't changed, and didn't as the sound of footsteps echoed along the tunnels, racing toward their location. Kylox's eyes widened.
They're here,
he moaned. Then, in a much softer voice, he commanded,
Leave me, hide.
Proft moved then, grabbing Etrata by the arm and pulling her with him across the room to a bank of unusually dense piping. He let her go to grab a section of the grid, pulling down and yanking it toward himself. It swung outward, and he jumped inside, Etrata close behind. When closed, the false wall of piping was solid, with only a few gaps through which they could see the room. They watched in silence as a group of goblins poured through another hidden passageway, surrounding Kylox, who flinched away from them. Proft tensed. The goblins produced thin lengths of mysium chain, wrapping them around Kylox, who said nothing and only allowed himself to be taken. Proft slumped against the wall of their narrow hiding space. Etrata kept her eyes on the attack. Something moved in the corner, catching Proft's attention, and he glanced towards it, watching a spider creep down the wall and vanish back into shadow. When he looked back, the goblins were gone, and Kylox was gone with them. He frowned and gestured for Etrata to open the wall again. The two stepped back into the now abandoned chamber. Do you allow your friends to be taken captive like that? Demanded Etrata.
Kylox is a coward in many ways,
said Proft, scanning the area.
He wouldn't have suggested we hide if he thought we could help him. We were well outnumbered. He doesn't know your capabilities, but by allowing himself to be taken, we can now follow and hopefully recover him. Come along."
He strode across the room, heading for the entry the goblins had used. On the way, he paused by the shelf Kylox had been next to, just long enough to grab a small, unornamented wooden box and tuck it under his arm. Etrada frowned. He didn't pause, and in the end, she had to follow. Being back on the busy streets of Ravnica was more of a relief than Kaya would have believed before visiting the moor outside of Vitu-Ghazi. Ravnica was supposed to be a place of constant sound and motion, life without end even when it ended. Open spaces and green places were for Kaldheim and Dominaria, not for here, not for the plane that had become her home. She knew these crowds. Even after everything, she knew these people, knew the way they moved and hurried from place to place, knew when something broke the pattern. The people behind them weren't moving the right way. She set a hand on Kellen's arm, guiding him toward the nearest alley. He started turning toward her, and she tightened her grip, still facing forward. "Say nothing," she said pleasantly. "We're being followed." Kellen blinked, letting her lead him away from the crowd. Once they were in the alley, they turned, waiting. It was a short wait. A group of 6 people in long, dark robes followed them, too quickly to have arrived by accident, and fanned out to surround the pair. One of them had a hefty hammer. Kaya frowned. "What is this? An ambush or staring contest?" The nearest robed figure lunged. Kaya danced back and kept moving as the other 5 joined the fray, all 6 attacking at once. Not in unison, but not in the convenient one-by-one pattern so many groups seemed to use either. 3 grabbed for Kaya, the other 3 lunging for Kellen. Kaya turned partially insubstantial, letting the first attacker charge right through her, his own momentum carrying him into the nearby wall. He impacted with a sickening crunch. Drawing her daggers, Kaya focused on the others who had decided she was the better target, shifting her weight to her rear foot while she waited for them to come at her. They were both substantially larger than she was, making speed her best asset in this fight. Speed and the ability to turn insubstantial. It was almost exhilarating, having something as straightforward as a simple alley brawl to worry about. She spun and wove, letting them reach for her, striking when they got too close. She dropped the first almost before the fight had been joined in earnest. The one with the hammer was down, felled by a blow to the back of the neck, before she had a chance to check on Kellen. Like her, he was down to his last opponent. The other 2 were on the ground, their faces pressed to the alley floor. Kellen had his swords drawn, and was matching blade for blade with his remaining attacker, who held a pair of vicious-looking knives. Kaya kicked her remaining opponent, first in the knee, then in the groin. He folded like a broken ladder, and she kicked him in the head for good measure before she started towards Kellen. Then she stopped dead, blinking. Kellen had hooked his blades around the attacker's knives and disarmed him with expert skill, leaving the man looking helplessly around for something else he could use as a weapon. Before he could find it, Kellen slammed his shoulder into the man's chest, knocking him back. Kaya moved toward the man, who was at least still conscious, and wrapped one hand around his throat, spinning her dagger in the other hand as she pinned him to the wall, trapping one arm against his body. "Hello," she said. "We're your intended victims. You want to tell us why you came after us?" The man moved his free arm quickly enough that if he'd been holding another knife, he could have hurt her grievously. Instead, he shoved something that looked like a tiny green sprout into his mouth, triumph lighting up his eyes as he swallowed. "What was that?" Kaya demanded. "I don't know, but the ones on the ground just did the same thing," said Kellen. Kaya could only stare as the flesh of the man in front of her softened and turned green, growing plush as it transmuted into moss beneath her hand. Then he dissolved, moss scattering across the alley floor, leaving his empty robe to drop to the ground. Kaya danced backward with a wordless sound of disgust, shaking his remains from her fingers. They didn't stick, and no signs of the transmutation marred her skin. Kellen was retching. Kaya turned to face him. All the other attackers had transformed into the same mossy scatter. Kellen bent forward, hands on his knees, and paused. Kaya, come over here. Why? Because I need you to see something. Careful not to step in the moss, Kaya moved to Kellen's side. He drew one of his bracers and stopped, shifting the cloak with the tip. Look, he said. A tuft of white fur tipped in gray clung to the fabric. Kaya straightened, staring at him. Kellen did the same, nodding very slightly as he did. They were still staring at each other when an agency thopter zipped into the alley. It flew to a stop between them before projecting a hollow message of Ezram in his office, looking at them sternly.
Your recent altercation has been noted, it said. Boros officers are on their way to your location. Secure the scene and return to headquarters.
Yes, sir, said Kellen automatically. The thopter zipped away as he pulled a pair of weighted ovals out of his pocket, gesturing for Kaya to step out of the alley as he affixed one to either side of the entrance. As soon as he let go, a ribbon of pure light extended between the two. Agency barrier wards, said Kellen. They'll let our investigators through, but no one else. Come on. Together they moved down the street, moving through the crowd swiftly and without further challenge. The street outside the agency headquarters was clear. The previous swarm of gossiping agents had dissipated. Kaya still ducked behind Kellen as they climbed off their mount and made for the doors, letting the actual official agent precede her into the building. The ghost of Agris Kos was waiting in the foyer. The boss wants you, he said as they entered. Says it's urgent, doubly so for you, ma'am. He nodded to Kaya, a sympathetic look on his faintly translucent face. That was enough to tell Kaya what Ezram had for her, and she hurried down the hall, leaving Kellen and Agris Kos to follow. Ezram's door was closed when she arrived. She didn't bother knocking, but simply walked straight through. Ezram was behind his desk. He looked up when she appeared, seemingly unsurprised by her entrance.
Thank you for coming so quickly, he said, though I have a door for a reason.
There was a knock at the door. Ezram glanced toward it.
Some people remember manners, he said. Come in.
Kellen slipped into the room, Argus Kos close behind. You called for us?
Yes,
Ezram returned his attention to Kaya.
Tesa's killer has been apprehended by the Azorius.
Kaya's legs felt suddenly weak. She grabbed the edge of a bookshelf to hold herself up. Sir?
A low-level hitman, no guild affiliation, said Ezram. He swears he doesn't know what happened. 1 minute he was walking through the 8th district, and the next he was in Karlov Manor, covered in Tesa's blood. He ran. Someone saw him leaving the area, and the Azorius were called. They have him in custody.
Kaya and Kellen were gaping at him when the door slammed open, and Aurelia appeared, dragging a thrashing woman in Rakdos colors by the hair. The woman had been tied up, hands secured behind her back, but she fought like she thought she could break free. Aurelia half threw her to the floor, wings spread in indignation. She was coming for me, she snapped, voice cold as the grave. She killed 10 of my guards before I stopped her. You cheated, snapped the woman. Not supposed to bring wings to a ground fight. Naughty and nasty and not playing fair. Aurelia ignored her, absorbed in her own fury. This is the one they call Massacre Girl, and her presence proves the cult of Rakdos is behind all this senseless slaughter. We should have known. I'll gather the Legion, and we'll march. If the Boros Legion marched to war against another guild within the city in such a delicate state of recovery, everything would collapse. The Dimir were missing, and the Golgari were in self-imposed exile. Ravnica couldn't afford to lose another guild. This might not be her home anymore. That didn't mean Kaya wanted to see the place burn. Wait, said Kaya desperately. Better listen, bird lady, said Massacre Girl snidely. Kaya resisted the urge to kick her.
These agents have been to see Judith of the Rakdos and were returning to make their report,
said Ezram. Agents? Aurelia looked at Kaya quizzically, rage temporarily dimmed by confusion. For this case, said Kaya, I'm more neutral than many. Massacre Girl, why did you attack the Boros war leader when you knew the possible consequences? I don't know, said Massacre Girl.
I don't remember anything before she was sweeping my legs out from under me and stepping on my chest. I didn't even get paid.
Kaya turned back to Aurelia.
You see, this could be connected to the other attack. In both cases, the assailant didn't remember the act or know how to evade the aftermath. War Leader, we spoke to Judith, and she didn't have the demeanor of a guilty person. If anything, she was helpful. She directed us towards a lead, which we're presently investigating. Please, we need time before open accusations are made against another guild. Even in the face of your own loss, you would press for patience, said Aurelia.
You would do the same if you were thinking clearly, said Agris Kos. Listen to her, she speaks sense.
Aurelia frowned at him. You would advise me.
You sent me to oversee. I'm overseeing. He looked at her calmly. They need time.
Aurelia closed her wings, still frowning. 24 hours, no more, and the assassin stays with us, she said. If another prisoner is lost, heads will roll.
That's all we need, said Kaya with evident relief. Aurelia gathered her prisoner and her pride and swept away. As soon as she was gone, Kaya sagged. Kellen put out an arm to steady her. It's fine, she said, waving him away. Just having a killer means this isn't a trick. Tesa's really gone. One more person she hadn't saved. One more friend she'd never see again. Not in the same way. Tesa's ghost might come back, but that wouldn't undo the damage. Kaya rubbed her face with one hand. Being someone she cared about was starting to feel like a dangerous proposition. We have 24 hours, she said, lowering her hand. Let's get to work. The goblins who had captured Kylox clearly hadn't realized anyone was watching. They made no effort to cover their tracks as they passed through the boiler pits to their own ladder to the streets above. Proft and Detrata stayed back far enough not to be seen and followed them out into the early evening air. The kidnappers made no effort to hide their thrashing captive either, but no one looked too closely or stopped to ask them what they were doing. Proft and Detrata continued to follow, not interfering as the goblins carried Kylox to a disreputable-looking pawn shop. They exchanged a look, then hurried to the store, stopping outside. Proft produced something that looked like a small trumpet from inside his jacket, pressing one end to his ear and the other to the glass. Etrata began to ask him a question. He waved her off, then pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Inside, the familiar, faintly nasal voice of Kranko rang out clear and true. What do you know?
Nothing, Kylox replied. I don't understand what you think
The killings! What do you know about the killings? Kranko sniffed. I know enough to know I'm at risk here. You're going to tell me everything you know. Proft lowered the trumpet.
That sounded like a threat to me,
he said, looking to Etrata.
Those guards, do you think you could take them?
Etrata looked mildly offended.
I'm a professional.
Excellent, Proft said, and kicked the door open. Etrata surged into the room like a shadowy tide, Proft strolling along behind her.
That will be quite enough of that,
he said mildly as Etrata disarmed the first of the goblin guards. Kranko squawked in surprise, moving so two more of his men could cover him, only to watch them go down as well. The demure assassin moved with restrained grace, and in moments, all 6 guards were on the ground, not moving. Etrata moved to start untying Kylox, while Proft focused on Kranko.
What, he asked, are you doing?
Important people have been dying, said Kranko. I'm important. I could be next. He indicated Kylox, was talking about doing work for important people, but he wouldn't work for me. He might know something. He's going to tell me.
I did tell you, said Kylox, rubbing his wrists as he stood. I don't know anything. Alquist, thank you. I hoped you'd understand what I was asking for.
Proft didn't have time to respond before the window smashed in and a bulky man in laborer's clothes crashed into the room. He charged for Kranko, swinging a dagger, and ran into Kylox first. There was a strangled gasp as the Viashino fell out of the way and slid motionless to the floor. Proft moved to his friend while Etrata slashed at the curled grip of the attacker, knocking the dagger loose. She jumped onto his back then and wrapped an arm around his throat.
Kranko, you useless pile! The chains!
She shouted. Surprise broke through Kranko's look of terror, and he hurried to get the chain that had been used to tie up Kylox, tossing it to Atrata. She squeezed the man's neck a little tighter, then slid down and began tying him up quickly, immobilizing him. When she turned, Proft was there, a bleak look on his face. "Kylox?" she asked. He shook his head. "I'm so sorry."
As am I. He stepped toward the attacker. Why are you here?
The man didn't answer, only snarled at the cowering Krenko. Proft frowned.
His eyes aren't focused. Atrata, he said. See?
His pupils are too dilated, she said. He's clearly intoxicated.
Perhaps.
Proft glanced over his shoulder.
We need to break the fugue somehow.
Allow me, Atrata said, and stepped in front of the man, locking her gaze on his own. There was no outward display of her psychic abilities, but he jerked back, pupils returning to a more normal state as he tried to recoil from her and the fear she had induced. "What am I doing here?" he demanded, nearly sounding panicked. "This isn't the florist. My husband is going to kill me."
As I suspected, Proft turned to Atrata. People are being brainwashed into these attacks. They can't be held responsible, as you can't. Someone is doing this, and I am going to find out who.
Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 7, Rot Before Recovery, by Shannon McGuire. Kellen didn't have an office so much as he had an alcove, a semi-partitioned little corner of the main floor, where a room had been made for a desk, a rickety file cabinet, and a small brass machine on a perfectly sized pedestal. Kellen tapped the machine as he ushered Kaya into the space. The machine made a soft humming sound and clicked on, its cracked glass screen becoming consumed by a web of notes and rough sketches. Kaya blinked. "What is that?" "It's my private projector," said Kellen. "We use them to visualize the things we're investigating, and when the answer isn't clear-cut. Part of why Proft's the best detective we have is because he doesn't need one. He can just keep track of everything in his head and spin it around and round until it falls together in the right way. The rest of us use visual aids." He leaned over, taking a large feather that Kaya suspected might have begun as one of Ezram's out of a mug on his desk. The bottom inch or so had been tipped in misium, which gleamed a dull copper gold in the light from the projector. "Every projector has an associated stylus," he said, moving back towards the machine. "You can't update the files without them, unless you do it through uploads to the central unit." "Wow," said Kaya. "I knew you had a way of keeping track, but that's amazing, Kellen. The evidence capsules, the barrier wards, well, the filing system, it's all very impressive." Kellen stood a little straighter, clearly pleased by her praise, and touched the screen with his stylus, bringing up an array of small notes and pictures. "This one's from the Thopter that found us in the alley," he said, tapping one of the pictures and expanding it to fill the whole display. "It's the newest piece of information we have." "Information, not evidence?" "Evidence is something we know relates," he frowned. "That sort of ambush usually means you're getting close to an answer, but I can't see what that answer might be. No two pieces fit together in the right way. The fur on those cultists doesn't match up with Rakdos' stirring people up to murder again." "I don't think Rakdos is behind this," said Kaya. "It feels like Judith wants us looking at her Purin for some reason, and I can come up with half a dozen reasons she'd want us to do that. But this isn't his style. Yes, killing Teysa and Zagana causes a lot of chaos and instability." She paused, swallowing. She knew she was right. Dismissing Teysa's death so casually still burned. "But it won't throw the city into freefall. It won't cause riots in the streets. Rakdos would want to see the bodies clogging in the gutters if he'd stirred himself for something like this. So who do you think is behind this?" "I don't know yet, but we need to find out fast. If this gets much worse, things are going to explode, and the city hasn't fully recovered from the invasion." Maybe the city never would. Maybe, like her, Ravnica would be feeling the aftershocks of Phyrexia forever. And maybe that was a good thing. It meant they'd remember. Tragedies weren't forgotten until the injuries started to heal. Kellen nodded, expression thoughtful. "Do you think Trostani?" He didn't have time to finish his question before an alarm blared through the building, too loud to ignore. Kaya jerked bolt upright, the sour taste of adrenaline filling her mouth. "What?" Kellen tossed his stylus onto the desk and started out of the cubby, moving fast. Kaya had no choice but to hurry if she wanted to keep up. "Someone's compromised the evidence locker," shouted Kellen, straining to be heard above the alarm. "Some of the things we have. Oh no." He had stopped dead in the middle of the narrow passageway between desks. Kaya almost ran right into him before she managed to stop and turned to look at whatever had captured his attention. The rest of the agents were running in that direction, except the ones who had, like Kellen, stopped to stare. The room containing the evidence locker lay in ruins, the walls completely shattered by the force of whatever had been released. The ceiling of the headquarters hadn't fared much better. The cause of all this damage wasn't currently visible, obscured by a wall of roiling dust and debris. Some of the agents closer to the evidence cage were shouting, their voices adding to the din made by the alarm and chunks of falling masonry. Kaya stepped forward, stopping shoulder to shoulder with Kellen. "Has this ever happened before?" she asked. "The capsules are secure before we put them in the locker," he said, not moving. He didn't look like he remembered how to move. "We have protocols in case a system fails, but the locker isn't supposed to—" Something in the smoke roared. It was a deep, guttural sound, loud enough to shake the foundations. Kaya grabbed hold of Kellen's arms as the shifting floor threatened to knock her off balance. Kellen's face had taken on a glossy pallor, making him look like a man who'd just seen a ghost, and not one in the service of the Orzhov. More agents shouted. Some screamed, turning away from whatever they saw in the billowing cloud. The roar came again, and the smoke parted as its occupant lunged forward, massive spatulate front paws slamming into the floor. One of the screams cut off abruptly as a paw landed on the screamer, presumably smashing them flat. Each paw was tipped in a daggered claw, easily longer than Kaya was tall, tapering to a wicked point. The beast that had done all this damage swung around, sniffing at the air. Its nose was a star-shaped flower burst of fleshy tendrils. The whole thing resembled nothing so much as a mole, twice the size of an adult troll, flesh etched with runic lines that gleamed green with power. Kaya swallowed. "That's the Gruul god you were telling me you detained?" Kellen nodded, momentarily speechless. "And what do we know about the god?" "The Gruul call him Ansreg," said Kellen. I guess he's a harvest god for them? Planting and growth and that sort of thing. Only they call him the Rampage Mole, so I don't know how good a fit that is." "Uh-huh. Feel like your legs are working again?" "I think so. Why?" "Because he's over there and we're over here, but he's doing a lot of damage, and he's going to come over here eventually." "Oh," Kellen seemed to shake off his shock, giving Kaya a brief, sheepish look. "Thanks." "No thanks needed." Kaya released his arm and drew her daggers, their edges taking on a purple gleam. "Let's make this an unfair fight." With that, she charged towards the divine mole, using a fallen chunk of ceiling as her ramp onto an unbroken desk, leaping from there to a much taller shelf. The Gruul god had yet to notice her, and so she was able to climb to the absolute top before launching herself towards the massive mole. Kellen, meanwhile, was running toward the god, the basket hilts on his hands already activated, motioning agents out of his way as he gathered momentum. They weren't the only ones going on the attack. While the agency had their share of analysts and investigators whose understanding of combat began and ended with documenting the aftermath, far more of them had been recruited from the streets, former guild members or people whose instinct for trouble had been too finely honed to keep them safe at home. Some of them had produced knives or swords from inside their dusters. One woman with a shock of frizzy blonde hair was holding a device of clear Izzet make, shooting rays of electricity at Ansreg to keep him at bay, while she waved less combat-minded agents clear of the chaos. At least 4 people were down, 2 buried under chunks of masonry, 1 flattened by the god, and 1 sliced nearly in 2 by her claws. Kaya roared a call-time battle challenge as she flew toward the god, and Ansreg turned toward the sound, snout quivering with curiosity and confusion. Kaya struck him square in the middle of the tendril starburst, daggers biting deep. The Gruul god howled with pain, backpedaling and shaking his head hard from side to side. Kaya held fast to the hilts of her daggers, pulling herself up so that she was level with Ansreg's tiny, almost hidden eyes. Ansreg seemed to focus on her for the first time, making a confused sound that was still loud enough to make Kaya's eardrums ache. Below her on the ground, Kellen had reached the fight and was slashing away at Ansreg's forelegs, forcing the god to dance backward, Kaya still hanging from his nose. Neither of them had severely injured the great mole. Both had surely gotten his attention. There was another roar behind them, less bestial than enraged. Kaya dared a glance over her shoulder. Ezram was standing in the open space between the agent desks and the evidence pen, mounted on his steed, whose wings were spread as wide as they could go, mouth open in unmistakable challenge. Ansreg roared again, throwing his head back and sending Kaya flying, daggers still grasped firmly in her hands. She shouted as she fell, and was only marginally surprised when Kellen was there to catch her, keeping her from hitting or passing insubstantially through the floor. Ansreg paid them no attention, stalking toward Ezram instead, head down and bloodied nasal tendrils twitching as he snuffled at the floor. Ezram roared again, wings spreading wider as he challenged this intruder to his territory. Kaya elbowed Kellen gently as she set her feet on the floor. "Evidence capsule," she hissed. "What? Grab an evidence capsule." She kept her voice low. Some of the other agents were still attacking, but Ansreg's attention was much more fixed on Ezram and the threat he represented. "We don't know how he got out. I'm betting we can put him back." "That's right. All the binding seals we put on him must still be there." Kellen nodded and bolted for the ruined evidence cage, jumping over several chunks of fallen masonry as Kaya turned back to Ansreg, watching as the Gruul god stalked towards Ezram. "Sir," she called, "you need anything?"
"A new ceiling would be nice,"
he said peevishly before screeching at the approaching mole in a distinctly avian tone, mount snapping its wings shut and open again in sharp challenge. Kaya knew now that Ezram and his mount were technically individual beings, but watching the mighty Archon brace for a fight, not to see them as a single unit. Ansreg seemed to view them in the same way. He moved like he was approaching a large predator, not a man on some sort of massive taloned beast. Kellen ran up next to her, a containment capsule in his hands. He eyed Ansreg warily as he passed it over. "How do I work this thing?" asked Kaya, sheathing her daggers and taking the capsule. "It's already keyed to Ansreg. Just press the button," said Kellen, and then, "Hey!" as Kaya took off running, capsule in her hands. Ansreg turned, growling under his breath as Kaya got close. Kaya took a breath and phased out, turning intangible just before Ansreg's paw passed through her body, claws swiping harmlessly at nothing. The god was still trying to figure out what had happened, standing in baffled puzzlement, when Kaya turned solid again and pressed the button. The capsule chimed, an incongruously pleasant sound, before expanding into a massive bubble, trapping Ansreg inside. Silence fell over the office, save for the sharp breathing of an injured agent slumped against a broken desk, and occasional thud of another piece of broken ceiling. Kaya looked at Ezram, holding up the container. "Where should I put this?" He closed his wings, turning to face the rest of the room.
"Who's here and uninjured?" he demanded.
"Here, sir," said several agents.
"Good. I want all of you to go to the Gruul encampments. Find Yaris and bring him back here. I know he had something to do with this."
Kaya, who wasn't so sure but wasn't going to contradict him, turned away, only to see Agrus Kos standing at the edge of the devastation, beckoning her. She motioned for Kellen to stay where he was before walking through the shattered desks and fallen rocks between her and Agrus, letting them pass harmlessly through her insubstantial flesh. "What is it?" she asked. "There's something that's bugging me," he said. "It's itching the back of my neck, which I don't like, since I thought dying would mean no more itches. I always felt like this when things didn't fit together quite right on a case." "Nothing fits on this case," said Kaya. "Got that right." Agrus shook his head. "I need to go somewhere. I think I can get a whole bunch of answers all at once if I do." "Great," said Kaya. "I'll get Kellen." "No, not we need to go somewhere. I need to go. I know you're in charge of this investigation, but this is too dangerous for a living person. Even Orzhov leaders can die. We don't need another ghost." The look he gave Kaya held more sympathy than scorn. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Before the deadline, for sure." "You're not asking." "No." "All right, I'll see you when you get back." "Thanks, boss." Agris Koss turned and, much like Kaya, walked right through the debris as he left the room. "Getting a little tired of following you around without you telling me where we're going," said Etrata, bracing herself against the slick wall as she and Proft followed the curve of the enclosed street down into the bowels of the city.
"I told you, we're going to the 6th precinct," said
Proft, in a tone that implied she was being entirely unreasonable complaining about it. "Yes, 2, she said. 2 is not the way that most people say under. Those are very different words. This is Golgari territory." Proft gave her the delighted smile of a teacher whose student had finally managed to catch up.
"Yes, precisely," he said. "When Crowster rose to the surface, it changed the shape of the warrens below. The swarm has been largely in hiding since the invasion, but if you knew the warrens before they shifted, you can still find your way."
"Oh, that's very reassuring." The air here was warm and fragrant, although it didn't stink like the boiler pits. Instead, the air had the ripe richness of healthy compost, the earthy weightiness of mushrooms. It smelled like a growing world. Decay, yes, but life as well. 2 things without which all of Ravnica would surely fall.
"Have you never spent time in the Golgari portions of the Undercity?"
Etrata shot him a sour look. "I'm an assassin, not an undertaker. Once they're dead, I'm done with them."
"Pity. You should consider expanding your horizons. There's so much beauty below."
Proft pushed aside a curtain of cobwebs, leading her into a smaller, more level tunnel. They weren't going down as steeply any longer. That was a small mercy, as it made it easier for both to keep their footing. Etrata wasn't accustomed to being the unsteady one, but Proft moved through the damp tunnels as if he had been born to the guild, easy in his environment. It was another oddity piled atop a man made almost entirely of oddities, and she wasn't sure she liked it. She liked the idea of being left alone in these tunnels even less. They had already made so many turns during their descent that she wasn't confident in her ability to find her way back to the surface alone. Etrata hurried to catch up. Proft motioned for her to hang back as he rapped his knuckles against a doorway dotted with patches of lichen and clusters of small, growing mushrooms. No one answered. Looking unsurprised, Proft opened the rotting door to reveal a large cavern lined with the crumbling ruins of some ancient guild hall. There were no fires, but there was light provided by larger clusters of those same glowing mushrooms. At the center of the space, barbed spear in hand, stood an elf woman dressed in layered leather, topped with tatters that emulated spider webs. Her face was painted with a white spider's head mask, the lines gleaming stark against her dark skin. She looked at Proft and Etrata, seeming utterly unsurprised by their presence. "Have you come to arrest me for some fabricated crime, detective?" she asked, making no effort to conceal the bitterness in her tone.
"I never would have found you if you hadn't allowed it, Izoni," said Proft. "You knew the moment we entered your tunnels. You also know we've been investigating the death of Zagana."
"Teysa as well now," said Izoni. "I have no doubt they're connected, and you have no reason to believe I wasn't the one who cut their threads."
"I saw your spiders in the tunnels and in Etrata's cell," said Proft. "If you were responsible for this, more people would be dead, and I'd never have seen your eyes. You're more subtle than that."
Izoni frowned, but Etrata could tell he was getting through to her. No one rose as high in their guild as Izoni had without some degree of pride. "You are correct not to suspect me," Izoni finally allowed. "The swarm has come under enough scrutiny recently. Even if I wanted to kill the city's leadership, I wouldn't do it now. Not when it could hurt my people so direly.
"I brought you this," said Proft, producing a small vial of powder collected from Etrata's bolt hole. "I believe the killers are being controlled in some fashion, forced to do the bidding of another."
Izoni stepped closer and took the vial, shaking it to knock the grains off the side of the jar before removing the lid and tapping a small portion into her palm. Etrata stiffened. Izoni impassively leaned down to sniff the powder. "Immunity," she said, as if reading Etrata's mind. "Poisons, drugs, natural or unnatural. It doesn't matter. Nothing does me harm." She shook the powder carefully back into the jar before grabbing a piece of dangling cobweb and scouring her hand clean. Looking at Proft, she said, "This is natural, biological at the very least. It's not from any plant or fungus I've ever seen. And I know everything that grows on Ravnica." She looked around herself, taking note of the ruins around her. "But the swarm hides our face now because of something not of Ravnica."
"That was my concern as well," said Proft. "If the invaders have changed their tactics."
"We may not have won as decisively as we all want to believe." Proft turned slowly, raising his hand to his mouth in thought, and froze as he caught a flicker of motion among the ruins. He lowered his hand again, taking a step forward, and saw the hooded figure lurking there, watching their conversation. The figure began to turn away.
"Stop!"
yelled Proft. The figure bolted. Proft started after them, not listening to Etrata shouting for him to wait, to stop, to tell her where he thought he was going. He was running. He was in pursuit. This was something his body knew how to do. The figure had a head start, but Proft was gaining, closing the distance between them with his long, loping strides. He reached out, hoping to catch the figure's cloak, but fell as something slammed into the side of his head with enough force to take the rest of the world away. Consciousness left, and Proft left with it. Rixmadi cast a long shadow even in the Undercity. Agris Kos had always hated this place when he was alive. He truly wished he didn't feel compelled to visit now that he was dead, but the evidence. Too much pointed to Rakdos without forming a full and coherent picture. The attack by Massacre Girl had been too sloppy. Judith had been too eager to point Kaya and Kellen at her own Parun. None of this made sense. There was one thing he could do to contribute to the investigation that no one else could do, and he reminded himself of that as he passed through the walls of Rixmadi, descending through the Rakdos Guildhall toward the great lava pit where Rakdos himself dwelled. No one stopped or seemed to see him as he traveled lower and lower until the gleaming basin of the pit itself cut through the gloom. Glad he didn't need to breathe in his ghostly form, Argus moved to the edge of the pit and looked down. Rakdos laid curled at the burning center of the lava, eyes closed, seeming oddly peaceful. A thick layer of dust covered his body, interspersed with patches of blood-red moss. He had been here and asleep for quite some time. Rakdos couldn't be the answer. Agris began to turn away, intending to leave the same way he had entered, and stopped as smoke snaked out of nowhere, wrapping around his wrists and ankles, holding him down. A sudden searing pain swept over him. He fell to his knees, fighting to look up and to see what had attacked him, but collapsed as the pain grew more intense. Then, with a flash of reddened light, he vanished, and Judith stepped out of the shadows, a crystal skull in her hands, smirking at the place where he had been. "Now, now, darling," she said, caressing the skull. "Can't have you spoiling all of my fun when I'm so close to getting what I really want." She raised the skull to her face, smirk becoming a smile, as she saw the small figure of Agris Kos, screaming inside, wrapped tight in chains of smoke. Rakdos sleeps now because he wishes to, but it would be a small matter for the other guilds to bind him in dreamless slumber, if I could only convince them that his desires had become a danger, she said sweetly. Our guild needs new leadership, a dramatic change of scene. All I need to do is throw enough clues in front of those amateur crime chasers, and this ends with me at center stage. You're not a part of my script, little spirit. You'll stay where I put you. She turned and sauntered away from the lava pit, leaving the demon she ostensibly served to slumber. Proft groaned as he woke, raising one hand automatically to cup the side of his head, and was distantly pleased when he felt no blood or gaping wounds. He opened his eyes as he sat up and froze, staring at the blue-white room around him. Wonder, awe, and confusion warred for control of his mind as he pushed himself to his feet, looking around the impossible edifice of his own mind palace. How could he have summoned it when he wasn't even awake? He turned again and froze. A figure in a long, hooded cloak was rummaging through one of his drawers, looking at the files inside. Proft cleared his throat.
Excuse me, but I don't remember inviting any guests. What are you here for?
Oh, you're awake, or whatever serves for waking in dreams,
said the figure, sounding almost amused. Their voice was distorted, clearly disguised in some way. Not looking up, the figure added,
I came to meet you, to see this place myself. Very impressive what you've created here.
Thank you,
said Proft, suppressing the urge to preen at the flattery.
But as I've said before, I'm afraid you weren't invited. Are you by chance the killer I've been tracking? Your powers of suggestion must be extraordinary to have worked your way in here.
Sadly, my friend, I'm not the one you're looking for,
said the figure, pulling a folder out of the drawer and flipping it open.
I'm merely passing through Ravnica as a waypoint, not the destination, but your contributions will be remembered, and I'll see you rewarded in some way when the time comes.
He tucked the folder into his cloak, as if to go. Proft began to protest this blatant theft of his intellectual property, only for the mind palace to shatter as his eyes opened and he woke for the second time, cheeks stinging with hot pain. Again he touched the side of his head and winced at the already blooming bruise. Pushing himself up onto his hands, he looked around, quickly finding Etrata crouched only a few feet away, her own eyes wide and glossy with the fading remains of panic. I hit you when you wouldn't wake up, she said. You took off running, and then I found you like this. I thought maybe whatever's been making people kill, maybe it had you now. He looked past her to Izoni.
Did you see anyone else here?
No, said Etrata. Izoni merely shook her head.
I see. Proft rose. Come, Etrata. We are needed in the city above.
How do you know that?
Unconsciousness is marvelous for organizing the thoughts. Izoni, many thanks. You have my sincere gratitude, and my hope that your help today will allow the swarm to step closer to their return to proper prominence.
Your lips to the Guild Pact's ears, but your wishes are appreciated, said Izoni as she turned away. Go back to your sunlit realms, detectives. You're no longer wanted here. He should have been back by now, said Kaya, glaring at the door. You said he told you this was too dangerous for a living person? Kellen shot her a concerned look before he returned to entering notes in his projector. The building rang with the sound of lithomancers and engineers clearing away the rubble. Ezram had arranged for the removal of the fallen agency detectives, while the agents dispatched to recover Yaris had yet to return. In the aftermath of the chaos, and with two groups already effectively put out in the field, he had instructed Kellen and Kaya to stay put for the time being. Kaya was getting restless. He said he'd be back before the deadline.
We have hours yet, then,
said Kellen almost cheerfully. His cheer died as the front doors slammed open and Aurelia marched into the room, followed by an entire garrison of Bora's soldiers. She stalked past the cleanup crews, not sparing the wreckage a second glance as she made her way toward Ezram's office. Kellen and Kaya exchanged a look. Oh, that can't be good, Kellen said. No, it's not, said Kaya. Wait here. Kaya walked calmly toward the wall between them and the private offices, and through, continuing through the building in a straight line. Ezram looked up and frowned as she stepped out of his office wall.
Knocking is still polite, he said.
You're about to have company, said Kaya, just as Aurelia hammered on the door.
Enter,
said Ezram warily. Aurelia opened the door and stepped inside, looking only mildly annoyed by the sight of Kaya. It was a small thing compared to her clear and towering rage. Argus Koss is missing, she spat. He was meant to report in at the 6th bell, and he didn't appear. This is an insult too far. I'm done waiting. The Boros Legion marches to war. The cult of Rakdos will pay for what they've done. Kaya took a large step backward, through the wall into the next office. If the Boros were going to war, all of Ravnica would quickly follow. She lunged for the office door, pulling it open to reveal a youth, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, with the hardened expression of someone who had been surviving guildless in the city streets for as long as they could remember. You Kaya? They asked. Yes, she replied. You are? Delaney, got a message for you. They held out a slip of paper. Kaya took it, reading quickly. Meet at Karlov Cathedral. Come alone. Can you tell my partner? She looked up as she spoke. Delaney was already gone. Kellen would understand. He would have to. With Ravnica on the brink of war, she didn't have any time left to waste on niceties. Besides, where could she possibly be safer than at the heart of Orzhov territory? If there was one thing the Orzhov were good at, it was burying their own. Not that they had a higher rate of death than the other guilds. According to civic records, full Orzhov members lived longer than most people. But when someone died, the people responsible for organizing the funeral did so with the awareness that their absent colleagues were likely to show up and to critique the flowers. Written instructions were to be followed with absolute precision, and in the absence of written instructions, the closest friends of the deceased were consulted. If the ghosts wound up angry with the results, well, it was their own fault for not communicating clearly. Kaya's carriage let her off in front of a cathedral, dressed to the nines in climbing moonflower and bruised black phantom kisses, the windows draped with sheets of white velvet, and the mirrors covered in layers of crepe. The building echoed with silence. Until Tessa's body was brought for the week of formal viewing, only her closest friends and family members were expected to enter the building, allowing them a few moments of private time with her spirit, assuming it had chosen to linger. Kaya walked up the steps, heart in her throat and knots in her stomach, and told herself again and again that Tessa would choose to linger. Tessa would be back. Tessa would be back, and she could tell Kaya the note in her pocket wasn't what it looked like. Tessa hadn't betrayed them all. She slipped inside, walking through the door to avoid alerting the attendants, and made her way to the grand nave, where pews had been set up for the mourners and the debtors who would be expected to attend the actual funeral and ceremonially reaffirm their intention to repay Tessa what they owed her. The pews were empty, save for two vaguely familiar figures. One, a man in a long agency coat, sat towards the front. The other, a female vampire who had changed at some point into her own guild colors, sat closer to the doors, watching them warily. She tensed at Kaya's appearance. Proft waved a hand.
It's fine, Atrata. We invited her. Planeswalker, if you would.
I have a name, said Kaya, walking over to sit near him on the pew.
Yes, but as we're not that well acquainted, it seems presumptuous. My investigation has progressed.
How did you know to call me?
I knew of the chief's intent to involve you, and once I heard of Guildmaster Karlov's unfortunate demise, I knew that you wouldn't be able to resist. You have my condolences, by the way.
Thank you. The words were like ashes in her mouth. Kaya glanced at Atrata. At least now I know where she went.
Yes, well, I needed her, and the Azorius can be so narrow-minded when it comes to matters of guilt, said Proft. The killers are being controlled by an outside force. She has no memory of the murder, which means...
She's not responsible either, said Kaya. Proft shot her a glance. She sighed. Tessa's murderer claims not to remember killing her. I don't want her to be dead, I guess. I wanted this to be simple.
Tessa Karlov was not a simple woman.
No, said Kaya, never. But I was gone for so long, and I'm worried that she might have been complicated in ways I didn't expect.
What do you mean?
Kaya took a deep breath. When I found her body, I found something else, a note, in her own hand, but not her own language. It was written in Phyrexian.
And you're afraid she sold us out?
I'm afraid she may have let greed overwhelm sense, and thought she could get the Phyrexians into her debt. But if her killer was mind-controlled, who would want 3 guild leaders dead?
3, said Proft, looking briefly alarmed.
There's been an attempt on Aurelia's life.
Ah, the alarm faded. What have you learned?
I don't think Rakdos is responsible for all that Judith seems to want us to think he is. We, Kellen and I, traveled to Vitu-Ghazi to consult the Guild Pact. I'm still not sure what the passage she told us to look at meant, and there hasn't been time to really discuss it. We were attacked on the way back into the city.
Attacked? By whom?
A group of people in robes I didn't recognize. We didn't get to question any of them. Once they were defeated, they swallowed some sort of plant that turned their bodies into moss. They blew away, she grimaced. Other than some fur on their robes, we don't have a lot to go on. And now Agris Kos is missing, and Aurelia's ready to go to war against the Rakdos. Proft said nothing. Kaya turned to look at him. He was staring off into space with an expression she would have called a blank, if not for the satisfaction creeping around the edges. He looked like a man who had just been handed a glorious and unexpected gift, and intended to savor it. Detective, are you all right? Proft rose. Etrada, who was becoming attuned to his signals, moved to join them.
I know who's responsible for this, said Proft. All of this, and I can prove it. But I need you to keep Etrada's whereabouts to yourself, and to arrange a little gathering for me before I can explain.
Kaya stared at him. Etrada shrugged. You'll get used to it, she said. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 8, Gods of Chaos, by Shannon Maguire. The sun rose bright and beautiful over the moor, shining through every blade of grass and glinting off every drop of dew. It was a glorious morning, the sort of day that appeared filled with promise and glory, with absolutely no chance of shadows lurking around the edges to snare and engulf. Kaya stood on the porch of Vitu-Ghazi, squinting at that flawless sky, and wondered when she'd lost the ability to appreciate something as simple as a sunrise. It wasn't that she couldn't tell it was lovely, it was more that so much of the plains, had shown itself to be unspeakably and irreparably broken, that something as beautiful as the morning felt less like a promise and more like another lie, layered on top of all the others. A coach pulled by a pair of winged horrors stopped at the curb, and Kaya stepped off the porch to meet it. It was painted matte black with bloody trim. Even without the guild symbol on the door, she would have easily been able to identify this as the carriage of the Rakdos representative. The door swung open, and Judith stepped out, resplendent in a long red velvet dress, trimmed in black and topped by a black leather bodice that gleamed like burnished steel in the early light. She wrinkled her nose as she looked first one way, then the other, finally focusing on Kaya. When I was summoned like some lackey, I'll admit I expected a more impressive welcoming committee, she said, a sneer in her voice. Kaya didn't rise to the bait. The request was for the head of the guild to come receive essential information regarding the recent murders, she said. As you're not Rakdos, you were under no obligation to attend. Yes, well, his viciousness is somewhat too preoccupied preparing for war against the rest of Ravnica to attend your little soiree, said Judith, waving Kaya's words away. Although it seems fitting that this little drama should begin and end with an Orzhov attempt at entertainment. Who are you going to kill to keep us all amused today? No one, unless you keep testing me, said Kaya, keeping her tone pleasant. Aurelia and Lavinia are already inside if you'd like to go join them. Will you stay out here to play the greeter? How adorable! Judith's smile was a razor blade, sharp enough to slice through flesh and to find the bone beneath. She swept past Kaya without another word, leaving her alone on the porch. The carriage drove away, horrors trotting in eerie unison. Kaya rolled her eyes. That was Judith. She would probably find a way to choreograph her own deathbed for maximum dramatic impact. Bladders of blood attached to the ceiling or something. Kaya was still standing there, contemplating the horrors of Judith's eventual, meticulously orchestrated death, when a great shadow swept across her. She looked up, taking a half-step back, and watched as Ezram came gliding in for a landing, offering her a polite nod. He pulled a small chariot behind him, occupied by a centaur in gruel colors. The centaur exited the chariot once they were safely on the ground, undoing the buckle that had kept him from falling out. Kaya turned, offering a small half-bow to Ezram. "Sir," she said, and then she turned to face his companion. "Yaris, I presume?"
Message said you wanted the guild leader,
said the centaur, still looking unsettled by his recent flight.
We don't have a leader, but I speak high enough to stand for us here, and I was with this one.
He hooked a finger toward Ezram.
When the note came in, so he said this was as good as keeping me in custody. Yaris didn't release Andrag from the evidence capsule, said Ezram. Would've if I'd thought of a way how, said Yaris. And he didn't know who had, although he's grateful that you were able to recapture the god without killing him, continued Ezram. Don't like him being a captive, but that's better than dead. Thought for sure you civilized folks would put him down if you had the chance, said Yaris, with something verging on grudging respect. You didn't, and your man here explained what was to happen before we can have him back with us, unharmed and uncontained. But you could have killed him, and you didn't, and for that you have my respect.
You're welcome, said Kaya, amazed. Ezram, meanwhile, moved closer, looming over her.
Now, Agent, care to explain why you think you have the authority to summon me?
All will be explained shortly, sir, said Kaya. If we could just proceed inside, we're going to get started soon. Ezram gave her a measuring look.
This isn't like you.
Maybe, maybe not.
Who put this together?
Inside, sir. You'll have the information soon. And so will I. With one last inscrutable look, Ezram paced through the wide double doors, making Kaya question again how the Archon got around when faced with buildings constructed to a more human scale. Most civic establishments accounted for the varying sizes of the population, but surely his job took him to private homes on occasion? Narrow tunnels? Places that weren't expecting to accommodate a massive feathered steed? No point in dwelling on it. Vitu-Ghazi was large enough, and she still had people to greet. Kaya waved Yaris after Ezram, then turned her eyes back to the road. Not much longer now. Vanifar was the last of the guild leaders to arrive, shortly after Rahl, who had paused before going inside to give Kaya a look so sympathetic that it had caused her stomach to briefly lurch, like everything she'd eaten since arriving in the city was going to make an appearance right then and there. Teysa had been his friend, too. More than anyone else on Ravnica, he understood how much she'd lost, both before and after Teysa died. They'd never been close, but here was someone who understood her, all the way to the base of who she was, and it was almost a crime that they didn't have the time to talk. But then he'd been stepping inside, and Vanifar had been climbing out of her coach, a sour expression on her face, and Kaya had been thrust back into the role she'd agreed to play in this morning's little performance. Proft better know what he's doing, she thought sourly, and moved to greet Vanifar. Only one guest was expected after that. Krenko, the goblin hustler she'd seen speaking with Teysa at the party. Why he was included in the invitations was just one of the many things Proft hadn't been willing or perhaps able to disclose. Once Krenko arrived, Kaya ushered him through the doors of Vitu-Ghazi and closed them behind her with a satisfying thump. This way, she said, beckoning for him to follow as she started down the hall toward Trostani's sanctum. Who else is, here? He asked, clearly anxious. If Proft had summoned him, he probably had a reason to be. Quite a few people, said Kaya. Most of the guild leadership. We're only missing Golgari and Dimir for hopefully obvious reasons. Yourself, Agent Kellen from the agency, Captain Ezram from the agency, and Tulsimir. So if whoever's been hunting guild leaders wanted to finish the job in a hurry, all they'd need to do is hit Vitu-Ghazi? Kaya fixed Krenko with a stern look. You know, it's only because you sound unhappy about that I'm not detaining you right now. Aurelia is in the building. You could be under arrest in a matter of seconds. You can't talk to me like that. I've a pardon, said Krenko, glowering at her. Can you really blame me for being concerned over my own safety? I don't doubt there's any place on Ravnica safer than right here, Kaya said, and opened the door to Trostani's sanctum, which had been turned into their makeshift gathering place for today's salon. It was large enough, but even so, with every chair occupied and every corner filled with unhappy murmurs, it certainly seemed to be at capacity. Even Trostani herself looked displeased, her arms twined together, and complementary, if not identical, frowns on all three of her faces. Everyone turned toward Kaya and Krenko as the door closed behind them. Aurelia was the first to move, rising with a flurry of feathers from the leather armchair she'd been occupying, and demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" The chair connecting her to Massacre Girl, the captive who she had insisted on bringing, presumably to throw in the faces of the others there, jerked the assassin an inch forward. "You didn't have to come," said Kaya. "Hear that? We could have stayed home," said Massacre Girl, before a savage jerk on her chain quieted her, Judith very pointedly looking away. "When someone says they want us to attend to hear more about the deaths of our colleagues, yes, we had to. The agency has been entirely incompetent, and only the fact that the Boros have somehow managed to be even worse makes this anything other than a farce." Aurelia's wings mantled, and she began to open her mouth, preparing to say something that Kaya was sure would shatter the fragile peace in the room. Time seemed to stretch, the moment lasting longer than causality could explain, and into the silence created by her horrified pause, a new sound emerged. Clapping. Kaya turned to see Detective Proft stepping out of a shadow that couldn't possibly have concealed him for this long, clapping slowly and rhythmically, eyes fixed on Aurelia.
"I told Etrata I could set an egg timer by how long it would take you to lose your temper once we were all here, and I wish to thank you for earning me 3 Xenos," he said. "I know she's good for it."
"In your dreams," said a voice from the other side of the room. Etrata had likewise emerged from the shadows and was leaning against the back of a chair, arms crossed, looking amused. "You can make all the bets you want. They won't count unless I agree to them."
Pedantry is the hallmark of a narrow mind,"
said Proft. Ezra, meanwhile, had turned to Etrata. Eyes narrowed.
"Give me one good reason not to detain you and hand you over to the Azorius right now," he said. "I'm sure Lavinia would be delighted to have you back in her custody."
"Very much so," said Lavinia, pinching each syllable off until it became almost its own sentence.
But I'm afraid you'll have both your hands full with the real architect of our current conundrum,"
said Proft.
"Etrata did break out of Azorius custody, and technically that could be considered a crime. However, she was being unlawfully detained at the time. I believe you'll find the Guild Pact exempts her from any consequences for that action. If we wanted to be able to punish people for getting a little egg on our faces, I suppose we should have asked Azor to word that better. I'll be sure to discuss it with him if he ever makes it back." "What do you mean?"
Ezram asked, even as Aurelia demanded, "What are you talking about?" And Lavinia said, "You can't be serious." Their voices layered together, almost like Trostani's. Trostani herself remained silent, watching everything unfold with worried eyes.
Said Proft. "All will soon be made clear. I simply need to ask each of you a few questions before I can explain the full situation."
"Why should we allow it?" asked Ral.
"Because your answers will provide the final pieces of the puzzle, and save many Ravnican lives," said Proft with utter calm. "Very well," said Ezram. "As you clearly have roped my investigators into your scheme and convinced them to organize this assembly on your behalf, I suppose we can give you a bit of our time. And if you fail to satisfy everyone here, I suppose you'll be happy to give me back your badge." "It won't come to that," said Proft confidently. I need to speak to each of you privately, but I can give you this assurance. Our killer is here with us, in this very room.
Murmurs and anxious glances followed this declaration. Krenko was the first to speak, demanding,
So why did you call us all here? Why lead us into the middle of nowhere to tell us we've been locked in the room with a murderer? You know I didn't do it. Why am I here?
Because this concerns you as well, said Proft. You all know someone here is guilty, which means none of you will allow anyone to leave. As to why we're in the middle of nowhere, well, our killer is a dangerous individual. Who knows how they might react when their treachery is revealed? Out here, we are far from civilians and crowds. Ravnica has seen enough casualties recently.
Arguments erupted from all around the room. Kai watching the so-called leading lights of Ravnica as they fought and protested like children, wariness spreading through her. She just wanted to go somewhere quiet and be done with this. Kaldheim, when this was all over, she was going to go to Kaldheim and let Tyvar take her on that fishing trip he'd been threatening. She would stand in freezing water up to her thighs and watch the rainbow lights paint pictures in the sky, and she wouldn't be in a place where her friends kept dying, and she wouldn't have to listen to the people she respected fighting as if all that mattered was their inconvenience. Finally, Ezrim snapped his wings open with a sound like tearing silk and shouted, "Quiet!" into the tumult. Silence fell, and everyone turned to stare at him. Most looked annoyed. Ral and Judith looked almost amused. Trostani and Aurelia looked resigned. "What is it?" asked Vanifar.
We are already here,
said Ezrim.
We are here and we want this to end, and these people were tasked and authorized to investigate. I want to hear what my detective has to say. I'm alive, but one of my inventors is not, said Ral. Izzet allows it.
Azorius doesn't stand in the path of justice, said Lavinia. We allow it as well.
One by one, the guild leaders chimed in with their acquiescence, until Kaya realized Ezram was looking at her. She held up her hands. Hey, I'm not in charge of the syndicate anymore. Teysa had no named second in command, and as she has not yet returned from beyond to express her wishes in the matter of succession, we have no one to speak for the guild if you refuse, said Trostani, breaking her long silence. The guild pact permits you to consent on Orzhov's behalf. It would have been nice if Niv Mizzet, who embodied the guild pact, could have made an appearance while his people were dying. Kaya sighed before saying sourly, Fine then, I want this to be over. You have the syndicate's consent. And House Dimirs, if that matters, said Utrata.
As the Swarm has not sent a representative.
Oh, but we have, said Izoni, melting out of the shadows. The Golgari approve. If Proft was surprised by her appearance, he did an admirable job of not showing it. Expression serene, he said,
We are in agreement then.
No, said Krenko. I don't want to be left alone in here with some mystery assassin while you interrogate someone else. A lot of people have reasons for wanting me dead. This is just making it easy on them.
Agent Kellen and Captain Ezrim will both be present, said Proft. You'll be safer here than you would be in your own home.
Doesn't say much for the safety of his home, drawled Judith, amusement growing.
Regardless, as I now have permission to proceed, I will begin my interviews with Our Lady Planeswalker.
Proft turned to Kaya.
If you would accompany me.
I can't ask anyone else to do what I refuse to do myself, so absolutely, she said. Tolsimir, is there a place where we might speak in private? Of course, said Tolsimir. Selesnya provides for our guests. He walked to the doors, pushing them open, and beckoned the pair to follow him into the hall, where he led the way to a smaller door.
This will be perfect, said Proft. Thank you.
The Conclave is happy to assist in your investigation, he said, and turned, leaving them. The room they had been led to was small and somewhat shabby, filled with furniture that had probably been moved from elsewhere in the manor, pressed into a final use before it was scrapped or recycled into something else. Is it odd to anyone else that Vitu-Ghazi has decided to be a fancy house during its recovery? Asked Kaya, sitting. I would have expected something larger. Proft made a non-committal noise as he settled across from her, folding his hands in his lap. Kaya adjusted her position, getting comfortable and waiting for him to say something. Proft, uncharacteristically, stayed silent. Blinking, Kaya did the same. The silence stretched out between them, growing longer and longer, hanging in the air like an unanswered question. Kaya squirmed. Proft didn't move, remaining exquisitely still as a corpse. The comparison made Tasa's open, unseeing eyes flash through her memory, and Kaya stiffened. "What are we doing?" she asked, voice sharp.
"Waiting," said Proft.
"Waiting for what?" Before Proft could answer, something moved on the wall to Kaya's left. Already tense from the long silence, she shifted away from it, automatically falling into a fighting stance, one hand on the dagger at her belt. The movement proved to be a white, worm-like root uncurling from the pattern in the wallpaper, spiraling into a thicker base. That base swelled and expanded, becoming a bud the color of a bone-deep bruise. It began to open, petals spreading delicately wide, and for half a heartbeat, it seemed as if the flower were taking a breath. Proft clamped a clear glass evidence jar over the flower just as it began to emit a puff of yellow-gray dust. Pollen, or spores of some kind.
"Would you be so kind?"
he asked, gesturing towards her dagger with his free hand. Kaya blinked and rose, pulling the dagger and leaning over to slide it under the edge of the jar, smoothly slicing the entire flower off the wall and into the waiting receptacle. Proft sat back in his chair, snapping a lid onto the jar. A flash of blue-white energy suffused the glass, finally identifying it as a field evidence collection container. Its contents would remain in stasis until they were needed. Proft stood.
"As I had hoped, we are finished here,"
he said with a polite nod to Kaya.
"Thank you for your assistance and for helping me to avenge your friend."
Utterly baffled, Kaya followed him back into the hall. "Were you planning to tell me what that was all about?"
"I'm planning to tell everyone what that was all about. Who committed these terrible crimes, why Etrata and others accused are innocent under Ravnican law, and how we can bring this terrible chapter in our city's history to a conclusion."
He flashed her a tight smile.
"You wouldn't rob a hard-working detective of his opportunity to gloat, now would you?"
"As long as you're going to explain."
"Oh, believe me, there's nothing I want more,"
said Proft, opening the door back to Trostani's private study. Not much had changed inside. Kellen was sitting in the chair Kaya had vacated, and stood quickly as she returned, gesturing for her to join him. "Did I miss anything?" she asked. "Lavinia and Krenko had a little spat. He said the Senate made his toughs look like gentlemen and told her to rearrest Etrata if she wanted to do something useful. Aurelia reminded him that Etrata's a known assassin. He went back into his corner," said Kellen dutifully. "Oh, and Massacre Girl bit Yaris. Other than that, nothing. What happened with Proft?" "Show's about to start," she replied. "Quiet, I want to hear what he hasn't been telling us." Kellen fell silent as she sat, and they watched Proft stride to the middle of the room. He held up his jar, turning so that everyone would have a chance to see, before putting it theatrically down in the middle of a small, round refreshment table.
"I'm sure you're all still wondering why I requested these fine representatives of the agency to call you here today," he said.
"I'm more curious about why you've been running around the city with a fugitive," said Aurelia. "I have the same question," said Lavinia. "Also, how did she get out of our custody? Those locks are supposed to be secure." Proft ignored that, pressing ahead with his presentation.
"We have multiple suspects in the matter of multiple killings. Zagana of the Simic Combine, Tesa of the Orzhov Syndicate, Kylox of the Izzet League." He glanced at Ral. "My apologies on the loss of one of your own. A further attempt was made on the life of war leader Aurelia of the Boros Legion, but the attack on her carried a note of similarity to the attack on Zagana. In both cases, a known assassin of a guild whose relations with the rest of Ravnica were under strain was identified as the attacker, and in both cases, the supposed killer had no memory of the incident."
"Or so they'd like us to think," said Aurelia.
"Why would a Dimir assassin have been so overt, so easily caught? And how could she then fool a Verity Circle with no time to prepare?" asked Proft. "Which is easier to believe, that she is telling the truth, or that our entire system of justice is somehow fallible?"
I know which I'd prefer, said Ral.
Continue,
Said Ezram. Proft nodded to him.
I was informed of the escape of the Gruul God within agency headquarters, an escape which occurred as the primary investigative team was growing close to a set of answers, one which might have led them to the killer's trail. Yaris had no means of releasing Ansreg.
Would have done it well sooner if I had,
said Yaris.
Indeed, said Proft. For the Gruul God to be freed, someone with clearance and the ability to open very tightly warded locks. As I looked at the pieces of the puzzle, I realized that what mattered most wasn't the scene of the crime. It was the last place each of our killers remembered being before the event occurred. Krenko was attacked by someone with no motivation for murder, who had been going to the florist before returning home. Etrata had been in her private chambers, a place where she felt safe in relaxing her guard. According to Kaya, Tesa's killer had no memory between walking through the 8th district on an errand and finding himself covered in Guildmaster Karlov's blood. The loss of memory is the connecting thread. It can't be something as simple as a blow to the head or a normal intoxication. I could accept a Dimia assassin controlling their own mind well enough to conceal the memory, but several untrained civilian killers? No.
Do you always take this long to get to the point? Asked Judith.
Ah, Judith, said Proft, pivoting to face her. I did wonder how long you would allow me to leave you out of this discussion. You've been trying, desperately, to throw blame on your own Perun at every step along the way. Admirable, if not for the fact your ambition might have allowed the real architect of these killings to continue unhindered. Rakdos is no more responsible for this than I am.
Oh, so you're admitting guilt now. Judith studied her nails. Proft turned back to Ezram.
After Etrata explained her lack of memory to me, I realized she wasn't guilty under Ravnican law. Mind control is never held against the person manipulated in such a manner. I accompanied her to her quarters, where I found a strange powder. Izoni of the Golgari examined it on my behalf. She was able to verify that, while it is natural in origin, it comes from no flower or fungus that grows naturally on Ravnica. She raised the question of Phyrexian involvement, which I was forced to consider, as it would explain a great deal, but fails to explain so much more. I thought further, and a theory began to develop, one which was only strengthened by the information Kaya and Agent Kellen had been able to collect, which they generously shared with me. Still, I needed proof, which Kaya has just helped me obtain. This flower.
He lifted the jar again, holding it up to fix everyone's attention in the right place.
This flower is not Phyrexian in origin. It shares none of the attributes of their terrible creations. And while I believe it to have unnatural origins, now that it exists, it is a fully natural thing, one which may well plague us for years if it successfully takes root and spreads. I knew that if I came here and declared that I was on the cusp of unraveling the mystery, I would make a target of myself, and our killer would have no choice but to attempt to eliminate me at once. They depend on secrecy to continue their terrible work. Announcing my intent to interview all was a ruse. By selecting a famous interplanar assassin as my first interview, I presented the perfect opportunity to strike. But who better to kill me and flee the scene, only to be so ashamed of her actions that she could never return to Ravnica?
He paused to take a breath, allowing the moment to lengthen dramatically before he continued.
We know, through simple logic, that the substance has limitations. It can only be used to subvert the will of an individual once. Otherwise, our killer would have surely seized Etrata again. She's a known assassin already implicated in the case, and for her to be found crouching over my body,
as if I'd have been found, said Etrata,
would have condemned her without question. But when I was attacked in her presence, it was by another killer, one hired through more ordinary means. I was thus fully confident that Etrata, who is known to have been afflicted once, would be able to protect the rest of you while I waited for our killer to attempt to seize Kaya and aim her in my direction.
Proft turned to Tolsimir, nodding respectfully.
Only one guild has the botanical skills to create something of this nature, and the respect for the balance of nature to make its effects limited in scope. This is a creation of the Conclave. Our killer is a member of the Selesnya. Once we accept that simple reality, everything else begins to fall together. The roots of Vitu-Ghazi spread throughout the city. No crack, no crevice, no corner is concealed from the great tree. It's a perfect mechanism to deliver something as natural and inobtrusive as a flower, anywhere in Ravnica. They grow quickly, seize control of their victims for long enough to allow the true mastermind of these murders to execute their plans, and then they wither, vanishing, untraceable. They were even able to sprout one of their flowers inside agency headquarters, compelling one of our own agents to release Ansreg from the evidence locker, which I was able to verify by asking one of my contacts to check the area for traces of pollen. Anything to keep us pointing fingers away from the Selesnya and at each other.
Croft stopped, looking at Tristani. She said nothing, only continued to look back, the expressions on her three faces completely out of alignment. Sez glared, narrow-eyed and furious. Sim, in contrast, was wide-eyed and horrified. Oba looked almost serene, like she was detached from the situation.
"You can't be serious," said Aurelia. "Mind control would absolve the attackers of their actions, but can we really trust a Golgari leader to have given us accurate information? You left us alone with an assassin because you thought we'd be safer?" demanded Krenko. "You say Vitu-Ghazi was used to push these flowers through the city, so you brought us to Vitu-Ghazi. You must be a real genius, pal."
I had to, if I wanted to put our killer at sufficient ease to draw them out.
Croft turned to Lavinia.
As Atrato was arrested without cause, I committed no crimes in releasing her to assist me. Are we agreed?
"It'll take months to clear the paperwork, and I'm not happy about it. But yes, we're agreed," said Lavinia.
Then all that remains is for our killer to step forward and face their punishment.
"I did it," said Tolsimir, shifting away from the wall where he'd been leaning. "I sent my most faithful to confront the agency lackeys after they came here to consult the Guild Pact. I didn't want to risk the Planeswalker shaking off the compulsion before she could kill the Fae."
Noble of you to try to take the burden of blame on yourself, but you didn't do this, said Proft. You lack the abilities, sadly, and those assailants were your most faithful, only in the sense that you share their adherence to the cause. That plant they swallowed, transforming themselves into a moss, was well beyond your capacity to create. I can see a leaf of the same plant protruding from your jacket pocket. You came here prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of protecting the true killer.
Proft turned again, to Trostani this time, and inclined his head respectfully.
Do you wish to tell them, or shall I? He asked.
Tell us what? Asked Vanifar.
Oh, that she's the killer, of course.
Proft swiveled to face the rest of the room, beaming broadly, a man who had finally been allowed to do the thing which brought him true satisfaction.
Weren't you listening? Tristani did this, all of it. She's been behind it all along.
Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 9, Beauty in Destruction, by Shannon Maguire. Silence filled the room until it felt like they were collectively choking on it. Ezram looked to Kaya.
Did you know this?
He asked, shattering the silence into something more manageable. What? No, we sat quietly for a while, and then that flower came out of the wall, and Proft put it in the jar and announced that he'd solved the whole case, said Kaya. He didn't say anything to me about accusing Tristani. Tristani could never, protested Tolsimir. Even if she were somehow corrupted by the influence of Phyrexia, she can't leave Vitu-Ghazi while the tree is healing. If anyone is above suspicion in all this, it's her.
A fact I believe she was counting on, said
Proft, still watching the tripart dryad as her pieces twined around one another in silent confusion. As before, her heads were out of unity, each reflecting its own response to the situation. Cess looked even angrier than she had before, the Dryad of Order incensed by the accusations being hurled at her roots. Sim looked shocked and horrified, the Dryad of Harmony unable to accept all the disharmony around her. Only Oba's face hadn't changed. The Dryad of Life still looked serene and detached, removed from the situation by a barrier of her own making. Whatever was happening here, she took no part of it as her own, only watched the people arguing about guilt and obligations. Proft continued.
It's become easy, in the aftermath of war, to blame everything on the Phyrexians. Every pothole is from damage they did to our streets, not our own failures to maintain them. Every rumor roots back to Phyrexia, every lie, every inequality, every mistake we lay at Phyrexia's feet. But we were capable of cruelty long before them. We were capable of crime, and we were capable of betrayal.
The other guild leaders protested, some with sincere dismay at the idea that one of their own could have been behind this, others with seemingly performative dismay. Even as Judith began to snarl and rave about false accusations and unqualified investigators trying to push blame away from their demure lackeys, she was scanning the room, checking the exits to see how best to make her escape. Krenko backed deeper and deeper into a corner, looking for something he could use as a weapon against the violence his honed understanding of danger was telling him would erupt at any moment. Only Izoni remained calm and silent, watching this unfold like she was observing the blooming of some rare and deadly flower. Etrata rose and slithered through the crowd, slick as any snake, to station herself by Proft's side. He shot her a look, a smug smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
I knew you wouldn't be able to resist stepping in for the big reveal, he said, almost teasing.
Etrata rolled her eyes. Please, like I'm going to let you get yourself slaughtered now, after I've worked so hard to keep you alive. Go ahead, go back to explain the nice lady's horrible murderous plan and how she was able to accomplish it with all of Ravnica trying to hunt her down. Please, tell us.
I'd prefer if she told us,
Proft said.
I know she was responsible. What I'm still missing is a large portion of the why. Why now? Why betray the trust Ravnica has put in her, allowing Vitu-Ghazi to become the repository of our history, putting the original guild pact into her keeping? Why, during this period of rebuilding, when decapitating the guilds could very easily cause them to collapse completely? I've not always been the biggest advocate of the guild system, even as I've both benefited from and suffered under it, but I recognize that it is essential to a healthy, stable city, and we need both of those things to be true if we're to recover after the investigation.
We didn't, began Sim. How dare you, Cess said at the same time. Oba was silent and remained silent as her sisters turned, with terrible slowness, to look at her. Their expressions of horror and fury melted into confusion, followed by shock. Through it all, Oba looked at them, unwavering, her own expression never changing. How? Asked Sim. Why? Asked Cess. Because they deserved it, snapped Oba, facade of calm finally shattering. Kaya was on her feet before she recognized the intent to move, her daggers already drawn and ready. Etrata shot her a quelling look, and she sank slowly back to her seat, never taking her eyes off of Tristani. They failed Ravnica in its time of greatest need, continued Oba. In our time of greatest need. They play at finance and invention, at pleasure and pain. We are the will of Mat Selesnya. We are Ravnica, the plane itself, not merely the city our world has become. We are the green and growing heart of this plane, and without us, there would be no Ravnica, no city, no guilds. Mat Selesnya nearly fell in defense of their workings, and as we teetered, they did their best to cut us off at the roots. Sim and Cess recoiled, as much as their conjoined nature would allow. Proft, meanwhile, took a step closer to the Dryad.
If you would explain to the rest of us precisely how we failed Mat Selesnya in specific and Ravnica in general, perhaps we could all come closer to an understanding, he said. It might be possible to find a path through this that requires no further punishment for anyone.
I think not, growled Aurelia. Lavinia shot her a look, and she quieted. Proft, meanwhile, continued looking at Oba with the patient attentiveness of a schoolboy waiting for his most essential lessons. The Dryad leaned closer to him. As the invasion occurred, I watched through the root system. Vitu-Ghazi is Ravnica, and we are Vitu-Ghazi. There is no inch of this plane's soil that is not ours to keep. I felt the taint of their foul oil seep into our earth, felt their unnatural footsteps as they strode along our streets, tasted the blood of our citizens soaking into our roots. It hurt me. Oba glanced at Sim and Assess, and for a moment her expression softened. I feared what it would do to us if it was allowed to spread unhindered, and so I chose to pull the pain into myself for the sake of my sisters. I fought the corruption of Realmbreaker alone. We never asked you to, said Assess. You never asked why it was hurting all of Ravnica and not hurting us, said Oba. You were as selfish as the rest of them when you saw the chance to be. I felt it all, every sick, terrible instant, every vicious drop. We came so close to falling to Realmbreaker, to becoming part of their terrible design. And if Mat Selesnya, which is Ravnica, had fallen, nothing anyone else did would have been enough to save them. I fought in the darkness with no one else to assist me, and I saw what they did.
What? Who did?
Asked Proft, trying to guide the conversation. Oba shot him a glare so filled with hatred that it should have been as deadly as any Golgari toxin. He, she jabbed a finger at Krenko, was hoarding resources. His little lackeys would raid stores and warehouses while their protectors were elsewhere, trying to save Ravnican lives, and they would take everything they could get their hands on, stripping the shelves down to dust. Then he sold those things, those necessary, vital things, clean water, food, medical supplies, back to the Ravnican people at a markup even the Orzhov would have been embarrassed to impose. He gouged the people who were already bleeding. Aurelia and Lavinia turned to Krenko, expressions questioning and cold. Krenko shrank back against the wall, refusing to meet their eyes, but didn't deny the accusations. Oba wasn't finished. Without his actions, thousands of citizens may have survived the invasion. Because of him, they had no chance. And you, she swung her attention toward Vannifar, you cry false tears for your compatriot, but I heard how you spoke to each other behind closed doors. I know how little love was lost between you. Zagano was fascinated by the Phyrexian oil. She had begun infecting ordinary creatures with it, the beasts of Ravnica, who had no voices of their own, no way to object to what was being done. She would have moved on to intelligent subjects had the invasion lasted any longer. She was well along the road to dooming us all. Vannifar didn't contradict the fiercely raving Oba, only looked at her hands with an expression of profound sorrow. Oba turned her attention to the rest of the room, scanning their faces one by one before settling on Kaya. Kaya sat up straighter, waiting to hear what poison Oba would spit in her direction. Coward? If there was anything she knew she wasn't, it was a coward. Deserter? She'd come back to Ravnica, even knowing she would be condemned for leaving them. Failure? That was the one word Kaya didn't think she could endure. If Oba flung that at her, she would probably walk into the blind eternities whether she wanted to or not, fleeing yet another crisis that needed her attention. There were some things she still couldn't bear to lift. Oba said none of those things. Instead, leaning as far forward as her conjoined state allowed, she said, You grieve Teysa. You're here, in this room, as part of this ridiculous investigation because you mourn her so deeply. No one should mourn her. She was a monster. What she did, what she was preparing to do, is far greater than any crime I could possibly have committed. Teysa Karlov was in league with the Phyrexians, communicating with them in secret. She intended to rule Ravnica in their name once the invasion was complete. She betrayed
every person in this room. And if I passed judgment on her crimes, who are you to pass judgment on me? All I did was what any one of you would have done, given the means. You all clearly had the motive. Sister, no, said Sim, reaching for Oba. Her hand was shaking. No, you drank in the anger and the grief, the suffering of the whole city, and it has poisoned your judgment. We stand for Selesnya, but Selesnya is not the judge and executioner for all of Ravnica. What you do, what you have been doing, it's wrong. Vanifar took a sharp breath and stood, eyes on Oba. You're right, she said. Zgana was experimenting with Phyrexian oil, but what you missed in your eagerness to take our bickering for hatred was the fact that she did so with my full consent. She was seeking a cure for Phyresis, the spreading taint of Phyrexia. She sought a way to bring our lost citizens back to us. She had no intention of wielding the oil as a weapon. I would have known. I watched her so closely. Roots are, by their nature, buried, said Cess. We can hear through them, but distantly. What you overheard may not have been, was not, the whole of the story that unfolded before you. You have no right to say such things of Teysa Karlov, who was a hero in every way possible. For a moment, Kaya thought she had spoken without intending to. Then the voice fully registered in her ears, and she turned to see Etrada, scowling at the Dryad, eyes narrowed. Yes, Teysa was in communication with the invaders, said Etrada. She learned their language from the dead who had not been fully converted to the Phyrexian cause before they gave their lives for Ravnica, and she opened communication in their words. They saw her as a useful curiosity and replied. Once she was able to reliably communicate with them, she began funneling information to the Resistance. She used the spirits who serve the Orzhov to spy on every movement those monsters made, risking the possibility of Phyresis putting her own life secondary to the needs of the city. I was one of her contacts. She was working with House Demir the whole time. She and the dead, she was a hero. She never betrayed Ravnica. But you, who saw without understanding, you were more than happy to betray her. For a moment, there was silence. Krenko began inching toward the door. Ezram fixed him with a glare, the Archon's mighty wings flexing as if he were considering the merits of a pounce.
What of you, criminal? He asked, voice sharp. Don't try to lie. The head of the Senate is here, and she will know.
Yeah, and so what? Asked Krenko. Goblins died getting those supplies from behind enemy lines. The Phyrexians sure weren't going to share. You expect me to risk my life without a profit? Everything I say he did, said Oba. I watched him. Even if I believe your stories about secret heroism and double agency, he committed the crimes I know I saw.
What did Kylox do? Asked Ral abruptly. Kaya turned to look at him. She'd almost forgotten the death of the Izzet inventor. She'd only heard about it from Proft rather than witnessing it herself. Oba sneered at Ral.
He got in the way, she said. I sent that assassin after the goblin, and your inventor was standing in his path. And even if he hadn't been out of place, your house needs cleaning as much as any of the others. You think the city would have learned the danger of putting planeswalkers at the head of any guild? All was here to go, but you didn't watch your people closely enough. Your man Kylox was fascinated by Phyrexian technology. The oiled powered and transformed them, but the things they built, he thought to steal their designs as his own, to rise within the guild on the strength of corrupt engineering.
You killed him for industrial espionage, demanded Ral, electricity crackling around his hands. I have no doubt you could kill half my guild for the same crime.
Then maybe I should, snapped Oba. Maybe cleansing Ravnica from the stains of the invasion means killing every soul who was tempted, even for a moment, by the people who came to destroy us. Sister, no, said Cess. You should have told us you were suffering. You should have let us share in what you felt, said Sim. We would have shouldered our fair share of the burden. You're wounded, and you need to be healed, said Cess. Please, said Sim, please let us help you now, even if you couldn't before.
For a moment, it seemed like Oba might listen. Then they reached for her, and she recoiled.
Fools, all of you,
she said, her voice filled the room, shoving everything else aside.
You refused to look. You refused to listen. You refused to see. And worst of all, you still congratulate yourselves on a battle well fought and a war well won. Even here, even you stand smugly in front of me and assume you've unraveled my plan. I've been killing for weeks.
Silence fell. Even Proft looked shocked. Now triumphant, Oba stood taller and declared,
I witnessed countless examples of cruelty, cowardice, and weakness, all in need of nature's righteous judgment. The streets of Ravnica ran with the blood of the guilty long before I started hunting larger prey. You only noticed when I targeted people you cared about, the ones you considered important enough to grieve. And I'm not done yet. Yes, you are, said Aurelia, standing. By the authority given to me as the guild leader of the Boros Legion, I formally place you, Oba of Selesnya, under arrest. Oh, do you?
Oba looked theatrically around herself, first at the room, then at her sisters.
How are you intending to do that? We are Trostani. We are three and we are one, and my sisters committed no crime save for being sheltered from the horrors of war. Your own laws won't allow you to place them under arrest, any more than you can arrest the weapons used to deliver my justice. That has been pointed out in excruciating detail. One who does not act of their own free will carries no culpability in the crimes their hands commit. I'll find a way, spat Ferelia. You'll sit down, said Oba.
The room shook, not hard, but enough to drop Aurelia back to her seat, and Detective Proft to the floor. He landed on his behind, hands splayed out to keep him upright, as he narrowed his eyes at Oba.
That was quite impolite,
he said.
Believe me, we're done with civility,
said Oba. She turned to Sim and Cess, who were still speaking in quiet, soothing tones, trying to calm her. Oba clapped her hands. Her sisters went limp, sagging on their single trunk like wilted flowers, their eyes half closed and unseeing.
That's better, said Oba, and I'd like to thank you, Detective Proft. I'm sorry you have to be here for this. You're as close to innocent as I've seen.
Be here for what? Asked Judith, sounding alarmed rather than bored for the first time. In answer, the room began to rock, Vitu Ghazi responding to the commands of the single mind controlling the great tree. The manor room buckled, twisting in on itself as Ezrim roared and Atrata produced long, wicked-looking knives from inside her shirt, focusing on Oba.
I am Vitu Ghazi,
bellowed Oba, the branch that was her body pulling away from the bough where her sisters dangled, silent and stunned. Farther and farther from them she pulled, until she was, while still attached to the tree itself, an entirely independent entity, Trostani no longer. For the first time since they had been chosen by Mat Selesnya, she was Oba, one and alone.
I am Mat Selesnya! I am Ravnica!
Thorny vines burst through the walls, grabbing for the assembled Ravnican leadership. Kaya phased through the loop that tried to entangle her, spinning her daggers in her hand as she rushed to cut first Kellen and then Rawl free. "Thank you," said Rawl, eyes flashing electric fire as he pulled lightning from the accumulator on his back and whipped it at Oba. She absorbed the blast, barely seeming to notice what should have been a devastating assault. Instead, she moved one hand in a slashing motion, and a massive branch snapped across the room, slamming into Rel's chest and knocking him into the nearest bookshelf. It teetered dangerously, spilling volumes in all directions. All this had happened in a matter of seconds. Lavinia tried to spring to her feet, only to find herself held down by thick, knobbled roots that had grown up from the floor and wrapped around her ankles, so gently she hadn't even noticed, but leaving her with no leverage to pull herself free. Aurelia tried to go to her and aid, but discovered she was in the same situation. More vines wrapped around her wings, pinning them. The chain holding Massacre Girl went limp. All at once, the assassin was nowhere to be found. Izoni remained perfectly still as the vines wrapped around her, watching them without blinking. Only once they were in place did she move her hands, easing a tiny vial from her pocket. She sprinkled its contents on the vines and watched dispassionately as they withered and dropped away. Kaya continued slicing as she raced across the room, stepping through any vines or roots that tried to grab her. She released Ezram next. He roared, pouncing on the nearest branch as she moved to free the now struggling Etrata. Oba continued lashing out with a seemingly endless parade of roots, vines, and branches, as if she had brought the fury of Ravnica's long-raised forests to the fight. The ceiling grew distant as the room stretched like a street vendor's hand-pulled taffy, becoming taller with every passing second. Kaya had never been inside Vitu-Ghazi while it was in the process of becoming something new, had been unaware the vast living guild hall could become something new before she'd seen the manor on the moor. And with the way the walls were shaking, she was increasingly unsure any of them would be able to survive if they stayed here much longer. There were no windows. Their absence had seemed like a good thing when Proft told her to request this room, ensuring there would be no witnesses, no chance of assassins taking advantage of an unclosed latch or broken seal. But now it seemed they had allowed themselves to be herded into a killing box. And there wasn't time to dwell on that as Rahl hurled another bolt of lightning at Oba, which she deflected with a swing of one mighty branch, sending it ricocheting into the wall just above Krenko's head. Krenko yelped and swore, swinging a punch at the nearest cluster of vines, and was promptly tied down by more loops of root growing from the floor. His struggles were to no avail, as he had already been tied fast. Yaris, saying nothing, gestured for Kaya to come to him. She jumped and kicked off of a swinging branch, launching herself in his direction. He grinned. Kaya was momentarily taken aback by the sheer joy of that expression, then remembered who she was looking at. For someone high enough in the fragmented Gruul leadership to be called to this sort of meeting, a dull assembly about crime and politics turning into an all-out brawl must have been fantastic. She glanced back. Kellen had managed to fight his way through the swinging branches to join Etrata in protecting Proft. She approved. Of everyone in the room, the detective was the least equipped to protect himself, save possibly Krenko, who was pinned in his increasingly dense prison of roots and vines. Unless Oba planned to constrict him to death, he was probably fine for the moment. She returned her attention to Yaris.
Big Beast Rider took my weapons before he'd bring me here, but I can improvise, he said. Let me out of these tangles and I'll show you.
You'll be attacking.
Got called to the agency because someone let Ansreg out. Right thing to do. Gods shouldn't be confined. Wrong place to do it. She, his eyes narrowed as he focused on Oba, used my god as a weapon. She doesn't get to do that.
Kaya didn't hesitate before cutting his legs free. Yaris grinned again, even wider. He moved away from her, grabbing a chunk of fallen rafter and holding it like a spear as he rushed across the room toward Oba, whose attention was fixed on deflecting Rahl's lightning, while her roots struggled to tie Aurelia and Ezram even more firmly down. Izoni was free, stepping lightly through the chaos, poisoning the roots that grabbed for her, occasionally pausing to do the same to any particularly troublesome vines. Kellen and Etrata hacked away at the roots that targeted them or Proft, but they were fighting a defensive battle, making no forward progress. Yaris might have reached his target had he not given in to the cruel urge to roar a challenge. His voice boomed through the distorting room, horribly loud. Tulsimir heard the sound and leapt for Yaris, knocking him away from Oba and driving the rafter straight through his own chest. Yaris glared at him, still holding fast to the portion of the rafter that wasn't buried in Tulsimir. "Why did you do that?" he demanded. "I had a clear shot." Tulsimir made a thick choking noise before falling backward, pulling the rafter from Yaris's hands. Yaris began scavenging for a new weapon, only for everything he grabbed to be immediately wrenched away by furiously twisting roots. He was still trying to rearm himself when the roots wrapped around all 6 of his limbs, yanking him off his hooves and jerking him toward Oba, who took her eyes off Ral to lean closer, her face tight with fury. "He was mine!" she snarled. A root rose from the floor, trailing ends twisting together until they formed a sharp-pointed spear. It pulled back like a rearing snake as she aimed it at Yaris's chest. "How dare you!" "I dare for the clans!" shouted Yaris. "I dare for Ravnica! You are not the world! You're a gardener, and I have never accepted your authority over me." He spat at Oba. She pulled the root spear farther back, preparing to slam it home. Before she could complete her strike, Etrata leapt into its path, knocking Yaris aside. The spear smashed through the left side of her chest, shattering muscle and bone. Kaya stiffened, feeling the last traces of hesitation leave her body. There hadn't been much. After what Oba had admitted, she'd known the Dryad had to die, but that strike had been so similar to the one that killed Teysa that suddenly what had been a story, a what-if spun by a woman who had clearly suffered enormous, if invisible, damage during the war, became a confession of murder. Proft had cracked the case. Oba had been telling the truth all along. Trostani was an essential enough part of Ravnica that Kaya hadn't fully believed her until she struck Etrata. The Dimir lay motionless on the floor, a trickle of blood painting one corner of her mouth. Proft dropped to his knees, searching her body for signs of life. It looked as if the smug, stoic detective was on the verge of tears. Yaris grabbed for another weapon, but a cascade of vines tied him down, immobilizing him next to the woman who had taken a possibly killing blow for his sake. And all that was a distraction from what still needed to be done. With a roar that would have made Tyvar proud, Kaya flung herself, solidifying and knocking Kellen out of the way of a swinging branch. He hit the floor and rose to his feet, already in a fighting stance. Kaya spun her daggers in her hands and lunged, solid enough that when Oba wrapped a root around her waist, she didn't tumble through it. "Little deserter!" Oba sneered. "Little runaway!" She wrapped more and more roots around Kaya, layering them on so quickly that Kaya couldn't turn insubstantial long enough to escape, pinning them both in a seemingly endless race for dominance. When Oba began to pull back as if to hurl her away, Kaya realized what she was doing and stopped trying to phase, allowing herself to position for the throw. Half the room's occupants were chained to the floor with loops of root and vine, branches pinning them down. The other half fought or knelt around the motionless Etrata, Izoni still moving freely, but her little vials starting to run empty. And even as Kaya watched, Oba got a root around her, dragging her to the floor. Kellen shouted something and leapt for Kaya, jamming one of her daggers into a loop in the root. She grabbed his hand, pulling him along as Oba hoisted her into the air. Above them, the ceiling opened like an iris, branches pulling apart to reveal an oblong section of the sky. "Hold on!" Kaya shouted. "Oh, I am holding on!" Kellen yelled back. As Kaya had hoped, the higher Oba hoisted them, the more the room below shifted to look like a section of natural tree, Vitu-Ghazi reaching for its original form even as Oba's rage distorted it. Holes appeared in the walls, not windows, but breaks in the wood, places where the growing bark had peeled away. Judith broke free from a loop of root and fled for one of those openings, wildly forcing her way outside. "Coward," Kaya muttered, pulling her dagger out of the wood just as Oba hauled back and threw them. The force of the throw separated her from Kellen, leaving him spinning away into the sky. Kaya stretched a hand after him before she was pulled up short by a vine wrapping around her ankle, and realized two things at the same time. The throw hadn't been the point of the attack, and Oba wasn't doing this on her own. Even connected to Vitu-Ghazi, she wouldn't have had this sort of power. She was drawing directly on the Ravnican world soul, Mat Selesnya, ripping strength from the very plane and using it against the people she had designated her enemies. Kaya attempted to phase free, preferring the fall to what was sure to come. The strength of the world soul was a shackle around her skin, and she was yanked back into the crumbling manor. Kellen fell without anything to catch or hold on to, arms in front of his face to shield him from the inevitable impact. He could still see Vitu-Ghazi beneath him, now caught midway between the manor house it had appeared to be and a twisted, unhealthy-looking oak. The damage the Phyrexians had done went deep. The damage Oba was doing might go deeper. Of course, if he hit the ground, the damage she did to him would be the last thing he ever had to worry about. Kellen tried to twist in the air, hoping he might slow his descent, and succeeded only in going into a sort of spin that left him dizzy in addition to weightless. He screwed his eyes shut, not wanting to see himself hit the ground, and felt his spin stop as his fall slowed to something almost pleasant. Cracking one eye open, he glanced over his shoulder and saw that pure, gold-rimmed fey magic of the same kind his hilts produced, now enveloped him. He opened both eyes, blinking at the unexpected sight. "Hey, I'm okay," he said, waving his arms to control his position in the air without much success. Below him in the courtyard, Judith ran around ground-breaking roots, almost falling several times before she rounded the front of the manor, and the road was in sight. So was a familiar figure in red and black, a painted doll's smile on her face. Massacre Girl smiled a vicious, natural smile below her harlequin's grin, producing a viciously barbed knife from somewhere on her person. "This is for leaving me to the wolves," she said. "Naughty, naughty. Rakdos doesn't like it when the children fight." She lunged. Judith stumbled back. Not even Kellen, still occupied in falling, heard what happened next over the screams from inside. Murders at Karlov Manor, Episode 10, Roots of Decay, by Shannon Maguire. The vine around Kaya's ankle pulled tight enough to feel like it was grinding against the bone. Not that pain was the problem. She was an assassin and had been called on to serve as a warrior more times than she liked to ponder. Pain was an old friend at this point. Pain meant she wasn't dead yet, and as the vine whipped her toward what was sure to be a devastating impact with the ground, she knew without question that she wasn't ready to be. Death came for everyone, even planeswalkers, and wow did she know that was true. But she'd never seen any sign that the dead could walk between planes. When she died, she'd be staying wherever she fell. It was a devastating thought, forming fast as she was pulled through the air. Did the ghosts of planeswalkers haunt the planes where they died, never able to go home, wherever that was? Or did they cross the blind eternities one last time, one final, gentle passage to the place their hearts could be at peace? And maybe big questions of cosmology could wait until she wasn't about to get pancaked on Ravnican soil, because one thing she could say for sure, she did not want to die on Ravnica. She refused to be just one more Orzhov ghost, one more eternal cog in a machine that couldn't afford to stop turning, ever, no matter how many people were ground up inside it. Again she tried to phase free of the vine, and again she felt the Ravnican world soul pushing back against her, refusing to let her go. But her own magic wasn't the only thing she had. If Oba wanted to wield Mat Selesnya like a weapon, there was no reason for Kaya not to respond in kind. She reached deep into herself, past her fear at what was about to happen, past her grief at what had already been, past even her own connection to the lands of the dead, necromantic without being part of a necromancer's standard bag of tricks. Down she reached, trying hard to remain calm when she knew that, any second now, the whipping vine would finish its journey through the air and slam her into the ground hard enough to break every bone in her comparatively fragile body. Down, until she reached the place where her spark burned, that small fragment of the multiverse that tied her to the blind eternities and made her what she was, always precious, ever since the moment she'd felt it catch fire at the core of everything she was, changing the way she understood reality forever. Even more precious now that it was so very, very rare. Planeswalkers had always been a rarity, but she couldn't imagine another time when their numbers had fallen so quickly and so brutally. The blind eternities would carry the scars of Phyrexia forever, and so would she. Wrapping mental fingers tight around her spark, Kaya called the blind eternities, asking them not for an exit but for an escape, asking for the aid she needed to push back against the living soul of an entire plane. She barely felt her body turn intangible enough to slip through the vine. Oba howled, fury and disbelief as Kaya, still semi-solid, landed lightly on the floor of Vitu-Ghazi, glowing lambent purple with her own magic, but also prismatic, bright as the skies over Kaldheim, as she held the connection to the blind eternities that would normally have whisked her away to some other place or plane, some other set of problems. Drawing her daggers once more, Kaya gave them an experimental spin, feeling the way they pulled at her wrists, as intangible as the rest of her, but solid enough to have presence and heft in her hands. It was an illusion, she knew, one more thing she shared with the dead. They felt as if the things they held were real, too, and were sometimes confused when the living disagreed. But that was the big difference between Kaya Far Traveler and the actual dead. When she struck the living, they felt it. Vitu-Ghazi had descended even further into chaos during her trip to the sky and back. Krenko was no longer visible, just a lump of roots and branches on the cusp of being absorbed into the wall. The guild leaders had been entangled and subdued. Even Rahl, whose body juddered and shook with the waves of lightning that ran across it, apparently outside of his control. Proft was still kneeling next to Atrata, now bound to the floor by loop upon loop of root, unable to take his eyes off the fallen assassin. Someone had to finish this. Kaya had to finish this. She gave her daggers another spin and started across the uneven floor toward Oba, phasing easily through the obstacles in her path, including the motionless body of Tolsimir. Oba jerked around to face Kaya, snarling, "Why won't you die?" Oba demanded. "Lots of people have asked me that," said Kaya, phasing one dagger back to solidity, just long enough to sever a swinging branch. "Some of them were a lot more frightening than you. Rage-twisted dryad lady, you aren't even in the same league as some of the things I've seen." She shuddered theatrically, continuing her inexorable march forward. Oba swung more branches at her. She chopped those down as well. Something wrapped around her waist, jerking her to a stop. Kaya looked down and was almost impressed to see a phantom branch holding her where she was. "Clever," she said, unable to keep the approval out of her tone. The Ravnican world soul had to encompass all things on Ravnica, all aspects of the plane, and that included the dead. A severed branch wouldn't normally manifest its own ghost, but the potential existed. She'd seen ghost trees in other places, and not all of them had been as functional or as worshipped as Kaldheim's world tree or Phyrexia's invasion tree. They haunted the forests where they'd fallen, making their slow vegetable desires known. This tree, once part of Vitu-Ghazi and controlled by the furiously enraged Oba, was anything but slow, and if it could be said to have desires, it desired only to stop her advance. It was also phantasmal, with no more substance than any ghost. Kaito would tell you the best place to walk in a storm is between the raindrops. You just have to move faster than they fall, she thought, and turned solid again, free from the entangling ghost in an instant. Several more tangible branches lashed out to grab for her. She chopped the first two aside with her daggers before phasing through the third, moving into the space where the raindrops, or the potential murder weapons, were not. They grasped, she evaded. It was like a dance, a swift, potentially deadly dance, around the bodies of her friends and the fallen, and the ones who were both. A series of roots ripped through what was left of the floor and wrapped around her ankles. When she tried to step through them, she once again hit the resistance of the Ravnican world soul, refusing to allow her to phase, refusing to let her go. So much for stepping between the raindrops, she thought. Well, Kaito wasn't the only person she'd had the opportunity to learn from. Koth was nothing if he wasn't a lesson in working with your environment, understanding and caring for the world that made you, regardless of how difficult it became. She was a daughter of Tolvada, not Ravnica, but she had been here often enough and long enough that there was little chance the plane didn't know who she was. Ravnica understood her, possibly better than her home world, and even if she didn't want to haunt this plane when she died, she had to admit it was likely. If she was touching the Ravnican world soul, even when it was under Oba's control like this, the plane was aware. The plane knew what was happening. Maybe she could use that. Tyvar's love of the natural world and the easy way he had been able to turn it to his own advantage flashed across her mind as another branch grabbed for her and she phased through it, her spark pulsing a little brighter inside her chest, as if to mark the moment. And Nahiri, who had spoken to the stones around her, and the stones had seemed to answer back, hadn't they? Implying that they could somehow understand. "Hey!" she said, voice loud enough that Oba scowled in evident confusion. "I don't know you can understand me, but I'm taking a gamble here, because we are what you made us, and you are what we made you. Gods and monsters, heroes and villains, and a city to hold us and keep us all. You don't choose which ones of us you care about, you don't take sides. Well, she wants you to take sides, and I say a Ravnica that chooses one side over another is no Ravnica at all. She wants to turn you into something you're not." She paused to shoot a venomous glance at Oba, just like the Phyrexians did. Oba recoiled, looking for a moment like she might understand the scope of what she'd done. Kaya was almost sorry to see that. It was easier to fight the monsters when you knew they were beyond all helping, but this face of Tristani was responsible for Teysa's death, and so she didn't think a single look of shock was going to slow her down once she finally got free. Looking back down at the roots that held her, Kaya added a desperate, "Ravnica, please!" This time when she tried to phase, the roots passed right through her. Kaya raced the rest of the way across the room to Oba, jumping over roots, phasing through branches, and turning solid when the ghosts of branches lashed through her. Oba had a tighter grasp on the world soul now. Kaya wasn't going to talk her way around the Dryad's rage a second time. Kaya's rhythm had to be precise, as exact as Teysa, tallying up the books. Every step had to balance the account opened by the step before it. The thought of Teysa turned out to be just what Kaya needed to find her focus. She owed a debt to the Orzhov. Teysa had forgiven part of it by taking over the leadership of the guild, and what had that gotten her? Murdered by a grief-poisoned Tristani who had been unable to tell friend from foe in the aftermath of the invasion. Dead and laying in state and probably to return, powerful Orzhov usually did, but never to be the same, never to be alive. Her death was a line on a ledger that Kaya would never balance, never erase, and knowing that helped her move between, around, and through the obstacles Oba threw into her path. And then Kaya was stepping through a fallen bough as thick as her own thigh, almost face to face with Oba for the first time since the chaos had begun. She blinked, and for a moment she thought she saw Teysa, off to one side, gesturing for her to get on with it. Her attention snapped back to Oba as she snarled, beginning to spit some curse or insult at Kaya, and all Kaya could feel was grief and wariness. Her foot hit something as she adjusted her stance, and she glanced down to see an agency barrier ward capsule on the floor. Ducking under another wildly swinging branch, she grabbed it, hoping its twin was nearby. Barrier wards weren't meant to be used in detention. They were for sealing off crime scenes that had been claimed by the authority of the agency. Vitu-Ghazi was a crime scene, and Tristani had acknowledged the authority of the agency when she allowed them to hold their meeting here. Kaya straightened, anchor in her hand. "No," she said, and hit the button to deploy the barrier. Cascades of magical light shot out, struggling to wrap around Oba's form. Again, Kaya thought she saw Teysa out of the corner of her eye, grabbing for the ribbons and guiding them back toward Oba. But she couldn't look, couldn't hope one way or the other, couldn't allow herself to see. Oba shrieked, thrashing against the wards. She was going to break loose. It was inevitable. Barrier wards were meant to be initialized from two ends at the same time, allowing them to seal off a scene without leaving anything exposed. She couldn't do it alone, and she didn't have anyone else. They were all tied down, all confined. She was going to lose. Again. Etrata opened her eyes. The Dimir assassin, who had been lying motionless since she was impaled and had not been entwined by any of the roots that seized her allies, rolled onto her knees, blood pouring from the wound in her chest, and grabbed the second barrier ward anchor from where it lay forgotten on the floor. She hit the button as she climbed to her feet, and more ribbons lashed out, twining around Oba, pinning her in place as she howled her rage into the air. Together, Etrata and Kaya pulled the ribbons tighter and tighter, until they slipped out of Kaya's hands. Frantic not to lose the ground they'd gained, Kaya grabbed the first thing she could find, her hands closing around one of Oba's ghost branches. She forced a jolt of necromantic energy into it, and felt it bow to her command, becoming hers rather than Oba's. Snapping the newly flexible branch around, she whipped it into the massive cords, using it to catch and confine the struggling dryad. The bindings were still stretched taut, like two people had hold of them. Once again, Kaya refused to allow herself to look. If it was Teysa, she would be distracted, and she couldn't afford that right now. Ravnica couldn't afford that. If it wasn't, the disappointment would be even worse. They pulled until Oba's struggles stopped, until she was wound up in the barrier ward and the ghost Kaya had stolen from Vitu-Ghazi, as captive as a fly in the center of a spider's web. The room stopped moving.
"Is it over?"
asked Yaris. "Not quite," said Etrata, "but look." The other two heads of Tristani were beginning to stir. They straightened, then reached for their struggling sister. Each of them pressed a hand to her temple, and she went limp. Something inside Kaya collapsed at the same time. She could have killed Oba during the fight. Now with the dryad captive and unconscious, it would be too much like an execution. She couldn't do it. No matter how much she wanted to, she couldn't. The last of the strength seemed to go out of Etrata as Oba stopped fighting. She collapsed then, face down on the floor, and didn't move again. Kaya straightened, finally allowing herself to look at the other end of the barrier ward. There was no one there, of course. That would have been too much to hope for. Her shoulders sagged as she looked around at the room of tangled wooden structures and trapped guild leaders. "Good meeting all," she said warily. "We should never, ever do this again as long as any of us live. That work for you?" In his cage of roots, Ral began to laugh, and after a moment, Kaya did the same. They laughed not because they were amused, but because they were alive, and sometimes relief can look a lot like joy when it's seen in the right light. Everything depends on how you're looking at it. Lavinia waited until the two planeswalkers had laughed themselves into the silence before she cleared her throat and said, "If you're quite done, the rest of us would appreciate being cut free." "Yeah, I guess cleanup comes next," Kaya said, and moved to cut Proft free of the floor, offering her hand to help him to his feet. He nodded and took 2 steps before dropping to his knees and gathering the fallen Etrata into his arms.
"Were you playing dead that entire time?"
he asked. Etrata opened an eye. "You're the great detective. You tell me," she said. Her voice, well strained and weak, was perfectly clear. Proft blinked several times before tilting his face up toward the now distant ceiling.
"What am I going to do with you?"
"Didn't you know?" asked Etrata. "House Demir is all but gone. Our guildmaster dead. Our scattered assassins are like stray dogs. If you take one of us home, you have to keep us." Proft looked at her sharply. "Besides, you need an assistant, or you're going to get yourself murdered in no time at all. I'm pretty sure half this room would pay me to do it." Etrata looked briefly speculative. "Maybe I could get them to bid against each other."
"You wouldn't dare."
"True enough." Her expression softened. "An assistant needs a detective to protect. We're an ecosystem now, you and me."
"I can't pay you."
"I'll work on the side."
"And we're going to have to talk about your stubborn insistence that Lazav is gone. We both know better."
"A girl needs her secrets." Kaya laughed again. It wasn't that funny, but it was a relief to be alive to laugh, to be standing in a ruined room, filled with people who weren't afraid of each other, to know Teysa's death would be avenged. Teysa and many others, some of whom might never be identified, but Oba had been right about one thing. You grieved harder for the people you knew than you grieved for strangers. That was the way the heart worked. That was the way the heart had to work, or there would be nothing but grief ever again. Anywhere in the multiverse. It was better this way. Selfish and small, certainly, when compared to the vastness of something like the Blind Eternities or even Vitu-Ghazi, but sometimes small was safer, because small was something that could be understood. Small was something that could be kept. Kaya wanted to keep things for a while. Around the room she went, cutting everyone free, helping Aurelia pull the grasping branches from her wings without breaking any additional feathers, trying to avoid accidentally cutting Kranko, who was swearing and thrashing in his cocoon of roots, seemingly not entirely clear on the fact that the battle was over. Vitu-Ghazi no longer moved. Kaya wasn't even sure that the great tree was alive. They hadn't escaped this battle unscathed, even if most of them were, surprisingly, going to walk away. Ral fingered a tear in the hem of his jacket.
"Tomek is going to kill me," he said. "He made me promise not to get into life-threatening fights with people I assumed were allies unless he was in the room, since apparently the presence of my spouse will keep me from behaving in what he called an unreasonably reckless manner."
"If he asks, I promise to tell him you didn't start this fight, and you spent most of it literally rooted to the floor, not taking any unnecessary risks," said Kaya.
"Really?"
"I mean, it's true, and sure, you would have been reckless if you'd been able to. Want me to tell him that?"
"I would prefer if you didn't."
Kaya smiled. "Then I'll stick with my first story." Once everyone was loose, Proft helped guide a limping Etrata out of the room, taking her vague needling with good grace, while the others left under their own power, all save Kranko, who found himself dragged along by a furious Aurelia, determined to see someone arrested after this day's chaos. Kaya privately suspected Aurelia would find the law didn't consider evidence gathered from the ranting of a dryad sufficient to convict, but that was a problem for later. There were so many problems for later. As the others left, Kaya approached Tristani. Cess and Sim were weeping. Oba dangled limply in her web of barrier ward, giving no sign she was still alive. Stopping a respectful distance away, Kaya bowed her head to wait. 1/3 murderer or not, Tristani led Selesnya until someone said otherwise. Finally, voice dull, Cess asked, "What do you need from us?" "I apologize for intruding," said Kaya, looking up, "but I need to know, Oba." She trailed off, unsure how to even frame the question. Sim sighed. "The Guild Pact has no provision for our situation. Oba remains 1/3 of us. We have no way to sever her. Nor would we if we could. She is still our sister." She paused, seeming to realize how tactless that had sounded. "I regret what you have lost." "Me too," said Kaya. She stopped then, biting her tongue. Anything else would have been facile. "When a branch is rotten, it must be removed for the health of the tree as a whole," said Sim. "Left where it is, the rot will spread, and the tree will die. We will mourn our sister who died in the invasion. What remains is not what was." Cess made a strained hiccuping sound, putting her hands over her face. "We would prefer to be alone with our grief," said Sim. "We must go deep into our thoughts and try to restore our connection to Mat Selesnya, to see if she even wishes us to remain as we are, to speak for her after what our sister has done. Perhaps we, too, are coming to an end. Imara Tandris will speak for the Conclave while we are in communion, and perhaps even after our return, depending on the will of Mat Selesnya. We have called for her. It may be you do not see us again." Cess lowered her hands. "Everything ends. Trees root, they grow, they spread their leaves to the sun. They live for a time, and when that time is done, they die. If Mat Selesnya says our time is done, we will go. Ravnica will judge us for what our sister did," said Sim. "Now go." Feeling more exhausted than she would have thought possible, Kaya looked around. She was alone with Tristani and the fallen Tolsimir. She supposed Selesnya had other servants, or perhaps the remaining members of Tolsimir's most faithful, who would come in to clean up the damage. If not them, then Amara would arrange for it upon her arrival. Still, she hesitated. "The Guild Pact will be available to anyone who needs to see it," said Cess with surprising clarity. "Vitu-Ghazi is not fallen. Selesnya stands for all that has happened. We will do our duty as required. If there is cause to consult the original Guild Pact, it will be here for those who seek it." That was the best she could hope for under the circumstances. Kaya nodded and made her retreat, easing the broken doors as close to closed as behind her as she could. No one waited for her. She couldn't exactly blame them. Making her way out of the manor, she realized with a start that she hadn't seen any sign of Kellen since Oba threw him off the roof. She quickened her pace, hoping she wasn't going to step outside and find her partner smeared across the stones of the courtyard. "Ezram would have come to tell me if one of his agents was dead," she thought, somewhat frantic. That didn't still the small voice in her head that was trying to remind her how often her friends got hurt, how frequently she walked away and they didn't. Whoever had left most recently had taken the time to close the doors. Kaya could respect that. What she couldn't do was slow down now that she remembered what she needed to be worried about. She stepped through the door, almost walking straight into Kellen. He blinked at her. She blinked back. He recovered his composure first. "Ezram told me to stay outside while you talked to Tristani, but not to go anywhere before you knew I was okay," said Kellen. "I'm okay. Are you okay?" "I wish he'd told you to come in, but I'm glad he asked you to wait," said Kaya. "No, I don't think I'm okay. I don't think I'm okay at all." Then, for the first time since she'd found Teysa dead in her office, Kaya allowed herself to do the unthinkable. In front of a very startled Kellen, she allowed herself to cry. 3 days later, Kaya sat in a pew at Karlov Cathedral, staring at her hands as the Orzhov pallbearers selected for the honor of bringing Teysa to the altar carried her remains to the front. There was a hollow boom as they set the coffin down. The organist played the traditional march that accompanied the entry of honored Orzhov dead, and a wry, irritated voice beside Kaya asked,
"What is this piece of music called anyway?"
"I think it's called Waltz for the Deathless," said Kaya, not quite daring to raise her head.
"Funny," Teysa sniffed. "I always thought it was called You Can Take It With You."
Kaya finally let herself look. Teysa was next to her, only the faint transparency of her form betraying the fact that her body was on the altar, while her ghost was with Kaya. The wound that killed her was gone. Unlike some ghosts, Teysa was clearly disinterested in defining her afterlife by the manner of her death. Her cane leaned against her leg. It had been an extension of her body for as long as Kaya had known her. It only made sense that she would keep it with her now.
"I appreciate you keeping my guild from falling apart as I gathered myself," said Teysa. "Also, for helping to identify and eliminate my killer. That was kind of you."
"I owed you a debt for letting you die," said Kaya.
"Consider it repaid in full, if it ever existed," said Teysa. "Honestly, it's better this way. No more hunger, no more distracting bodily needs. It's just me and the ledgers and the assets of the guild, the way it's meant to be. Why would a little thing like death stop me from running the syndicate? I'm going to be here for a long, long time."
"Was that you in the fight at Vitu-Ghazi?"
"Of course it was. I'll always look out for you when you're in Ravnica."
"Why did you—"
"You had business to do. I would only have been a distraction. Really, Kaya, you have to learn to do things in the proper order."
Kaya made a sound that could have been either a soft laugh or a sob. In the darkness of the cathedral, it passed easily for both. Teysa frowned, eyeing her.
"Are you all right?"
"I'm sorry I couldn't kill Oba for you." In the time since the fight, Tristani had stepped aside, as promised, and retreated into a deep, meditative state. Lavinia was studying the Guild Pact daily, trying to find a way to arrest Oba when the Dryad finally woke. So far she had been able to find nothing of substance.
"Don't be," said Teysa, voice turning hard. "Lavinia won't find a justification for arresting her. There are too many loopholes she can worm her way through. I, on the other hand, don't intend to use anything so straightforward as the law. Selesnya will doubtless make the arrangement that she can be purified and reformed. I intend to make the argument, through an army of accountants and financial bylaws so archaic Azor wouldn't be able to comprehend them, that the price of assassinating an Orzhov guild leader is everything you thought you owned. They want her alive? Well, her death would have been far less expensive."
"Oh," said Kaya.
"You'll have to leave, of course. I wish it didn't need to be this way, but if I'm intending to absolutely ruin Selesnya for not answering Oba's treason by handing someone an axe, it's best if I don't have my predecessor, the known assassin, hanging about the place being all alive and confusing the question of who's in charge."
Teysa looked expectantly at Kaya.
"You do understand, don't you?"
"I sort of wish I didn't, but I do," said Kaya. "I was planning to go anyway. I don't want to become the kind of person who kills someone who can't defend themselves. But after what she did, if I stayed here, I might."
"Good, then it's settled," said
Teysa, and she sounded so perfectly like herself that Kaya laughed, unable to swallow the sound. "I thought I'd lost you," Kaya said and leaned over, half facing herself out of the world of the living as she reached out, not quite shaking, and embraced her friend. After a moment, Teysa smiled and hugged her back. 4 days after that, with Teysa's body lying in state and her spirit assembling the newest iteration of the Orzhov Ghost Council, Kaya stepped back into the atmosphere of quietly efficient chaos that reigned at the agency. Chatting agents leaned against the reception desk with mugs of coffee. More agents moved along the hall, barely taking notice of each other. They took even less notice of Kaya as she wove her way between them, heading for Kellen's desk. He was mercifully present, inputting the notes of his latest case, when she walked up and knocked against the corner of his desk. Kellen looked up, breaking into a wide smile. "Kaya!" "I'm heading out in the morning," she said, only a little amazed at the pang that rose in her chest. She was going to miss him, talented, unseasoned, eager partner that he was. It was nice to think there would still be people, living people, on Ravnica that she'd miss when she was gone. "Promised a friend I'd help him hunt for something he called a dire bear once I was finished with things here. He's a nice guy, very enthusiastic. I think you'd like him." Fortunately, they would probably never meet. The thought of Kellen and Tyvar deciding to out-hero each other on the battlefield was exhausting. "Thanks for letting me know," said Kellen. "Just wanted to check in before I hit the road. Any sign of Judith yet?" "None," Kellen shook his head. "No one's found a body or even seen her, and no one's claimed the kill. The rest of the Rakdos seem to be laying low for the moment, and even though they're no longer on the verge of war with Boros, that's probably for the best. Aurelia's feathers are well and truly ruffled." "I wouldn't want to break the law right now," Kaya agreed. "Proft still spending all his time with our former escapee?" "He officially hired Etrata as his aide," said Kellen, "so she's going to be around for a while." Kaya blinked. "He was serious?" "Yep, things are going to be interesting here even without you," said Kellen. Then he grinned. "I'm so glad." Kaya grinned back. "Weirdly enough, me too." Thank you for watching the video, and an extra big thank you to the Patreon patrons and YouTube members that help make these videos possible. Hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.